that agreement that was made when you and I were not even present. I'm not sure, maybe you were there at the time, but not physically present
I wasn't there.
Being consulted to have this sort of agreement. The point is, it has not been respected to any point. And then again, what's the rationale? Because it feels like at this point we're throwing, the argument as to who is very qualified. We don't really need to think about where you're from, whether you're from a certain ethnic religion. And we have also Opunabo Kataria, you know that over time, we have also made it look like religion and ethnicity has not influenced our polity. Meanwhile, that has always influenced, who becomes the president or whatever it is in this country. But on the other hand, so far, absolutely, we have ignored it. We're making it look like, it's not the point, it's not supposed to be a conversation, but this is who we are. That's what it is, and that has become. So why are we even talking about this when we didn't even pay attention to the previous conversation that has been going on, even in various politics? For instance, a party as, the PDP, the APC, the Muslim ticket, and then, not having it zoned to the Southwest, I beg your pardon, the Southeast, in the PDP. These are the conversation. And then again, why should we be talking about who cares whether it goes to a certain region or not? As long as you have a Senate president, should Orji Uzor Kalu be bothered about whether it comes to him, he goes to the east? Was he part of the entire conversation for zoning and not zoning? Opunabo, I'm sure that, can you hear us?
Yes, I just heard you. You went off. Yes, you went off for about a second.
So I really don't know where you heard me from, but...
No, it's okay. At least I can comprehend what you said.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Now, you see, the truth is, the vein of our politics has to do with a lot of people that are egocentric. They don't believe in this. Not that they argue, advocate zoning when they think it's going to be in their favor. When it's not in their favor, they try to discard it. That's the problem we have in this country. And it's a lack of ideology. Now, if you talk of, the elections are gone, no doubt. A lot of us were against Muslim ticket. And you'll be living in self-denial if you think that these things are not important. They are, but the truth about it is that we always look for a way to circumvent. Now, the issue of the Muslim ticket, yes, they've given them they've declared them the winners, but I have a conviction that if we had a free, fair, credible, and transparent election, and if INEC had not compromised, definitely they won't have won that election. That's the truth about it. If the sentiments of the people, they won't have won that election. Then secondly, on the issue of the South, a lot of people said you should come to the South in the last presidential election. You should come to the South. Now, a lot of these leaders who said you should come to the South, they are mischievous. Their thinking was that when it comes to the South, then it might come to the South because it's South. So it might come to the South. None of them wanted it to go to the Southeast. They frustrated P2B. None wanted it to go to the Southeast. They thought they were going to use their gravitas to ensure that it was in the South. And when that did not work, they now said, even Southwest is South. Let it go to the Southwest. You see, so it's all about interest. It's politics is a concentric circle of conspiracies and articulated interests. So it's all about interest. It's not about the nation. It's not about the policy. It's not about any region. That's the truth about it. So we advocate, we shout, you should go to this place. But the gladiators, have different agenda. They just use you. They brainwash you, use you, you follow them. But they have a different agenda. And that is why we are where we are today. So, yes, we all agree. We all recognize what the fault lines are. We all agree that, yes, if we have to talk of a unified nation, this is the way to go. But then interest comes in. Selfish interest comes in. A lot of these leaders are not altruistic. They don't look at the bigger picture of a one united Nigeria. No, it's even the president-elect said it is my turn. He did not even say it's the turn of the Southwest. My turn. I did this for Buhari. I did this for Buhari. It is now, I've made leaders. It is now my turn. You can see that it's all about selfishness. It's not about national unity. And that has always been the drive. So they are prepared to truncate any process that will ensure unity, if that process is adverse to their own interest.
Well, we have to go now.
Where we are today.
Openabo,
Yes, okay.
We have to go now for the want of time. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show. That's On The Breakfast. We appreciate your time.
Mercy. Thank you, Mercy. And happy Easter once more.
Thank you so much. Have a happy holiday, and a happy holiday to you right there. And I hope you're having a great time already this morning. Just sit back. We'll return with more interesting conversation. Now, we'll be looking at the conversation as to brain drain and the resistance, of course, from the Medical Dental Association rejecting the proposed, service year for doctors. When we return, please stay with us.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
the tough decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
We're back with the Breakfast in Plus TV Africa. Dr. Tuyi Meba-Wondu joins us this morning. Happy holiday, Dr. Tuyi.
Easter. Happy Easter.
Well, it's also a holiday. Happy Easter and a happy holiday.
Yes, again, the holiday. I've just been specific about the holiday. Please smile.
Okay, it's fine.
It's a holiday.
It's a public holiday. You should know that. Well, it doesn't look like a public holiday because you're on air with me, but we'll just leave it at that. Let's get straight to the crux of the matter. Now, this conversation has dominated the space for about last week, and now the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria have said that they're rejecting the bill seeking to make it mandatory for fresh medical graduates to provide services to Nigeria for up until 5 years before receiving full registration and license to practice. The association, in a statement, said that the bill being proposed by the House of Representatives was discriminatory and not in the interest of the people. He said that while the passion and concern for the health of Nigerians was demonstrated by Abiodun Ganiyu Johnson by proposing the bill as panacea for, the physician's brain drain, for all of the doctors that are moving away from Nigeria is commendable. The bill, however, is misdirected, ill-informed, and poorly thought out. The association also said that the bill had a possible effect of doing the exact opposite of aggravating the exodus, which has been, the issue where doctors are moving away, medical practitioners and what have you, and they have been having conversations with, the executive arm of government to mitigate all of that. So this bill might just go ahead. It has gone through the second reading. Dr. Tuyi Meba-Wondu, thank you so much. He's a health expert. He joins us this morning from in Lagos via Zoom. Dr. Tuyi, once again, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Before we get to, the other parts of this bill and looking at all the crux and conversation that have been up following this particular bill that has made it to the second reading, I'd like to share your initial reaction when you read and saw this.
The first thing was actually I was aghast. I was actually, concerned at the level of the thinking that dominates our legislation. And how can somebody just wake up without doing proper dissection and understanding of issue at hand, and then look at a shortcut that will actually have a direct opposite of what he intends to do? What is the issue here? You observe that there is exodus of medical doctors and health workers out of Nigeria. And you, in your own wisdom, you think that the best thing for this is to lock the door so that they don't go away. And you displayed a lot of ignorance about the registration process of the new doctors. And then you thought that once you lock them inside, then they'll be compelled to work. Number one, it shows that the man actually shouldn't be there, shouldn't be a House of Rep member.
Here are the reasons. The shortage of health practitioners, including doctors, is pan-Africa. It's actually global, but Africa is worse. In Africa, the whole of Africa, we have about 300,000 doctors and about 1.2 million nurses. Let's put it that way. And then we're having a shortage by 2030 about 6.1 million doctors. That's something we're looking at. So it's a big issue. If you compare it to other parts of the world, you look at Pacific region, Japan, China, Malaysia, and those ones, they have as much as 4.2 million doctors and 7.6 million nurses. Massive number in a way. Even that's why that they are still moving away and don't even have enough in a way. Now, secondly, you see that the challenge in Nigeria is production of even doctors, because as it is now, we need about 12,000 doctors every year for the next 30 years, for instance. But we're producing barely 3,000. The 3,000 will have to go to the different areas of work. Out of this number of 3,000 you're producing, they have been faced with strike, they have been faced with challenges of how to actually train properly. Then the key issue of university capacity to train them is there. Even when they finish training, they want to enter into housemanship, they want to enter into residency. There are no spaces. There's a lot of them, even the few ones that are remaining, don't even have job to take up. When they don't have job, they will sit down, look for money, the family will raise money and say, please, instead of you staying here, after spending a lot of money, after spending many years, please do exam, go abroad. This is one of the key factors driving the exodus of those young doctors out of the country. No placement, no job. And sometimes when they have to do the job, they have to do a job that pays a tiny amount of money, that is not commensurate with all the activities, all the stress they put into the service. Listen, I have younger ones studying medicine. I have people that are like my children studying medicine. In Nigeria, I know what they're going through. So now, and I also have those ones that are finished and are looking for placements. They cannot be trained. So where do you want them to stay? Well, we want them to be looking when they cannot get, when there's some other people are looking for them. So it's quite concerning that people that are supposed to put proper thinking into health system and how to drive health services are looking at how to lock people inside. It's just like saying that you're having insecurity in this country, that, okay, the best thing you want to do is that when you don't have that, it's better to lock yourself inside the place. And then they shouldn't forget that talent seeks where it is appreciated. When you have a talent, you have to regress to where you can be appreciated, where you can be compensated, where you can be loved. And sequentially, strikes, lack of funds, poor condition, poor clinical governance, all this are really besetting health system. And the man is not thinking about that. And the only reason, this is the concerning part of it, the only reason he gave that doctors should stay for 5 years before current legislation is that they subsidize training of doctors. Please, I want the man to substantiate it, because I have people that are trained as doctors. I want to see where the subsidy came from. Secondly, I guess lawyers were subsidized, politicians were subsidized. We're still subsidizing politicians. A lot of all the people that engineers are subsidized. Accountants are subsidized because they train the same. If they train the same university, that means it's still apply to them. Then how are you collecting that subsidy money from them? Doctor will do 1 year housemanship compulsory. That is even enough for you to pay, because you are paying them paltry sum. That is even enough to cancel your subsidies. What will happen is that if anybody chooses to push this law ahead, they won't mind. Less people will go in to study medicine. People will not pick medicine again. That will worsen the situation. Secondly, when those ones that finishes, they will seek appointment elsewhere apart from core health sectors. They look for appointment elsewhere. They can go and join consulting firm. They can even join any other financial institution. Doctors are very adaptive. They can do a lot of things. They can even join entertainment. They will just leave the work, and then it will worsen what you're trying to solve. It's a very poor thinking, and it's very concerning.
So, I mean, you got me there when you said that doctors are very flexible. They can join it. Are Nigerians not flexible? Can we not just be, whatever it is that you want us to be at a certain time? That's on a lighter note. But I'd like us to look at, the reason why this bill became has gone through the second reading, and that's why it's facing a lot of criticism across board, is that it's supposed to be like a solution for physicians' brain drain. The fact that medical practitioners and doctors are leaving is supposed to be a solution to curbing it. What are your thoughts? Do you think that... let's look at why this became a conversation that we're having now. It's supposed to reduce brain drain. Do you think that these will help reduce brain drain? What exactly should be done then to reduce the brain drain?
It will reduce brain drain. First and foremost, we need to do a proper thinking. How many doctors do we need in this nation? Because if you don't have sufficient doctors, your capacity, or let me use the word health workers, your capacity to deliver even your basic healthcare services will be compromised. You understand? Immunization will be challenged, maternal death will be challenged, training for chronic illnesses and treating them will be challenged. We saw recently how a prominent Nigerian senator ended up in a mess and ended up messing up the country in the United Kingdom about kidney transplantation. All these things, because Nigeria is experiencing a lot of chronic illnesses now. How do you deal with them if you don't have doctors? Now, the key question is that, how do you deal with brain drain? You see, there are key issues. There's what the pull factor, the push factor. We've spoken about this severally. Now, here in Nigeria, we have to take up security. The basic thing is that you have to increase doctors' production. How do you increase doctors' production? Encourage people to pick science, incentivize the study of science, incentivize the training of doctors, in the sense that can you give scholarship? Can you give grants? Can you even do some institutional direction to say, okay, PTF or whatever you are, structure funds to people that are studying healthcare services, healthcare, courses, so number of university. Can you do that? Can you support the training of the doctors, equip the hospitals, hire more consultants, remunerate them appropriately, and then expose them to it? Because before, the doctor at the third year of postgraduate training, the second year of postgraduate training actually goes abroad for exposure, for further exposure. But all this is were cancelled during Buhari regime. You just woke up one day and cancelled all those things, and that of course will impact, on the incentive for people to practice medicine. What you should also be doing is that create an environment in this nation that will ensure that there will be reverse brain drain, or what we call brain gain. Can people come and set up centers here and run health facilities in an environment that is bereft of kidnapping, lack of infrastructure, extortion, government neglect? Because even people that are actually getting involved in healthcare in this country, you see a lot of negative reports from government, from institutions, from monitoring, from registry, a lot of problems, and they have to say, listen, enough and no further, and have to exit. So we need that kind of thing. Encourage return, increase training, incentivize, health workers training, equip the center, equip the hospital, and ensure that you have good clinical governance and remuneration.
Well, as we coast this conversation down, I'd like to ask you if you think that this bill would see the light of day. It's scaled through the second reading. That's a lot of progress. Do you think? You and I have to laugh at this point. But again, I ask you, do you see this bill?
I think the folly should be obvious to either the proponents and those supporting the bill. The folly should be obvious to them now at the backup. Because again, let's face it, there's still going to be public hearing. You cannot just ram a bill down and push people into this kind of confusion. There's still going to be public hearing because the key stakeholder, it won't work. Because the key stakeholder in these things are too many. They have to be involved. The Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria has a structured process of giving you permanent registration. And it's a law. You cannot then go and cancel a law that will interfere with that law or even interfere with your own freedom. Okay? I've not made a doctor to be punished by the state. That's the punishment. It's a folly. It will happen. And then there's so many interests. You are not the people that train the doctors, the medical consultants, Association of Nigeria, even the NMA, everybody needs to be involved in this, even the labor. Because once a doctor does his training, a doctor then has right to do housemanship and get a permanent registration. That is the stream. How do you want to bind them? If you bind them, they will go and join another work, and then are you always going to do the work in the hospital? They'll go and work elsewhere. They have talents, they work elsewhere. At the end of the day, I can imagine, a lot of doctors now joining entertainment, a lot of doctors joining consultancy outfit, which a lot of them are already doing, okay? Or even getting involved in some doing crash courses and other courses, and join those courses. They will perform well. It's not a big deal, okay?
Okay.
So then, how do you not get that? You have trained somebody for 7 years. Somebody has been trained for 7 years. You want to go and hold him down for 5 years. And indeed, most of them spend up to 10 years.
Well.
And then you want to add 5 years to them, 5 years. For what now? What is life expectancy in Nigeria? So, I mean, it's a criminal thing, honestly. It's so disgraceful.
Dr. Tuyi, I can feel your pulse this morning. I can feel your pulse. I can feel your spirit. But it can only get better. Thank you so much for making our time to be with us on, Easter Monday, a public holiday as this. We do appreciate you.
Yes.
Have a fantastic day. Well, that's the size of our conversation. We've been speaking with an expert, a health expert right here in Lagos, Dr. Tuyi Mebowando. He shared his thoughts as to the bill and what he thinks is very criminal of the government to, think about it. Or whoever is, proposing this bill is not a solution to what you're thinking about. There are other issues that should be paid attention to. And we'll leave it at this. I'm hoping that this conversation won't end until we see the end of it. But that's the size of our conversation on The Breakfast. We thank you so much for being part of the show. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. We'll join the newsroom at 9 o'clock for the news brief. In the meantime, have a fantastic holiday and a happy Easter Monday. My name is
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Fire! 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 I dey pay.
My name is Adeyemi Shoroye. Here is my good old days story. I was born in Ibadan to the family of Adekunle and Folashade Shoroye, both of blessed memory. I had my early childhood at Ayonide Street, Ekotedo, popularly known as Ekotedo Iyaolobe. Two things struck me about my good old days, which I will share here. First, my primary school was at St. Luke's Demonstration School, Molete, Ibadan. Ekotedo to Molete was quite some distance, but at a very tender age, I will follow my elder siblings from Ekotedo to Molete, hopping from one bus to another, sometimes trekking part of the distance till we reach Molete. No fear of kidnappings or molestation. In fact, safety was never an issue. Life was generally peaceful. We would leave home after a meal of hot rice, beans and dodo, bought from Iyatewo's makeshift canteen, the popular Mama Put seller down the road. Leave for school between 6:45 to 7 a.m. and after dropping from one bus to another, we would arrive school around 8:15 a.m. and the return journey would be equally peaceful. There were some days when we would spend part of the transport money and trek some parts of the journey. It was so enjoyable. Our parents didn't have to fear nor worry about our safety. Life was peaceful and safe. Those were the days of fountain pens with ink and blotting paper. I recall there were special holes in our desks where the ink containers were fixed. You must be an exceptional student to have come home daily without soiling your school uniform with inks. Those were days when teaching good handwriting meant a lot to our teachers. Today, text messages have taken over. The other thing that struck me about my good old days was the spirit of communal living. You see, in our house, we lived upstairs as landlords, and we had some Igbo families living downstairs as tenants, but you hardly tell who was a tenant's child or who was a landlord's child. We were all the same. In fact, some of the Igbos who were born about the same time as me spoke Yoruba fluently, to the extent that Stephen, my age mate, wrote Yoruba as a subject in his WAEC and passed with flying colors. Yes, there was no discrimination of any sort. We all lived together as a happy family, irrespective of tribe or tongue. On Saturdays, we would go to Scala Cinema in Sabo to watch mostly Indian and Chinese films. Sabo, the Hausa community in Ibadan, is a short trekkable distance from Ekotedo, where I equally made some friends among those Hausa children of my age group, majority of whom we are still friends till today. What a glorious childhood. Can Nigeria still go back to that old days when our children will be safe on their own and we don't need to worry about child kidnappings or molestation? Can Nigeria still go back to that old days where tribe and tongue will be inconsequential? Can Nigeria still go back to those wonderful days when you were not defined by religion or religious affiliations? Can Nigeria still be a nation where merit is more valued as a determinant to your success than your place of birth? Yes, our nation can still rise above those primordial sentiments. We can. I believe with good governance, those days will come again. As I round up, strongly resonating in my mind is our first national anthem, which said, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. We can still recreate a nation where Nigerians all will be proud to serve our sovereign motherland. I am a believer. To this end, I join Sashimore Badejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much and God bless.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more a means of expression than, at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine arts career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadiobi that you people know today. It's all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn new ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world. And then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jags, Ice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. And I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. So he could gather money and go back to school, and you know. So I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it, you know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win.
I loved storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, you know, my older brother thought I was smoking something. You know, but I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, you know, going offshore, going to the field. But, you know, the dream started to come alive again. You know, I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and that spark started to burn again. I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody like a hope like it's some easy thing to do. But rest, man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray. And that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, like, this was popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, like, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. Technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing like I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift.
Good morning. This is the news brief. I am Mercy Ebopo. Christians in Nigeria have joined their counterparts across the globe to celebrate Easter in Thanksgiving. Now, various denominations, including the Catholic Church of Assumption Ikoyi in Lagos, had a large crowd of worshippers who believe that the resurrection of Jesus Christ had happened after his crucifixion gives hope to all. Plus TV News correspondent Emmanuel Lubobokun reports.
Parishioners gather for usual service on a day like this to mark the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Agent of justice, agent of fair play.
There is a Holy Communion session which symbolizes the Last Supper Jesus Christ had with his disciples. Speaking on the essence of the day, the parish priest, Father Francis Ike, notes that Christ's resurrection is a symbol of hope for mankind.
Jesus didn't abandon those who had abandoned him. Even though the apostles had not shared in the crucifixion and pain of Jesus, he still shared his resurrection with them. Can we today, beloved people of God, sheep are sold of enmity, are sold of malice, are sold of tribalism, are sold of hatred, are sold of tribal profiling, and take all and sundry as our brothers and our sisters, just as Jesus came to die for humanity.
Gratitude to God is expressed in singing and dancing. Outside the auditorium, parishioners bear their minds on the season at a time when Nigeria is grappling with socio-economic and political challenges.
Easter gives me hope. It's the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. That is victory over death. He holds the key to success. God's blessings, God's graces, and His abundant mercy in our lives.
This season generally impacts so much. For me personally, it impacts on my spiritual life because it's a time for reflection for me. So I have to sit down, go through my life, reflect on the sacraments that are embedded in the celebration, and stay away from my old ways, be a new person, come closer to God, become more closer to Christ, and then be the reflection of Jesus Christ to the world.
Without Easter, I don't think we will still, that this world will still exist by now. So Easter is a season to be grateful and a time to be, a time that Christ died and resurrected, in which He washed away our sin.
Hope remains the core message for the season as Nigerians look to better days. Emmanuel Odubobukun, Plus TV News.
Vice President GMO Shibajo urges Nigerians to embody love, which is the crux of Easter Sunday, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead over 2,000 years ago. It is a message of the amazing love of Jesus Christ and of God, that He gave up His Son so that you and I could actually have a time on His party secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, says Nigeria's growth was hinged on the willingness of her citizens to unite and sacrifice for the common good, as Easter is a time of sacrifice, a time when we see the love of God for the salvation of mankind. Nigeria has to be saved, so we have sacrificed to make and ensure that as Jesus saved the world, we also must save Nigeria. The Vice President was accompanied to the Easter Sunday service by his wife, Dolapo Shibajo, and the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, his wife, amongst others.
It's a message of the amazing love of Jesus Christ, the amazing love of God, that He gave up His Son so that you and I will not have to pay again for our sin. So it's an amazing day, a fantastic day, and I wish you all happy Easter and a great and happy resurrection month.
As Christians around the world celebrate Easter in 2023, the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Archbishop Daniel Oko, says Nigeria can draw lessons from the life of Jesus Christ and the power of His might. Oko said as a nation, Nigeria has faced many challenges in recent years, from insecurity, economic instability to social and political unrest, that believes that as Jesus Christ rose from the dead and brought new life to the world, the country can rise above challenges and start afresh. He called for unity and love devoid of ethno-religious bias, while noting that the less privileged be remembered and cared for. In the wake of the Easter celebration, Christians have been urged to imbibe and reflect on love and self-sacrifice to ensure peace and unity of the country. A Catholic priest who gave this charge at an Easter service in Kaduna said Nigerians must put national interest above personal sentiment. Our correspondent, Habila Darufai, reports has been presented from our studios.
3 days after the crucifixion of Jesus from the cross of Calvary, He rose again on Easter Sunday. Christian faithful in Kaduna metropolis gathered to celebrate with thanksgiving and prayers for the nation to come out of the current challenges facing them. The parish priest of St. Paul Ogwan Rimi Kaduna, Reverend Father Joshua Archie, says Christ's sacrificial death and glorious resurrection are the highest expression of love to mankind. He notes that His virtues inspire love from one to another, irrespective of religious background, sentiments, and even beyond personal interests.
It's a message of hope, that there's hope for a better tomorrow, there's hope for a better future, there's hope for a better state. That's simply the message of Easter to Nigerians today, that in spite of what is happening, in spite of the situation that we have found ourselves, let us look with renewed hope that tomorrow will surely get better than today.
The clergyman says Nigeria must rise up beyond the present challenges being experienced in the country, stressing that the leaders must ensure service to humanity.
Peace is key to ensuring that the needed environment is created for things to thrive. Where there is no peace, things cannot work well. Leadership is a gift, and it is good that leaders see this and be sincere in the office to which they have been called into.
Some of the worshippers expressed joy of seeing the great season of Christ's resurrection, which signifies hope.
Wonderful day in the life of any Christian. Jesus has risen from the dead to give us life. Continue to hope on Christ, to bless the church in Nigeria and everyone, both Christians and Muslims.
Celebrating the resurrection. That is the renewed hope for our country and renewed hope for Christians in the world at large. So it is a great hope that everything that we are passing through, Christ knows it, and Christ absorbed it on the cross of resurrection. And at the resurrection today, he is telling us that, yes, our renewed hope is with us.
The appeal to government at levels, new political leaders to ensure Nigerians enjoy dividends of democracy.
Also, the governor has urged the unknown gunmen terrorizing the state to give peace a chance to allow him deliver good governance to the people. Uzodinma made the call during the Easter celebration service in his home country in Oru East local government of Imo State. The governor said that bandits should use the spirit of Easter as a sober reflection and turn a new leaf.
To pause a while and reflect on the reason for this season, to understand the need for us to be sober, reconciliated, and toe the line of peace. Because it is only when we have peace in our state that we can get development. And it is only when we are properly developed that happiness, good health, and long life can be guaranteed. So today, everything that we are supposed to say has been said during the homily and summarized in one chapter in the Bible, John 3:16, that the God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. Once you believe in him, your life is guaranteed.
The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the last presidential elections, Peter Obi, says he's saddened by the report of gruesome killings of internally displaced people, IDPs, in Benue State and other parts of Benue, and the kidnappings of dozens of people in Zamfara. Obi condemned the Fort's ugly incident in Benue and Zamfara, urging the government and other stakeholders who are in the public space to take extraordinary measures to address this menace that is impacting negatively on the existence of the nation. The former Anambra governor made the remarks on his Twitter page. The coalition of northern groups has condemned the renewed calls for termination of trial of Nnamdi Kanu by Ohanaeze and other Ndigbo leaders. The federal government had refused to release Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, despite court discharging him of terrorism allegation. Igbo leaders recently renewed calls for the discontinuation of his trial and faulted the Nigerian government for keeping him in perpetual detention despite court ruling. The coalition described the calls for his release as insane, unreasonable, unwarranted, thoughtless, and unrealistic, calling on the federal government and authorities and President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu to disregard the calls. Meanwhile, Rivers State governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, Magnus Abe, has vowed to challenge the outcome of the March 18 governorship elections in the state court. INEC had declared the People's Democratic Party's candidate, Fubar, as the winner of the elections. However, the All Progressive Congress, APC, had rejected the outcome and vowed to approach the court for redress. In a statement, Abe declared his intention to seek legal redress in order to overturn the victory of the PDP in the state. Also, the All Progressive Congress APC has declared the purported expulsion as well as suspension from the party of some prominent and foundation party leaders in Enugu State as null and void. The state secretary of the party had announced the expulsion of former governor and former Speaker of the State House of Assembly and Director General of the Voice of Nigeria, as well as others from the party. It was also stated that the secretary announced has suspended the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Oyema, and former State or Senate President Ken Namani, the Enugu State Publicity Secretary of the APC, Charles Solu Ako, in press briefing, describing the announcement as reckless, slow of the actual expectation and assault on the party's consultation and exercise in futility.
This is a contravention also of the Article 13(9) of our APC Constitution, which is stated that the State Working Committee shall be responsible for the administration of the party and putting into effect the decision of the State Executive Committee. So the purported expulsion and suspension has never enjoyed the atmosphere and the enablement of the State Working Committee to sit and discuss, even to the cause of the purported suspension and expulsion.
The state resolutions and suspension of our political inmates in the party in Enugu State. His Excellency, Ken Namani, Samuel Chime, His Excellency Geoffrey Oyema, all of them came from words. If there's to be some suspended, they should be suspended from their words to local government, then state. Because none of these political bigwigs registered in the state or Abuja.
Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, and Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development have filed a lawsuit against President Muhammadu Buhari, asking the court to declare arbitrary, illegal and unconstitutional the 5 million naira fine over the recent interview with the Labour Party vice presidential candidate Dati Baba Ahmed. Joined in the suit as defendants of the National Broadcasting Corporate Commission, NBC, Lai Mohammed, Minister of Information and Culture. The plaintiff are asking the court for a declaration that the NBC code used by the NBC to impose a fine of 5 million on the television station was null and void, and the threat of higher sanction is arbitrary, unconstitutional, unlawful, as it violates the right to fair hearing, freedom of expression, access to information and media freedom. No date has been fixed for the hearing of the suit. The Imo Police Command has released Clinton Amadi, the Labour Party candidate for Owerri Municipal Constituency. Amadi was arrested on Tuesday at the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Owerri, the Imo State capital. He was apprehended when he went to obtain the certified true copies of INEC result to prosecute his case at the Election Petition Tribunal. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, and other political parties had rejected the result of Imo Assembly elections, where the All Progressive Congress, APC, won 26 of the 27 seats. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun facilitates with the family of the deceased Bolaji Bola, who is a former Attorney General and former Minister of Justice. Professor Yemi Osinbajo, giving his condolence speech, described the late Bola Ajibola as humanist who contributed immensely to education development of the country, among other achievements, while the state deputy governor affirmed that he will greatly be missed. The dignitary stormed the Islamic Mission for Africa, where the Janza prayer was performed and led by the chief imam of the Ogun State capital.
He was a man who truly believed that that the worth of a person is what he's able to give back to society, and he demonstrated it throughout his life. So I think it's a life that ought to be celebrated, and it's a life that's an example to us all. So for me, he was an excellent role model, and not only, I'm sad that he's gone. As Shegun, the first son, said, I'm actually his firstborn son.
No contest.
And I'm really, it's a great honor to have known him and to have been mentored by him.
Has discussed the good deeds of our father. Our prayer is that Almighty Allah accepts all his good deeds, especially in the field of education, as Hetul Jahariya for him. May Almighty Allah overlook his shortcomings, and may Almighty Allah accept his good deeds and grant him Al-Jannah Firdaus. We express our condolences to his widow, his children, and all his family for this irreparable loss. Our prayer is that Almighty Allah will grant them the fortitude to bear the loss of Papa.
And outside Africa, Brazilian president flew over areas affected by flooding in the northeast of the country, surrounded by officials who visited a shelter where he talked with the people displaced by flooding that have submerged the houses and streets. In the state, one of the poorest in the country, at least 53 cities have been declared in a state of emergency. Lack of gas, food scarcity orders has been reported by locals who have been seen using boats to transport themselves and their belongings. Oil, gas marketers and business users have written to the federal government over their proposal to build about 30,000 gas stations to cushion the effect of the proposed subsidy removal on premium motor spirit called petrol. Nigerians are currently counting down to June 2023 projected date for subsidy removal as the call for palliatives to ameliorate the impact of the halting subsidy and gaining momentum. There are also projections that petrol may sell for about 750 naira per litre if the federal government removes the subsidy in June 2023. To help caution this, oil marketers in a letter to the federal government and finance ministry also asked the federal government to make the Central Bank of Nigeria release the sum of 250 billion naira intervention fund for the National Gas Expansion Program as loans to vehicle owners to acquire gas conversion kit. This came as the organized labor stated that it was considering meeting with the incoming government on subsidy removal date. And in sports news, Enyimba ended their 4-game winless strike following a hard-earned 2-1 win against Plateau United in Aba that happened on Sunday. Meanwhile, Shooting Stars and Remo Stars battled to a 1-1 draw in the Southwest Derby at the Lekan Salami Stadium in Ibadan. At the Godswill Akpabios International Stadium, Uyo Aqua United were held to a 2-2 draw by Nasarawa United. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex at Limex, www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Messi Boko. Many thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
According to Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, about 18 states in the Federation are still endemic, with more than 1,000 new leprosy cases yearly. He explained that the number of new leprosy cases detected yearly has significantly dropped from over 7,827 in 1994 to less than 2,000 in 2020. The Voice of Humanitarian AIDS Foundation took to the streets to march against the ostracization of people affected by leprosy and loud about changing the narrative. At her office, the National Coordinator of Voice of Humanitarian AIDS, Franca Emekobum, shared the group's experiences on the field with people affected by leprosy.
Even we that are even speaking up for them, sometimes, it wasn't easy for our families and our friends to even accept, that what we are doing is not risky. They are even afraid to come close to me. They're scared. They say, oh, no. We don't want you and your leprosy people, please.
Franca maintained that discriminating against the people with leprosy in itself is a deadly disease.
Already they are in pain. Already they are in sorrow. We should not add to that sorrow by discriminating against them. Rather, we should, come together as, people of God, one nation, one love, one family.
Dr. Yohen Akase is the head of infectious diseases at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth. He confirmed that leprosy is not contagious.
With leprosy, the truth of the matter is that over 90% of people, in fact, that's a conservative estimate to be honest, but over 90% of people who get exposed to leprosy are not going to have leprosy. Okay? So yes, it's not such a contagious infectious disease in the context of how we look at contagion, that if somebody has leprosy, touches you, you're going to get leprosy. In fact, it's well known that there are a certain, for lack of a better word, genetic predispositions to getting, not everybody is going to get leprosy, even if they get exposed to that. Picking somebody who has already had a deformity at that time to keep him isolated, apart from the fact that it's not interrupting the chain of transmission, it has, like you said, it entrenches the concept of stigma, denies them of being productive, being rehabilitated and getting on with their lives, living a normal life as possible. And also, generally, doesn't achieve much, to be honest.
Jim Mohammed is a survivor of leprosy. He was affected at the age of 19 when he gained admission into Ahmadu Bello University, but could not continue his studies.
That was 1999, the first time I just detected that I got a leprosy, because I don't even know that it's a leprosy before. I was just told that I have some patches in my body, which I was just thinking that it's just be a ringworm. They are calling it a las egedomi. And I went to some people that are selling the herbs, that okay, I need the herbs for this thing, and they give it to me, and I'm using it. After using it, I don't even see any changes. That is why my mom just took me to one herbalist, which we are calling Babalawo, and the man just said that this one is leprosy.
The father of 3 recalled how he battled with discrimination.
During that time, I have some challenges with some maybe neighbors, even in where I'm living with my mom. One of the person that, the owner of the house, because we rented that house by then, we just said that this one we have to take it outside, because his father has house. Definitely you should go to his father's house. Don't let me lie to you. My faith is not solid by then, because I was just thinking, asking God, why me?
The survivor is the chairman of the Association of People Affected with Leprosy and the PRO of the national body. He is particular about ensuring that nobody with leprosy ends up as a beggar on the streets.
in raising our kids. Parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show we have 3 glamorous events that you will enjoy. On our first event, it was a celebration galore as Yoruba veteran actress Mama Rainbow had her 80th birthday party in Lagos. The party was a double celebration as she also used the occasion to mark her 55th year in the movie industry. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the Platinum Jubilee event.
Clocking 80 is no mean feat and is something worth celebrating. The family friends and associates and well-wishers of Idowu Phillips, popularly known as Mama Rainbow, gathered from far and near to celebrate and rejoice with the movie icon. Guests wined and dined to a spontaneous treat and also used the opportunity to relive moments shared with Mama Rainbow. For friends and close associates, she is simply an embodiment of God's love.
Rainbow is a very nice woman. She has went a lot
He has went a lot. And I pray for him that it's today's birthday. He should do more in life.
I'm super excited today to be at this event. I came in all the way from Turkey to attend this, and I'm excited. Mama is our brand ambassador of our company, and I remember when I met Mama through my uncle, Ayodele Badmus. He's an actor, a director, a filmmaker, and he actually introduced Mama to me. And ever since then, Mama won't me momoto all the time. Whether I'm here in Nigeria or abroad, Mama will always ask after me, pray, and it has always been supporting our brand because we are looking into government bilateral agreement. Immediately we told Mama what we do. Mama accompanied the next set of students we're taking abroad to the airport, and despite our age, she prayed for them. She wished them well. Even those, there was a time we did a Zoom, Mama came on Zoom to talk to the student. Mama came on Zoom to talk to the whole world. Mama identified herself to say a love that people should harness quality and affordable education throughout the whole of Africa. She is somebody that she's graced. Sometimes when I see some persons that are younger than her and I see the way they do and I see her, I'm like, when I posted her on my status, a lot of people said they can't believe that she's 80. So that connotes the grace of God. And from Goodmost Learning Center, Goodmost partners, Goodmost nations and partners throughout the 18 African countries and throughout the whole of Nigeria, we celebrate you. We appreciate you, Ma. And we pray that you will live long for us. You are a blessing to this generation. I love you so much.
Mama Rainbow is number one, our brand ambassador for quality and affordable education in the whole of Africa. She's a mother. She's always, she has this love, special love for people. And she has special love to take people from where they are to where they ought to be.
Ìyá Rainbow, ìyá dada, ìyá Lálùbáríkà, ìyá tó ṣe tọrọ ìyá. I've known her for a long way, and she's the best.
Mama, she's a wonderful person, very humble. In fact, she's very, very religious. She believes in God so much that each time she talks to me, half of the time she will be praying. She prays a lot for me.
The celebrant, who could not hold back her joy, appreciates her guests and expresses her gratitude to God, which, according to her, affords her another opportunity to continue to do what she knows how to do best. Don't wait until we are dead. Celebrate us now that we are alive. What we are enjoying is God's grace. An age is beginning to tell. So encourage us so we can rest when we should.
Back to back.
The highlight of the occasion was the cutting of the cake by the celebrant, flanked by her children.
Ladies and gentlemen, the youngest 80-year-old.
Now moving on to our next event, to commemorate this year's reunion of the CMS Grammar School Old Boys Association, a reunion meeting and dinner was put together. The event, which was held at the beautiful Bond Hotels in Ikeja, had in attendance union members from all over the world. Plus TV Africa was there.
The old saying, boys will one day become men, was re-echoed as the CMS Grammar School Old Grammarian Society held its multiple set reunion. The reunion had several old boys who had attended the school between 1974 to 1980 in attendance, along with their spouses and family members. The then teenagers, who are now fathers and grandfathers, were seen beaming with smiles at the sight of their contemporaries and one-time playmates, even as they hugged and called themselves by their various nicknames while in school almost 50 years ago. The president of the Old Boys Association, Olu Vincent, chaired the occasion. In his address, he congratulated and appreciated every old boy for gracing the occasion and reflected on the glorious past and its rich legacies.
We need more like that in youth years to help us restore and re-examine who we are and what we can do better for those years. So I want to plead with you. We will be calling on you individually. I've got some numbers today. There are things I have not seen for almost 20-30 years that we are seeing today. So we need to find a way to rejig. I know when we were in school, those that used to go to the camp, we know ourselves. Those that used to go to Yakoka, we know ourselves. Those that we point at the gate, we know ourselves. Those that come there to the hall, we know ourselves. But now that we are adults, all things have passed away. All things are new. So let us walk in that spirit, and may God bless you. And I hope and I plead that maybe next year, let's do it annually. Let's do it next year again. Can we do it together next year?
In the same vein, the chairman of the combined reunion set of 1975 to 1976 and 1979 to 1980, Kola Akinwale, emphasized that the labor of the pioneer leaders of the school should not go in vain.
This is not just about social. Yes, we've had a social evening here, but part of what we do is to try and give back to the school as well. We look at projects and try and have an impact. So that's really been what we've tried to do. So normally we'll have this over 3 days, but because of the challenge in the economy at the moment and the finances, we've had to scale it down to just today. The plan is we meet every 2 years. So the next meeting, by the grace of God, will be 2024. We may change the venue. There's been some talk about having this in the UK or the States for a change, because we've always had the very first 3 in Lagos.
Some of the old boys also spoke about the reunion and what it means to them.
We feel so good about the reunion. Once in 2 years, we all gather together, bringing guys that have left the school for 20, 30, 40 years together under the same roof, throw banters and share love and share fellowship.
It's always a good day to reunite with the guys. We've been doing this since 2016. And every year it's getting better, and it's another way to network among ourselves. We plan to do it many more years. Hopefully our guys are in good health, and we continue this good source, because this is a way to give back to the school.
Is there. I will tell you why the joy is there. The guys you see in there, we've been coming a long way from Form 1, like say from age 10. Many of us are in our 60. Maybe few are minus 1 plus 60. These are friends actually. The joy, it comes automatically. Yeah, we don't see often, but we have a great platform where the traffic on that platform daily. If you don't come there, by the time you come there in the next 2 hours, you have 1,000 messages. So, I mean, there's not like youth friends. I would say youth friends. So the joy is just there, the trust is there, the happiness is there, because we think alike. Unlike people you are meeting along your path, we fight. Yeah, we fight. But our fight doesn't last hours.
I feel it's good to celebrate each other. It's good to reunite and let's connect. When we had the very first one, there were quite a few people that never saw each other. Like when they left school, some of us left school in '79, some of us left in 1980, and some of us left in '81. However, when we had the very first one, which was in 2016, some people never saw each other until then. And that was when we realized that time is not, on our side, and we need to sort of get together more often and, just felicitate with each other.
The high point of the event was one of the old boys singing the school anthem memorably and reminiscing some funny memories. The old boys made a toast and thereafter cut their reunion cake amidst so much to eat and drink.
God be with you till we meet. The last verse 4. God be with you till we meet again. Floating on you, smile the way before you. God be with you till we meet again. Till we meet, till we meet, till we meet at Jesus' feet. Till we meet.
And our final event centers on octogenarian Mrs. Grace Olabisi Olugbodi, who celebrated her 80th birthday in the company of her children, grandchildren, family, friends, and well-wishers.
Clocking 80 is no mean feat. It's something worth celebrating. No wonder the family, friends and well-wishers of Grace Olabisi Olugbodi gathered together to celebrate and rejoice with the octogenarian. From far and near, they traveled to grace the occasion. The mood was exquisite, with beautiful, sparkling, glittering floral drenched in purple hues as a live band entertained guests.
This woman did at the last count over 20 odd jobs to train all of us, all 9 of us, to go through the university as graduates. Odd jobs. I mean, it's absolutely impossible for us not to appreciate that, because those, you know, we all were in school at the time that was very difficult, and she demonstrated through our entrepreneurship, through our diligence, through our commitment, through our dedication, that it can be done. So our life is not just an inspiration and motivation for us. In actual fact, the foundation of everything that we also became later in life can be found in her. So today's payback time is basically first to thank God for sparing our life, and secondly to say thanks to her for all she has done for us, and hopefully that she'll continue to do for us.
She's a very enterprising mother. There is no doubt about the fact that she loves her children, and I tell you that she's done a very good job bringing up 8 great men. So these are responsible, enterprising, hardworking men. Mommy is God-fearing. She's a praying mother. As a matter of fact, she's been, I know in the last 15, 20 years, She wakes up every single day to pray for her children, her grandchildren, her daughters by default. You know, she has so many daughters, you know. So what else can I say? I want to thank God for her life at 80. She has come so far, and I think it's simply grace, just like her name says. She's an embodiment of God's grace, and I just pray that the Lord will continue to strengthen her, give her more years to live in good health, sound mind, and I think her life is just beginning. So the grace of God is upon her, no doubt, and she will live to enjoy many more years by the grace of God. I think her life is just beginning. So the grace of God is upon her, no doubt, and she will live to enjoy.
Mama has been wonderful. She has always been for us. Even while we were young, before we entered the university, she was always there. When each time we went to her, she will always call us and advise us that, no, I know fully that but I know you will play for more than 40 years, more than 50 years. And to the glory of God, we have every cause to celebrate Mama today, based on what she has been saying, and based on what she has for us in terms of good fortune, and all of us have every cause to glorify God. And that is the reason why you see all of us coming around and gathering together to celebrate Mama Grace Olugbodi.
That should live longer. In 90 we'll celebrate another 90 years, and all of us should be alive to celebrate her. And it should be a point where people will let my life be like that of mommy from years to come. From years to come. From years to come. From years to come.
There's nothing I consider to thank God and advise so many women to be so, just like her name, just to depend on God. She has enjoyed so much. I'll be doing everything for you. Looking at her picture when she was don't watch God, adore and go back to God, and God. Just hold on to God. I will be your strength forever. Back to God, just hold on to God. I will be your strength forever.
Let's see how it goes. The grandchildren. Happy birthday to you. Mama, you guys are going to go. Thank you, Mama, that was something. Mama, show me a woman, man. Mama, they love you. Let me ask your friend. What did I tell you here? Let me ask your friend. Happy birthday to you.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on today's show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account at Plus TV Africa, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. Today my guest is someone for whom I have a great deal of respect. Indeed, he's my trainer, my teacher. If someone has been your teacher once, you can't say he's my former teacher. So he's my teacher. He's an award-winning broadcaster, an icon in our industry, a very committed Nigerian. Please welcome Sonny Irabo.
I've been here over 50 years. Believe it or not, I've seen Lagos change in different directions. Of trying to show how totally, inconsiderate you can be, how unacceptable your actions can be, and how, you can actually get out of line, inflict injuries or wounds on innocent people, and just make people be afraid of you for the fun of it. Bully. I saw, I'm doing a monologue. My guest is right here looking at me and wondering what's going on with Sonny. Thank you very much. And welcome too. It's like you're doing my job for me.
Yes, I'm doing your job for you now. Now, so you teach us. I recall that in 1982, I was one of the first people in your class. The very first class you had to take.
40 years ago.
40 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I recall then that you would leave us in the class to quickly go take the network news, and of course by the time you came back the class was upside down, and then you tried to restore order. Let me ask you, why broadcasting?
I've said this times without number. There was a Dele Olowu, a great friend, was my senior in school, and that was in 1968. I heard his voice on Midwest Radio. The voice didn't change. It was just the same light, personable voice. And I said to myself, that must be Dele Olowu. That must be Dele Olowu. I said, okay, when I grow up, I'll be like him. But guess what? He came back to school that same day. I said, did I hear your voice on radio? Those days of rediffusion.
Rediffusion, yes.
And he said, did you listen? I said, yeah. I said, really? How did I sound? I said, great, But it never left my mind. I made up my mind, one way or the other, I will have to be a broadcaster. So, to me, he was the influence.
That was your influence. But your trajectory started from the prison service.
Yeah. Well,
now called correctional service.
Is that what they call it now?
Yes, it's called the correctional service.
Hallelujah.
Now. Yes.
Well, would that correct them? But anyway, let's go back to, the idea of being in prisons was accidental.
Okay.
Or correctional center.
No, it was prison service.
Yes, at the time. And so I was living with my sister.
Yeah.
She was the officer in the Nigerian prisons. So she said, look, while you're waiting to go back to school, this was in 1971, come and work with us. I said, okay. So I joined, and I started enjoying myself. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
Yes.
Oh boy, time don't work out. So anyway, along the line, a friend came, Jones Hussein.
Jones Hussein, yes.
Then another friend, Iria Inakimio.
Good.
And another friend, Patrick Oke.
Yes.
And they were all from Radio Nigeria. There was a place called the Sharp Corner.
Yes.
And
that's in Ikoyi, Obalinde.
Yeah, no, on the Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, okay.
Yeah. And they would just come there, they would eat, some of them would drink. I never knew how to drink anyway, so I was like, oh, I wish I could just be like these guys. Then one day, Patrick and Jones said, you have the kind of voice that I think should make a good broadcaster. I said, really? Okay. So come, let's go. So we went to Radio Nigeria.
You had an audition?
No. Patrick Oke with Buma Kaliwo gave me a script to read. And I read, today I would say the email you are getting now. We read letters that took 2 weeks to arrive at the studio.
Exactly.
Maybe another 2 weeks to respond
to. Processed, yes.
And so it was called NBC Mailbag. Patrick was the narrator, I was the voice.
Ooh.
And sometimes Buma, who was the producer, if there was no other voice, she would join when there were too many letters. So the feedback mechanism we had was through that process.
That process,
where people reacted to what programs they heard, no matter how long it took.
Yes.
But they reacted. And there was always a feedback.
A feedback, yes.
Yeah. So that gave me a leeway, and that was in 74. But in 76, I was sent to apply for a job.
Okay, now.
At Radio Nigeria.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, I was still with Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, yes. And so that's how your radio broadcast life started.
And I went for training in 1977.
That thing about training, in those days, people didn't go on the air as full-fledged broadcasters without training.
Yeah.
But these days, what do we have?
Well, talk about speed and time, you know, because in those days, people looked at perfection, and you have to be ready for the job psychologically and physiologically.
Yes.
And then also, you have to be prepared to be trained, and you have to show that you were trained for the job and ready to operate as a professional.
Sure.
So, as luck will have it, I was trained. After 3 months, I became a junior presentation assistant. Can you imagine? Junior presentation assistant.
Yes.
And then they said you could not go on air. Me, I was ready to go, but they said you could not go on air.
You'll be looking at the microphone like
I'll just be looking at, and then they now paired me with the likes of Jones Hussein.
Yes, your
what
friend.
Now the Citizens Jones of
Max
Radio.
Radio, yes.
And I brought him down because of what he did to me.
Yes.
The first baptism of fire I had was when Jones started to read news at midnight. And then 1 minute into it, he said, "Sonny, finish the news." He had cut off the mic. "Sonny, finish the news. I'm not feeling good. You just have to finish the news." Me? How? I'm not allowed to finish the news. I can't. You're wasting more time.
And this is midnight.
Midnight. So grab. Where did you stop? There. So my voice was so tiny.
Yes, then.
I wasn't sure whether I was hearing myself. I was really scared. And I said, okay.
That was fear.
And I read it.
Yeah.
I read, the sound of my voice was like, probably if Butterfly has a voice.
Yeah, that would have been like
it. Yes. You know, and I finished it, and he said, "Sign off." That was good. Sign it off, sign it off. And I signed it off. I never forgave him.
You didn't?
Till today, I'm not going to forget Jones Susan, and I'm not going to forgive him.
But
because I felt like going to the toilet.
Whoa.
I could not go to the toilet. I had to finish the news. And it wasn't funny for me.
Yes.
I don't know if you... Okay, imagine yourself driving a car and there's traffic.
Yeah.
On, say, the marina. And marina is an open space.
Yes.
And you feel like, you know,
Yeah.
going to the light one in the
Yes.
to the toilet.
Yeah.
And then what do you get?
You can't.
You cannot leave the car
Yeah.
because it's moving, it's scrolling.
Yes.
You cannot go anywhere else to do whatever.
You have to do what they say, what they call whole body.
I was holding body. It was tough.
But then you rose to become one of the main voices on the Radio Nigeria Network News.
Glory to God for that.
For many years.
It was a baptism of fire.
But what was that experience like? The experience of being that voice that people looked forward to hearing.
I didn't know I was.
On the news.
I didn't know I was until they told me. Like you're saying it now.
Yes.
Well, there were times I felt, excuse me, that, okay, am I really the kind of person that would be that voice? I never saw myself as one. Because they were, can you beat Patrick Okey's voice?
No, you couldn't.
So,
yeah.
Or even your voice.
Well.
You know, so I think it was just a stroke of luck for me.
Well, what about the commitment that was required?
All right. Now that you say that,
Yes.
yes.
What
I
about
was
the
very
commitment?
committed.
Yes.
I was, and I was also particularly, I saw myself as somebody who had an assignment, and no matter what, I had to do it right. Because I was always told, put your best foot forward. Make the best of what you get, and try and live by it.
Yeah.
And then the rest is history.
The rest is history. Well, historically, you will recall that governments used to change in the Radio Nigeria studio. I, Major General, or I, Colonel so and so.
Joseph Navem Garba.
Exactly. Right.
Sani
Did any of those
Abacha.
coups catch you in the studio?
7.
7 caught you there.
Not in the studio.
Yeah.
But enough for them to come and pick me
They'll
at
pick
home.
you. Oh yeah, yeah.
I think
Naturally.
it was Rosalind Ogunro that was really
caught.
trapped.
Yes.
You know, and she spent 27 hours.
Yeah.
And that was the Dimka coup that killed Muritala Mohammed.
The
assassinated.
The Abacha coup, right, caught me on the radio in Radio Lagos. Oh yes. Yes. 24 hours, you didn't go anywhere.
Yes.
Right.
And in my own case, they came for me. They said, come and relieve whoever was on duty. And I'll be there for, in fact, there was once I was there from 2 p.m. till the following morning,
yes,
10 or 11 a.m.
No, but let's discuss the psychology of that. What was that like?
It was traumatic.
Yeah.
I had never felt any joy in seeing any man in uniform, a soldier. I say this not because I don't like them, not because they do not represent the importance of protecting the integrity of, was it the territorial integrity of the country,
nation, yes.
sovereign, but because over time I just saw them abusing the privilege of holding the gun, owning power, and then you just take it as, seize it as you liked. That was what I saw, and I wasn't too happy. But then I interacted with them.
Yes.
I did. I had no choice.
Yeah, especially you, a popular newscaster. Go call that man. Where's Sonny? As though they knew you.
You know, okay, the one that brought in President Ibrahim Babangida.
Yes.
Myself and Tombra Abarowe. And I think, who was it again? Tulufa Toimbo or thereabout. They asked us to go to NTA to record his voice,
yes,
and come back to Radio Nigeria to play it back.
Yes.
Okay. So, Tombra was the studio manager. I was the announcer on duty. And Tulu, I think, was he was senior to us.
Yes.
I'm not sure the role he played, but anyway, we went. We got there. And the thing is, Babangida, he has a beautiful voice. You know, he made that announcement. The first announcement was very fast. And I called Tombra and said, boy, I won't take this for a broadcaster. It's too fast. In fairness to Babangida, he asked, is this okay? I said, no, sir. Then everybody looked at me.
Who are you? But you were being professional.
But in fairness, the man offered to take it again. He never even met me. He didn't even see who said that. Just said, look, if they don't like it, let me try. You know, he took it a second time, and it was better.
Yes.
Made some impact there.
Exactly. But then, it was with all of that apparatus of power there, all those guns and stern-looking faces and all that.
I don't know what gave me the strength of character, the boldness to say, no, sir. But I did. And he listened.
And he retook it.
He retook it.
It was a better broadcast.
It was better. And that also gladdened my heart.
Good. That you could speak up where you had to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Many people on the radio today, they use words that were taboo for us to use.
NTBB.
Yes. You are a trainer. What can be done?
You said you are a trainer. What can be done? As if I'm the cause of the problem.
Oh, no.
Let them send them to training school,
Yeah.
first and foremost.
Yes.
If they send them to school, they will have a chance to see things the way they are done. They will be scrutinized. And they will be given a chance to say, did I do it right or wrong?
not? Yeah.
But now, get out of school, if at all you went to school, then you take him to the studio, say your voice sounds good. What about his mental capacity?
Yeah.
What is about his psychological state of mind that can tell him, listen, you're talking to people who are more knowledgeable than yourself.
Yeah, yeah, true.
So,
True.
involve them. Talk to the beggar on the street and the professor in the classroom, and in between, the leaders everywhere, because you're talking to someone, one person. But that person has a brain.
Yes.
And he can process things.
And he might even be smarter than you. So
In
why
fact,
talk
he's
to him
most
as though he
likely
were
to be
not?
smarter than you.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, you've had a checkered career in broadcasting. In fact, let me say in media practice. Part of that was a 13-month stint as commissioner in your home state, Edo. What was that experience like?
Well, it was an interesting experience. It's just that I didn't see myself capable of playing politics and being a professional at the same time. I couldn't. And good thing, the governor then, Lucky Benedion, he's a man, I should say, he listens, you know, and I think he just found that, because he came on Sonny Rabo Live, by the way, and from there he made up his mind I was going to be in his cabinet.
Yeah.
You know, and I felt honored by it. But after 13 months, it became a bit tough. The day I left was the day Mrs. Stella Basunjo actually came to launch Radio Nigeria Benin, you know. And before that, I had done a bit of short trip because I was not, things were not just going the way I had expected.
But was there any particular thing you wanted to say it was like, or compare it to?
In the 13 months?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of good things should have happened, but they didn't. You know, and I saw a governor who was being twisted to do a lot of things for the politicians rather than for the people.
Okay.
And there's no way anybody can rule like that.
But isn't politics meant to be for to the people's benefit?
Okay, you said it.
Yes.
But do you feel it? Let the people tell you that they are actually getting or gaining the so-called benefits of democracy in the people. I don't see that happening, and I don't think people are really enjoying that. Otherwise, we will not be where we are today. We are going down rather than going up.
That's
and
true.
this going down started a long time ago.
Yeah, but can you divorce the person from their politics?
Why shouldn't he divorce himself from the politics? Who elected you there? Isn't it the people?
Yes.
Okay. So if the people put you there, what should you do? What should your priority be? Meet the people's needs.
Yeah, and expectations.
Not meet the politicians' needs. That's what's happening today.
Yeah.
And that's very sad, really.
It is sad. It is sad. And even these days, you hear people say the young or younger generation is not ready to take power.
That's a very untrue statement. And that's from a very selfish point of view.
Why do you say that?
Because adults are overstaying their role and time in power. Look, Trudeau of Canada, how old is he?
Yeah, well, he was a baby when Gowan visited.
Thank you. 1971 or
yes,
thereabout.
72 or 73.
Yeah.
Because I think he's about 48 now or so.
So you can imagine how many years he's put in now.
Yes.
Okay. So how old was he when Bill Clinton, how old was he? 43 when he came to power.
Yes.
Emmanuel Macron was 39 when he came to power.
Exactly.
The Prime Minister of Austria, or was it, Austria,
Yeah.
was 31.
Yes.
So what's happening to African leaders? Become geriatric before you can be anything? No. You see, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm not perfect. But I believe, honestly, that the people deserve a true leader, a committed leader, one who can say, I have something to offer you.
Yes.
because of the needs that I see before us. Give me a chance and I'll give it to you.
All right.
Now, if that happens and you actually perform, then you're being creditable.
Okay.
And creditworthy.
We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Irabor. We'll take a short break now. We'll be back shortly. You're welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Irabor. We're talking about the role of the youth and the older generation in politics. And you've expressed this salient fact that the older generation is overstaying its role or its position in power.
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Because look, at this stage, there should be elder statesmen advising the young ones. But if you are not giving the young ones a chance to rule, to give them the benefit of the doubt, let them experience life at that level.
Yes.
You might see that they have a lot to offer.
But APC brought out its presidential form, a nomination form, at 100 million naira. How many young people would be able to afford that? And then they said they reduced it to 50 million, even 20 million. How many of them have it?
That is part of the four power we are talking about.
Yeah.
Because you are now making people to go towards facing the wrong direction. I have no money to offer, but I have leadership, which I'm endowed with. And the 100 million is now standing between me and truism.
Even 50 million?
Even 50 million. It's not proper.
How many people have 50 million? In fact, how many people have 1 million?
How many states have that money today?
Yes.
States.
States.
Yeah. Do you know how many of them are begging?
Yes.
Is the country not begging and borrowing now?
That's true. That's very true.
So I think, you see, maybe we should not misplace our priorities. I think that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, but you know it's about practice. It's about saying something and doing the same thing, or saying something and doing another thing.
Yeah.
Why must politics be one where people say one thing
and then they do another?
Yeah, why?
There used to be one Olu Obaseki.
Yes.
Many years ago, he said, "Do as I say, not as I do."
Not as I do.
And
yes.
the children, no.
Yes.
You do it, we must follow you.
Exactly.
You know, excuse me. Now, that question is salient. But do we have conscience? If we have conscience, we should be able to understand that the reason there is politics is because of the people.
Yes.
You see, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Democracy.
That's what it's supposed to be.
So why should it be otherwise? Why should the National Assembly earn far more than their counterparts elsewhere in the world?
Yes.
It came as an aside, but it's the truth.
It is the truth.
Why, for example, should we now see a situation where there's no money to do certain things? We say, okay, don't worry, we'll go and borrow money to do it. When the money is brought, you divide the money into different bits and take it for other things instead of what it was meant for.
Yes.
Why should anybody that borrowed me money come and tell me how I should spend the money?
Yeah.
It's because they don't believe I will spend it the way I said I was going to. Should Nigeria be like that? No.
But then, what's the role of integrity in power?
What's the meaning of integrity?
Yeah.
Integrity is not supposed to be, let me even put it bluntly, somebody who is able to respect the rule of law and respect his own level of commitment to truth.
Yes.
And believe that he's not above the law. Then integrity can come in effortlessly.
Yeah.
That is not happening. Because if that were happening, then what we are going through now, we shouldn't be going through it. I'm not casting aspersion, because this started a long time ago and it's continuing as it is, and we don't know when it's going to end.
But you know, the younger generation, they say things like daddy, uncle, your generation has failed us.
Yes, they are right.
And those uncles will now say, but is your generation ready?
Why would I take advantage of the loophole that I see there? Did they give them a chance? NSAS came. What happened? There's a report on NSAS.
Yeah.
And he told the truth the best he could. International media came. They saw everything.
Yeah.
Now, when it came to a climax where people were killed, now we started looking for truth. Why should that happen? The children or the youths had a chance, and they proved to us that they could do things well.
They could organize.
Organize. And you are telling me they are not ready?
Yeah.
Bros, I beg, get as it be.
Not be say it be as it gets.
At all.
It get as it be. Now, truthfully, the younger generation has a great deal working for them.
Yeah.
Technology, information dissemination.
That we wrestle with them over. We always wrestle it with them.
Yeah. Yes, because again, older people don't want to relinquish power.
But do we even know how to use the computer that is in front of us?
Yeah,
we don't want to relinquish power.
I think
we don't know what information is in that computer that is in front of us that we don't know how to use.
That we don't know how to use. So, but really, shouldn't there be a deliberate attempt to nurture, mentor people who will take over in different strata of life?
Start by respecting the rule of law. Let the constitutions, the 79, the 99, let them play their roles. Let us see how far we can manage it. Let's stop amending constitutions when we don't even know the meaning of the constitutions. Our lawyers should honestly help us. They should not take advantage of the situation. They should help us interpret the laws. And then the law enforcement should do the best they can to make sure that things are done properly, creditably, and effectively.
But this thing you're saying, it sounds so utopian.
Well,
why am I saying so? Sometimes in traffic, you find vehicles driving against traffic, and they're blaring sirens, and they're not ambulances or fire brigade vehicles.
Do we respect ambulances?
Well, some of us
Have you ever seen an ambulance being respected on your highway, Lagos Highway?
I think it's beginning to pick up. I've seen that.
You're a retiree now,
Yes, I am. Yes.
Beginning to pick up.
It's beginning to pick up.
When did it start?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right? And then there's a fresh breath of air. You see an RRS vehicle filled with policemen stop for the traffic light.
Then that's leadership.
I saw that.
Example.
I was happy.
That's good.
I chased them. I said, thank you for stopping for the traffic light.
Because when they stopped, everybody
stopped.
That's the point I'm making. Respect the rule of law.
Yeah. You see, we'll take a break now. We'll come back soon. Thank you. Welcome back to our talk with Sonny Irabor. Now, you have had the unique opportunity of being a public and private sector broadcaster. What's that experience? Can you compare both?
Well, it's interesting to talk about. It's rather intriguing because for the public, which is the government-owned,
yes,
they see us as civil servants, but we see ourselves as private servants or private sector people. And the reason for that is because we still try to maintain some form of professionalism, which is required. So I entered broadcasting at a time when the competition was not that strong. But in 1992, which was halfway through, Babangida opened up the floodgates. So private radio stations, private TV stations, they all came up. But don't forget, there was always private print.
Yes, that's always been there.
Yes. In fact, that's why they've been seen as bolder than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at it from that point of view, you also see that the private sector radio, which I really got fully involved in with the advent of the establishment of Inspiration
FM, yes.
You know, and of course there was Sonny Rabol Live with AIT.
Yes.
I saw myself listening to both sides of the coin. I saw a bit of public service, and I saw a lot of private sector service, if there's any phrase like that. But what happened was that, hey, private sector, sometimes the private sector, they will do their best to make sure that salaries are paid as and when due. That was, with Inspiration, that has always been the case. And I enjoyed that. I think AIT, I wasn't part of it. I was just an artist that took Sonny Rabol Live there. So my program earned its money.
Yes.
You know, it was sponsored by others, and then I paid my dues, and so that partnership was there. But I think the best option would be to look at it from the Inspiration point of view, where I'm still serving on the board.
On the board, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of challenge, but met with reality, met with meeting the expectations as required.
Okay.
But not without sweat.
Yes.
Not without sweat at all.
Okay.
The public sector, however, is you're waiting for government to do everything for you. That's not very helpful.
Okay.
You know. So it compromised quality, professionalism.
Yeah.
But at a stage, it also started trying some people
to pick up.
Yes.
No, but yeah, let me take you back. Was this Sonny Rabol Live that made you leave Radio Nigeria?
It wasn't. I just saw my hands getting fuller and fuller and fuller. At Radio Nigeria, I was already dabbling in too many things. I mean, I was an actor, second chance.
Yes.
You know, and then I've been training. Training was part of public service for me. And I was reading news. I was doing so many things side by side.
Yeah.
Everything was just moving so fast. And I said, boy, Sonny, slow down. Do things your way so you can still maximize certain qualities and profits. It was tough.
And then you had to leave.
I just told my DG then that I needed to leave. I gave 6 months notice, and he gave me 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I said, bros, thank you, sir. And I left. So I moved from, public service to private sector because I already had Rui Communications Limited.
Oh, okay, and then that was already running.
Yes.
That was being run by your wife.
By my wife.
Okay.
And of course, thank God, because when she now woke up, the magazine came to birth,
Yeah. No, now, talking about waking up, you turned 70 recently. And that was in March.
Yes, March 23.
March 23, you turned 70. First, you don't look 70.
Thank you.
Second, you've never looked your age. No, you have never looked your age.
Okay.
At least I've known you for not less than 40 years.
Thank you.
I feel talk.
Okay.
So, what's been the secret?
Be a happy person. There are moments where you cannot afford to be not happy.
Yeah.
But just try your best. Everybody said I was a happy-go-lucky person. And but I think I worried less. There's a friend of mine, a very rich man, but he didn't go to the kind of school we all went to, and not many of us went to school anyway. But there was something he always said, and that made me never forget him. If you worry, you die. You don't worry, you die. So why worry?
Exactly.
So I kept that mantra with me, and I did my best not to worry. But there were moments of worry, and there was nothing you could do. You just had to worry. But let go. Let God.
Yes. On the occasion of your 70th birthday, our dear colleague and friend of yours, a junior of yours in school, Ogie Eboigbe, yeah, he wrote something about you. That the first day he met you, that you were playing table tennis at the college, and he had just been admitted. And he was looking, he said, okay, you stay behind me and be picking the balls.
Oh God, that's unfair. Okay. When I see him, I will go.
He didn't lie now. He was describing his experience.
I remember the experience.
Right.
Oh my God.
They don't do that in school these days. Or they'll call it bullying, or.
Oh, boy.
But they still bully, though.
Oh, wait, I didn't bully. But people bullied me now. Yeah, well, that was an experience because, again, there was also a hierarchy of experience. Let me first reach you.
Yes.
Let me first reach school before you.
Yes.
And go behind me, pick the ball.
Pick the ball. You were even in Form 3. He was just in Form 1.
Oh.
So he had 3 years experience already. He was about to start. That's what he wrote.
Yeah.
And it was a very beautiful thing. He happened to even end up being your best man when you were getting married. Yes.
See how the world goes around.
Yes.
Because Ogie is very principled.
Yeah, he is.
He's, I say, and he's very spiritual. You know.
Yes.
So he's that kind of person. Look, you won't believe what Ogie has done. Ogie was State House correspondent.
Yes.
Then he finished and went to work for Canadian Embassy. He was their PR officer. Then he went to work for UBA as PR officer. Now, if you look at his
trajectory,
you say to yourself, maybe Ogie be this. But he maintained a cool mien about it.
Yes.
If you worry,
you die.
You don't worry,
you die.
So
why worry? Yeah, we won't worry, but we'll talk about something.
Yeah.
A few years ago, about 2 years ago, you had a fall.
Yeah. 2020. Oh my God, clues. That year, pandemic year.
Yes.
I think the world stood still. In my case, my world almost stood still. On August 25, 26, maybe, I'm not so sure. I ran through the kitchen, which was being cleaned up, washed, you know, the mop it.
Yeah.
So it was wet. Just to give the driver the car key. I was feeling spriteful. I just, I slipped. And then I started doing Tom and Jerry, just trying not to fall.
Oh, no.
I navigated my way through the back door and zoom. I hit the sharp edge of the steps. My chest at the back. And it was bang. I saw, well, I don't know if you can look at elephants as stars. That's what I must have seen. So I recovered and just got up and sat there. Poor drivers, they were just looking at, sorry sir. They made poor girl almost crying because she felt she caused it. And I got up and I just went back in as if nothing happened. A few days later, I was not feeling my best. And Betty, my wife, said, why is your shoulder slumped? It's like your one side was, you know. And I said, I don't feel it, but somehow I just feel one kind. I said, I know, call the doctor, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I felt good. I thought I felt good. Then I said, I'll call the doctor later. And I didn't. Anyway, what then happened was that all of a sudden, I started feeling uneasiness and kind of heat wave around my system.
Wow.
So I now called the doctor. Doctor said, what's wrong with you? I said, I don't know how I'm feeling. But I had a fall. And when? I said, some days ago. Did you hit your head? I said, well, no, I didn't. Are you sure? I said, no, I didn't. Okay, come to my house. So we drove to his house. My son drove. My daughter I was at the back. No, I was in front. The two women were at the back, my wife and my daughter. So we got there. And his wife was having, this Dr. Shea Roberts.
Okay.
His wife was having her 60th birthday.
Yeah.
And so they didn't have any major, because pandemic, there was really no noise making of any kind. Anyway, so they came out and looked at me, examined me and said, if you feel like this by morning, go and check go and do MRI. But he shook my hands, and I shook his hands with this hand. He said, grip me, and I gripped him.
That's
he
your
pulled
right
me.
side.
Yes. He pulled me and I pulled him back. Oh, yeah, okay, okay. So far, so good. But please, if you feel any discomfort or any change, call me and make sure. But in the morning, go and see go to McCure and do your MRI. So everything seemed okay. I slept well. I went to do the MRI in the morning. By then, I was beginning to limp, and Betty said, take me. Because Betty, who had done surgery some years back,
yes,
some her clutches that she used. So yeah, take. So I started using that, and then got to do the MRI. Sitting down waiting for the MRI must have taken about 5 hours, and my system was degenerating.
Oh no!
So I felt something was really not the best for me. I said, no, it must be that fall, it must be that fall, it must be that fall. Anyway, I finally went into the MRI. One noisy machine like this, oh God. And 20 minutes later, I came out. He said they would send the results to the doctor. But by the time I came out, this hand
had gone limp.
And oh wow, Betty was upset. My children were very upset. They didn't know what was happening. Because everybody sees me as like, I've never, by the way, I've never ever been admitted in any hospital.
Wow.
So by the time she saw the MRI results, quick, St. Nicholas, I should go to the. So I spent 9 days there. And I already had what you might call it, almost a full-blown stroke. On this hand. Yeah. But luckily, that was the only thing that showed there was any stroke in. But, you know, she had called it evolving stroke. That discouraged me and said, no, don't worry. Make sure you drink a lot of water. Make sure you do this, do that. You know. And then it put me on medication. And so the hand started coming back to life.
Okay.
Over now it's 2 years. It will be 2 years.
It will be 2 years in August.
Well, August the 4th.
Okay, but the stroke was
second September.
Wow.
You know. So that was it.
What has it been like for you? You're somebody who is on the go.
Hey.
On the move.
It was. It's been tough because even my family, they don't want me to do anything
at all.
They don't. But then when I insist, they say, no, it's okay, but you have to obey the doctor's orders. I say, you're right, it's true. So we've done a lot of physiotherapy. The hand is a lot better now. I can now
lift up a little bit.
You know?
Yeah.
But sometimes if I keep it for too long, I just start feeling.
So you just have to keep it mobile. You need to keep moving it.
Yes, that kind of thing. So, well, here I am. Getting back to track, back on track, as they say.
Well, you know, like we joked the other day that old age is catching up with you. So it sent you a message through that phone.
Oh boy, the guy did joke because I never would. I'm just 70, going on 70.
You're a septuagenarian.
Okay,
Septuagenarian.
Septuagenarian.
Yes.
No, don't be conscious now.
I'm conscious.
I'm not teaching you.
You taught me before now. I have to be conscious.
I wanted to learn from you.
You're a septuagenarian now, so whatever you say.
You are saying I'm 70.
I know, I'm reminding you that you're 70.
No, but I think it was, somebody said the other day that was
March
70.
23rd that you turned 70.
And I thought 17.
70.
Pronunciation.
No, not 17. 17. T-E. But you look good for 70.
Thank you.
You look very, very good for 70.
Body not feel good.
Body never feel good yet. It will soon return to normal.
Yeah.
Now, as someone who is 70 now, and you have worked for about 53 years. That's it.
Yeah.
When are you going to retire fully?
Is there any retirement?
That's the question I asked you.
Because really, even when I was ill and I didn't feel like doing anything, believe it or not, there was a kind of degenerating feeling that I thought I had.
Of just being immobile.
Yes.
Of not doing anything.
I didn't like that.
That's what scares most people.
But I didn't like
about retirement.
Well, why is there the word retirement?
Maybe because you need to slow down as you get older.
Yes, slow down. But just say slow down.
Yeah, well, slow down.
Say retire.
Slow down. Those are two words. Retirement is one word.
But what do we say? Go slow when we are
if we say that in Nigeria, go slow.
Look, my father, and in 1973, my father retired.
Yes.
And we said, Dad, don't go anywhere. Just, you know what he did? He escaped.
Ooh.
We thought he was missing. For 3 months, we were looking for this man.
Wow.
He went to a place called Eho on the way to Auchi in Edo State.
Yes.
He was Midwest there.
Yeah.
And the guy created a farm, a 5-hectare or acre land.
Yes.
Farmland. Got 8 able-bodied boys, 8 of them.
Yeah.
My father looked so fresh. We only saw him 3 months after we declared him missing.
Yes.
But one thing he did that got us a bit comfortable was that he said, don't worry, I'm okay, nothing wrong with me, but if you want to know where I am, don't bother. Because he said we were hounding him to stop.
To just stop working.
He said, no.
So we're not going to hound you, so you won't escape. So you won't escape.
Yes.
But one thing we're going to say is that don't be in a hurry.
No, to
get many things done.
Okay. Right, that's the point.
Yes, don't be in a hurry.
My body is slowing me down, so I can't even hurry anymore.
But at least take it easy. Now, taking it easy will make me ask you the question, what's your favorite meal?
Oh, they stopped me on that a long time ago. It was sushi and banga soup. They don't stop. So
sushi, what's sushi?
Sushi is that starch that they do in Urhobo land.
Okay.
That is very yellowish because of the palm oil.
Yes.
Yeah, by the time you don't beat and well.
Okay.
Then you don't do banga soup with fish.
Yes.
Yeah. Not frozen fish, though.
You know, fresh fish now.
Fresh fish.
Fresh fish, yes.
Not fried.
Not fried,
but
just
the one that they dry
broiled.
up, you know.
Oh, did you dry it up?
Yes, and then they cook it, and the one that they turn together is a roundish fish. Like tilapia is the best, but these days now only this thing they see.
Catfish.
Catfish. So anyway, I left that, and now I take.
So you found a new love.
Plantain mash with black soup.
I was going to ask you about black soup. You know, I have a lot of friends who are Edo and all that.
Bitter leaf soup.
I love
black
soup.
Give me knuckles.
Yes, you know that black soup.
Yes,
when you take it,
it keeps my body together.
I love the what's that leaf now? No, I don't take pounded yam.
Me too.
Yeah.
But I still at it is a little bit out because
no.
The mix of good food.
I love the efirin, ewuro, the ewuro bean. You know, when you mix it together and it's a beautiful.
But there was one I took in Ibadan, gbegiri soup.
Gbegiri is out there.
Gbegiri and lafun and all this.
Gbegiri and amala. You understand me? And then when they add gbegiri to the amala, and then with the soup, the other soup, that's ogufe soup. Ewedu. So that's why they call it
Nigeria
abula.
Is so rich.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But if you talk about Nigeria, 2023 is around the corner. What's going on? How do you feel? You're an old man now. You're an elder citizen now.
Well, of the above. I'm seeing untruth. I'm seeing falsehood. I'm seeing a desire not to allow the young ones play their roles. People who should not run, there's no need for them to run. Come on, they've had the best of times. They should slow down, give others a chance to roll. Honestly, I think what we are doing right now is like Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. It should not be so.
Some people said that Nigeria is at a precipice right now.
We've been there too many times, and I hope this time we'll be able to get away from it.
We were in 1993.
Yeah, we were in 1993.
And that was very
scary. We were in 1979.
Yes.
See?
And
we were in the 1964 wet year.
The truth is, 64, I wouldn't have been aware. I was just 2 years old then. Right. So I was one of those they were carrying around. Not so many. For anything not to happen, don't crawl out there. No, but seriously, why is it that every election year we heat up the politics so much?
Some people enjoy that. They want the world to see. You see that fear-mongering, fear factor.
Yeah.
It doesn't help anybody.
Mm.
It takes us back, actually. So if we can tell the truth to ourselves and respect the rule of law, I keep saying that.
Yeah, but you keep saying rule of law.
Yeah. What is the rule of law?
Who is going to lead in the respect of rule of law? There is something missing in the Nigerian political space. It's leadership, good quality leadership.
Because the right people have not been given a chance, to rule or lead by example. And so somebody makes a mistake, he's at fault, he's taken to court, he's guilty. Let the judiciary handle their case themselves.
Yeah, but talking about going to court, people don't get punished. People steal money, huge sums of money, and then they do a plea bargain, slap them on the wrist 6 months.
And then, why is the money so available? Shouldn't the money be in the banks?
Yeah.
Should it be in houses or bullion vans?
The truth.
Should any individual own bullion vans? Should anybody even say why? Look, I don't see why our money should be doled out the way it is being doled out.
But the point is that there is a law, there is the EFCC Act that says you cannot withdraw more than so much in
Nobody's
cash.
obeying it. Why?
No, nobody is enforcing it.
The
banks, the enforcement should start from the banks.
The banks,
really.
that's right.
Because the moment you are withdrawing more than so much in cash, it should be reported.
Absolutely.
You can't do it in other countries
and if it's
now.
reported, who should follow it up?
Yeah, but they should do the reporting first.
True. Absolutely.
They
I agree with
should
you.
do it.
Completely.
Up to today, many arms of government, local, state, and even federal, they withdraw huge sums of money in cash.
And that should
To
never
do
be.
what? That shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be at all. And there's no reason why anybody should bring us so low.
Yes.
Because I think it's because of that attitude of, I can get away with it. That's why all these things are.
There's even more than I can get away. We are getting away with it. That's it. Nobody is being punished. So there is a dearth of leadership.
And then we have leaders.
Supposedly.
They call themselves leaders.
Supposedly. But you see, it transcends those in public life. Even in private lives.
Who put the people there? It's not us.
Yeah, we do.
So,
well, how many good people are coming out? You have never come out to run for election.
Was I given a chance?
No, did you try?
I tried and ran.
So then you didn't try?
I tried and ran away.
No, you didn't try.
Okay.
You didn't stay. You have to have a fighting spirit.
No, but I was appointed. I wasn't elected.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So it's not really a case of live and let live.
Yes.
It looks like it's a case of live and let die.
Oh, not die.
That's what's happening.
No, it's a case of standing by what you believe in.
For us, yes.
Yes.
But for those who are there now, who don't want to give anybody a chance, what are they doing? They're living to let die.
Yeah, but then
me myself first.
But the whole thing will crumble. That's where we're at the precipice. That's what led us to this.
It's scary.
Yes.
Because from what we've discussed so far, I'm almost giving up saying, no matter what has been said, there's nothing I can hold on to as being the solution to the problem. I've heard Peter Obi give such a beautiful analysis of our economy. I listened to Soludo at the platform.
Yes.
You know? But I was asking myself, on the Rewani, Bismarck, who is listening to these guys?
Yeah.
Who is willing to take the advice they have given?
Yeah.
So everything's adding up.
Yeah.
And it's coming to the fact that me, supposing I try, who would join me? I think that's the fear.
Hey, well, you see,
should it be so?
This is what it should be. Me, I would try.
Okay.
I will be known for trying.
Okay.
And we've had examples in the past. Okay. We had Aminu Kano. We had Tai Sholari.
Yes.
You understand me? We
Yes.
had other people, and I'm not mentioning the big names. I'm mentioning the moderately respected names. Who stood for what they believed in.
Principles.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we're
Absolutely.
missing.
That is seriously missing.
Yes.
And there's no, I don't see any, no light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, if we say there's no light at the end of the tunnel, then what are we handing over to the younger generation?
That question you've asked so many times.
Yes.
And honestly, I can only tell the world, give the youth a chance. That's all I can say.
And on that note, I'd like to thank this is how he calls me, my brother, my colleague, and then I add my Egmo and my trainer. This is the first time on the air I will say Mr. Sonny Irabo. Usually we'll just say Sonny Irabo. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very
And thank
much.
you for sharing your passion with us. And thank you for still training people.
Thank you.
Thank you. You don't old though.
If you worry, you die.
Yes.
You don't worry, you die. So why?
Why worry? Okay. On that note, we want to thank you so much for being with us on Timeless Conversations for this episode. We look forward to joining you soon. Thank you. Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guests today, are two young men who are lighting the path, charting the way for the next generation of Nigerians who, in a short while, will be fully in charge of running our society. To my left is Joshua Alabi. You're welcome, Joshua. And then to my right, even though both of them are sitting in front of me, is Aniefio Ian. You're welcome too. Now, these gentlemen are involved in an organization called Kenensaw Concepts, right?
Yes.
Now, they will tell us what Kenensaw is all about. So Joshua, you're the founder.
Yes, I am.
What's Kenensaw?
Kenensaw means what are you saying, or what is he saying?
Okay.
And for us, it's about what we want to say as young people. Many years ago, we thought that Nigeria is a country that is very rich, not just rich in culture and tradition, and with all the languages that we have, we're rich in talent, young people, creativity. So above all the news around Nigeria about how young people are into all sorts, as young people within the same generation, how do we change this narrative? What do we want to say? How do we say it? So that's how we found Kenensaw.
Kenensaw, what's the platform that you're using to propagate these ideas?
So our platform is basically the creative industry, film and theater, and that we have done from what I would say successfully, and we are still pushing more. We want the world to hear our voices. We have something that we know that the world needs to hear. We are telling our own story, original story. So we want the world to hear us. We want the world to see us from a different perspective. I'll just quickly chip this in. We did a project called Imagination TV, and it was all about how do we see each other? So when you call Nigeria, how are we seen outside? Some people think Africa is a country. Some people don't even know Nigeria exists. So we are always out there telling these stories.
Okay. So now, Joshua, why did you guys choose that platform, the platform of theater, of film, of acting and all that? Why?
So I would like to say theatre. I mean, firstly, Kenensaw is more of a theatre organization. We do quite a lot with documentaries and all of that. Still, when you watch all our works, it's still from theatre. And why did we choose theatre? Because theatre is where the live action is. You know, there is no cut. It has a power of its own. It provokes you, the audience, into doing something. Someone is in front of you, you know, acting in a very intense way. You need that feedback. That person needs to feed on you while you're feeding on the person at the same time. The synergy that it creates. So that's why we chose the platform of theatre and film and documentaries.
All right. So both of you have backgrounds in theatre arts.
Yes.
So you're classmates or something?
Okay. So, I mean, yes, we're classmates, and I like to tell the story how we started Kenensaw.
Kenensaw now.
In 2010, thereabout, I was in Unilag, Creative Arts Department. I came to study theatre. And I had tried this years before then. I was in UI Theatre Department. I left there, went to LASU Theatre Department. It didn't work out until I got to Unilag. And we were about 150 in my class.
That's a large class.
Large class. Few months or about a year later, I realized that every other person, all 149 people, had
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations today. My guest is a gentleman who is an epitome of altruism. All the while that I've known him, he has always done stuff just for the common good of everybody around him. In fact, to the extent that I see him as Dr. Selfless. I say Dr. Selfless because he's a medical doctor by training. Please welcome with me Dr. Dokun Adedeji. He prefers to be called Dokun Adedeji.
That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We also call him Papa. Now, let's talk about you as the person. As much as possible, I will make you talk about things you don't want to talk about. You don't like being the focus. But how would you not be the focus when you are the firstborn of your family?
Yeah, truly I'm firstborn, but sometimes the firstborn also can be silent in the sense that others outshine him or something. But I've lived my life like this. My kid brothers and sisters looking up to me again, and also my parents having so much trust and confidence in my leadership ability over my kids. And I think that has helped me in other things that I've done, I've been able to do.
Okay. Your family is from Igbaroke.
Yes.
In Ondo State.
Yes.
Were you born there?
I wasn't.
But you also have a very strong connection to Igbaroke.
Oh, yeah.
Igbaroke.
You know, the thing, when my father retired and we were living in Lagos, after a while he got tired of living in Lagos, he moved to Igbaroke and then my mother joined and they were living there until they died. So we had no choice than to keep visiting them until my mom died some months ago.
Yes.
So, and they have their house there, which is still there. And we're also close to some of the things they do there. And the current Oba, we're also close to him. So, in a sense, because of my parents, we had to be going regularly, and that was how I got a bit close to family.
Tigbar, okay. Now, but let's talk about your family life, your early childhood. What did your dad and your mom do that was useful, helpful in turning you guys out the way you have turned out?
You know, I like that because I'm beginning to see the effect of how we were brought up and what they did on our own current lives and the way we are trying to live our family lives. My father was a banker until he retired during the Murtala Muhammad, some funny things, as we learned. And then my mom actually did not work because my father said her responsibility was us. And she also took it like that until when she decided to work, then she was doing just some trading, got involved in a lot of things. So she had time to be with us. My father too managed to find time to go. And banking then, it's not like today. It's like cutthroat and then all kinds of stuff. My father still had time. So whenever he came back, I remember in those days, we would sit down as a family, we were talking generally about things. And those things that we used to talk about had been some sort of the things that have guided the way we all have grown up. About values, about systems, about how people should connect with other people and how they connected with us and how we saw them connecting with just ordinary people.
Okay. So what was the decision to send you to school back in, that was Ado-Ekiti?
I remember.
were you that stubborn?
No, I wasn't. You see, we were living in Lagos. I did all my primary school and all those in Lagos. And my parents felt that they wanted me to have a kind of rural background with education being the primary focus and also the Christian nature of it. So I did a variety of exams, I passed them. When I now decided I was going to go to some particular, they said, sorry, you are going to Christ School at Ado-Ekiti. And I think it was the best choice for me as well.
Okay.
And leaving Lagos, the glamour of Lagos and all the rascality, to then go to Christ School, that was backwater kind of a thing. And then, although again, I got there meeting some friends of mine who also came from Lagos with the same parental leaning that we want you to go somewhere and learn about other people, other things aside from Lagos.
Okay.
So it was fun.
What did that do to you? Apart from the fun aspect of it.
No,
being away for the first time?
Being away for the first time was tough. I remember the first time that we were on holiday, I was to come home. I think my dad couldn't send someone to pick me or something, so I had to come by public transport or something. So for me, it was jarring, never done that before. And also what it helped me to do was to meet a lot of people from different backgrounds. And in those days, it doesn't matter whether we were Christian or not. I mean, I met all kinds of people. And also, it allowed me to settle into education and also gave me the opportunity of going to some extracurricular things that had built my life today. It was a very good experience for me.
So, what led you to decide to read medicine?
To read medicine? To be honest with you, and I try to be as modest as possible. I was good in all the subjects. I was very good. I was one of the best in my class, in my school at the time. So for me, and again, you know, those days, if you were not a doctor
you were a lawyer or something,
or a lawyer or an accountant, and truly, if I didn't read medicine, I would have read law.
Okay.
And so I decided to read. And again...
So it wasn't like your dad insisted you were to read? Because, you know, it was like in those days, they would say, this is what you read.
You see, I think my family had been lucky with the kind of parents we had. None of us was mandated or corralled to read a particular, it was by choice. And I think some of the things that guided me, I remember when we were living in Ibadan, and I was to make a choice. I remember my dad's friend, two of them very well. One was Professor Femi Williams. He was pathologist in UCH. And then I was Professor Shofora, who was also in UCH. And they were my dad's very close friends. They used to come. And I saw Professor Williams. I remember him very well. He would wear black trousers, white short sleeve with a black bow tie. And I liked that. He was very well, and very intelligent man. And from school, I passed all this, so I just said I was going to read medicine.
So you wanted to become another Femi Williams?
In a sense, in terms of the way it was sartorially presented and very intelligent and very professional.
You also dress very well too, sure you know.
Oh, I thank you.
Yes.
No, people say that, but
Yes.
it's just by nature, I like to be simple, but I'm very meticulous about the things that I do, even dressing, even writing, whatever I do. So people find a bit of trouble with that. I was too particular about things, but it's just my nature.
So it's been how many years since you left Ife? I mean, yes, since you went into
medicine.
Medicine, yes.
I left medical school, I think must have been about 38 years now.
Yeah, that's almost 40 years.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And I practiced medicine for quite a while until I got tired, and whilst I was in Cadbury. So, and incidentally, you know, things sometimes work in ways that you don't understand, but that you desire. After being in medical practice as a medical director in Cadbury, then I was getting tired of medicine. I said to myself, I would rather do something else. So in the process, Cadbury then had an issue. And then the MD, then a white man, thank God for white men, I mean for this reason, he called me and said, we talked about something in the company because of the issue, all the directors had gone, and they want me to move to human resources, to head human resources. I said to him, hey, I'm a doctor. So he said, no, we know. But we know that you can do it. We will give you all the practical background that you need, experience, and then we put you. So he said, okay, they'll come in, let me have an interview with the other directors who are white too. I keep mentioning the white thing because I'm not sure if the MD was black or Nigerian, whether they'll give me that opportunity.
That's a deep one.
Honestly.
We will interrogate it.
Oh, please, let's do. You know why I'm saying so?
Yes.
This was a man, they brought him because he had retired, they brought him from the UK.
Okay.
Wallace Garland. I remember his name very well. Cadbury had problems, some white people had come on the board. Alistair was there, Mike was there, and I think, and also Wallace. So he walked to my office, actually in the clinic. He had been looking for me, I wasn't there. So then he came, he shut the door and said, Doko, I want us to have a chat. I said, what is it? He said, we've been thinking about something I've discussed with them in headquarters in Birmingham. We want you to become the head of HR. I said, look, I'm a medical doctor by profession. He said, we know, but we have seen things in you that can make you that make us believe that you can handle it. So, but he said, what they will do then is try and give me practical background and all this and all the training required. I said, okay. And he said, I will think about it, that he will call me. So he got back to him, he called me and said, will I be available for an interview on Friday? I said, okay, fine. Then he called back and said, no, tomorrow. So I met the other directors, two of them, Mike, the other white man, then the South African, white South African, Alistair Gore. So we had the interview, and then 2 days later he called me and said, look, they've agreed that I should be moved to human resources, that if I don't like it, I should let them know I'll come back to medicine.
We'll come back to it. Let me just say that, don't you think that attitude was more from where they're coming from than because of their skin color? Oh,
absolutely. If I alluded to white, it was
Yes.
because they were white then. I think it's them.
Yeah.
It's just their way, the attitude of giving anybody a chance who can do something. Not necessarily because of the skin color.
Okay, fine.
It is not unlikely that there could be some Nigerians with such disposition, but at that time there was none, in my periphery.
Okay.
So I think it was more. It wasn't because of the, some also came, they were terrible, white guys, but not necessarily because of their skin color.
So what was that experience like, switching from the clinic being medical director to becoming HR director?
Honestly, it was enlightening. It gave me a wider berth in understanding. But you see, what had also helped me was the fact that as a doctor, I was dealing with human beings in a clinical sense of mobility.
Yeah.
But when I moved to it, I was now dealing with human beings in a social environment with their working relationship and all that they practice. So it was just a shift, but it's still about people.
Okay.
But I think it deepened my interest in people and gave me a better understanding of what trips people, how they live their lives, and what affects them. It was very good for me, and after a while again, I got tired. I said I wanted to leave.
We'll take a break. We'll be back to continue. It's still Timeless Conversations. Our guest is Dr. Dokun Adedeji. We'll be back. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji as our guest today. So you were saying you got tired and you thought, let me go.
You see, it's an interesting thing about what had happened to me. When I was in the clinic, I had the liberty to to practice medicine the way I always loved to practice. I had everything. The company gave me the latitude to have the things that are required to practice. And so it was a different experience for me from working in the private sector. And so when after a while, I just thought, I come here, I treat people, I do this, I can't wake up the dead. So I said to myself, I'd like to have a different experience. You know, and the thing that helped me, as the clinic was under the HR department, so I was attending top managers meeting and all those. So I was making contributions to our discussions, and I said that, look, this is something that I didn't think I was going to go to HR until that opportunity came. So when it came, you know, whilst I was even in the clinic, I was involved in some NGOs where I put so much time and interest even whilst working. And so I began to say to myself, and I came with the experience of what Bill Gates said. Bill Gates said when he called his colleagues and said, look, when he becomes 50, he was going to retire. And he began to do other things that gave him satisfaction and opportunities to do other things. So I said to myself, I've worked in the clinic, I've been HR, I've done my bit. I would like to spend the rest of my life doing things for other people and doing things that I enjoy, not necessarily for money, but for satisfaction. And so after a while, I told the company that I would like to leave. So they said, well, I said, I just was tired. There was no way I would become the MD of the company. I mean, going by what I can see, because I'm limited in that scope. And I'd rather, now when I can still do stuff, go and do things. And they said, okay, fine. So I left. And since I left, I've been involved in the NGOs that I mentioned, that are now I superintend over it, and it gives me absolute satisfaction. And the peace it brings to me, I can't quantify it. So I thought I made the right decision.
So it's like you turned the page.
Oh, yes.
In your life's story.
Oh, yes.
And decided I'm going to be more into NGO, social service, as it were. Now, the NGO is the Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry. That's CADAM.
CADAM.
What informed its formation?
You know, sometimes, I remember when I won an award, and the chairman of the company, because I won the chairman's award in Cadbury, which was an international award, Cadbury Staff Worldwide. So the chairman asked me, he said, Dokun, what gave you this desire to do this and that? I said, honestly, I don't know. I just think it's my nature. It's not the same thing. What happened was, I never smoked before, never drank before. One day in church, the pastor just said, look, we're starting a new ministry called Drug Addict Rehabilitation Ministry to cater to the people that have been on drugs, maybe in the hospital at home. They didn't have any intention of turning to anything else, so I joined. So once I was there, it then began, not because of my medical background, but it was just my nature. So when we were there, I began to suggest to people that, look, going to the joints and meeting this addict, just talking to them was not it. They even said to us that, look, we want you to take us out of this and then put us in a place where we can get rehabilitated. That was what began the journey. So I then got very involved in it. We then built our centers, began to admit people, and we went to see people turn around. There are quite a number of them. There are still a lot of them that are drug-free, living productive lives. So that was my interest.
In what year was this?
The ministry actually
Yes.
was founded by Pastor Deyemi. I think he founded the ministry in 1991.
Okay.
And then I joined the ministry in 1992.
So that's like 1991 today. That's 30 years
Yes,
ago.
and then
so you've
29.
been with it.
I've been in the ministry for about 29 years.
29 years.
And since I retired in 2010,
yes,
this is what I've been doing full time. Even I wasn't paid. But that was not until now Mommy Joe now set up a board. The board said, no, you couldn't have been doing this all these many years and then we don't. So they said they'll give me some allowance. But the allowance is not even the important thing. But the fact that it was touching people's lives, people's homes, people's families and parents.
Let's talk about not just the testimonials yet, but the drug abuse situation in Nigeria. I know it's a global thing, but let's situate it within our own area.
Lekon, one of the greatest tragedy for me, or pain for me, is the issue and our attitude to substance abuse in Nigeria. Why do I say that? Since I got involved, we've been shouting at what I'm seeing that will envelope. When initially, some years ago, they said Nigeria was a user nation, a transit nation. People carry through Nigeria. I remember telling one of the top echelons of NDLA, was actually the chairman, and we're joking that then we were even a user nation. Because they didn't believe until 2013, when NDLA finally agreed that we're a user nation. Then I cautioned again, a year after that, we're not just a user, we're manufacturing. Everybody said, no, it can't be. Where am I going to? In 2017, a survey was done by the UNODC. The report came out in 2018. The global average prevalence use of substance abuse globally was 5.6%. In Nigeria at that time was 14.4%, translating to over 14 million Nigerians between ages 15 and 64 that had used drugs the previous year. And let me say this, that survey probably did not take into cognizance people who do it in the office, people who do it socially, these were people they thought that were doing drugs on a regular basis. This year, the country representative of UNODC said that figure is close to 20 million. And you know, the thing that people also need to know is this. Out of every 4 substance use abuse disorders, 1 is a female. In Nigeria, the preponderance of use in Nigeria in the population is age 25 to 39, which is the economic productive years of any nation.
Yeah.
In Nigeria today, over almost 12 million people use cannabis.
Marijuana?
Marijuana. And I can tell you, Lekon, there is no area of this country that does not have a drug joint.
Freeze. Marijuana. They say that the marijuana grown in certain parts of Nigeria, right, is the best in the world. When you say is the best in the world, is there any economic opportunities derivable from that? Because I recall that even Governor Akeredolu is calling for the legalization of marijuana production.
You know why I'm laughing? Incidentally, Governor Akeredolu and I were classmates at Ayetoro.
Yes.
We're very good friends. He knows this is what I do. I disagree with him completely. You see, anybody who talks about legalization of marijuana are blinded to some facts. We know, as a matter of fact, that the marijuana grown in Nigeria, the component, THC component, that is the terrible one that affects the mental and disturbs people, is very high. You see, the marijuana grown abroad for the legal uses are modified. So they're modified to the extent that the THC component is not as heavy as it is here. To say that the best in Nigeria is a fallacy. Nigeria is the 5th highest producer of marijuana in the world. Now, the thing about this is, we are not in a state yet, and I don't know when we can get there, when we can sort of decide that this is what we use marijuana for. So legalizing it will be a tragedy. It will take us down slope. And I'm glad that General Marwa has spoken against it, as many of us are against it. We need to be very careful. Yes, economic benefits are there, because we know that within marijuana, there are over 100 and something substances or compounds in it. And some of them are used in the manufacturing, they're used in building, they're used in hair industry,
hair production,
beauties and all those things. They're also used in medicine. But one thing that people forget, even the medical marijuana is not an answer to many of the conditions we use them for. In infantile epilepsy, for instance, which sometimes it is used, it is not everyone that has infantile epilepsy that benefits from marijuana. And we have also known that regular drugs that are used for those conditions are far more efficacious than even marijuana. Trying to legalize it and under the guise of the legal use is just to make it into something that becomes acceptable if we're not careful. Marijuana will join the class of socially acceptable substances like alcohol and cigarette, and it's becoming like that in Nigeria surreptitiously.
Yes.
Because a lot of people use marijuana. And you know, one thing that I'd like to say is this: there are varieties of marijuana, various kinds that people are now using in Nigeria. They call it loud, they call it Arizona, they call it Colorado. They are not marijuana at all.
What about the one they call skunk?
Skunk is different.
Okay.
Skunk is, let me take that and then I'll go back.
Yeah.
Skunk is a combination of marijuana, dry leaves of pawpaw, and then cocaine. That is why when people begin to use skunk, they begin to have a tendency towards addiction because of the cocaine element.
Okay.
And then they all, you see, and it's more expensive. They give a reason to say, oh, because it's higher in potentiality, and that's why people use it, and it's more expensive than ordinary marijuana. Maybe ordinary marijuana, 5 rounds may cost about 100 naira or thereabout. But skunk, a pinch of skunk may cost you 2,000 or thereabout. But if I go back to Colorado and Arizona, we know that in those substances, which is not marijuana in itself, the marijuana component of them is about 10 to 11%. The rest is made of chemicals and herbs. And that is why when you see people use it, they can go berserk. They will begin to. It is the element, it is not the marijuana element because it's very low. It is the chemical component. They are synthetic marijuanas. And that is what is common to them. And why people use them is because the smell does not have the peculiar smell of marijuana. So if you use it at home, parents may not know. But what brings it out is the effects and consequences. And those are things, we need to do something about the substance.
You know, you said that marijuana, unfortunately, was becoming, or sadly was becoming, surreptitiously a socially acceptable drug. I recall that growing up, joints where they sold or smoked marijuana were not very much welcome within residential areas, right? But these days, sadly, people smoke marijuana on the street, openly, even people in uniform.
You know, that, you see, the thing is, dealing with the issue of substance abuse in Nigeria needs strategic thinking and implementation. And to be honest with you, I'm glad that General Marwa has come to become the chairman of NDLEA. He was chairman of PASIDA, and in the process, he met with a lot of stakeholders. So he had a very good understanding of what the issues are. And I think it's beginning to unfold. My fear is, I hope they give there's a political will to help him and also the resources. In the sense that one of the things we must begin to do in Nigeria is look at the NDLEA proper. The law setting it up has to be reviewed, in my own understanding. It's too omnibus. What they expect to do, this. If we don't begin to particularize their area of attention, yes, it's good. They can be doing the interdiction, catching people and all the rest. but we need to place emphasis on demand reduction. If we don't do that, because one of the things that the Europeans have understood is this: they give us a lot of gadgets to catch people at the airport. You can't carry the drug. So what happens to the drug that doesn't go out? They get domesticated. And if they get domesticated, it allows accessibility and availability on different scales. So people can get it, they can use it. So the thing we must begin to look at now is how do we look at this thing? As you said, I doubt if you walk down this whether you won't find where you can buy it. And it's not limited to motor. You see, the wrong impression we've always had, we thought people who do drugs are motor park boys, rascals, is not true. Big people, I mean, some experiences we are seeing lately have shown us that big people do. If you want to see some of these things in some areas of secluded areas of Lagos, highbrow areas, is to watch during break time. When you see, what do they call, yuppies, leave their offices in suit and everything, you see them drive to a house. They're not going there to have, just sit down. There's something that's going to happen there. Many of the parties today that are highbrow are drug fed. So we need to be aware, and you probably also have noticed or seen from when they has done, many of the cookies, many of these things are bought online. People are making drugs and putting them in food materials and selling them to young people. And so that's why we need to worry. And when you talked about tackling it and about the availability, look, whether highbrow or anywhere in Lagos, there's no place, there's no joint.
You know, that's something that's very scary. You said there's possibly nowhere in Nigeria, no part of Nigeria where there is no joint, drug joint. What I have found is that even the drug of use, the preferred drug of use, differs from region to region.
Absolutely.
So that's like a hydra-headed problem.
Good. You know, you've just touched on something that I'd like to elaborate. You know, in CADAM, we sat down and looked at the spectrum of the things available, and then we came to a classification. 4 groups. The first one is socially acceptable, alcohol and cigarette. Go and check today. There is no alcohol you will not find in sachet. And why do they put it in sachet? The man who cannot buy the bottle can buy the sachet. The sachet is about 20 naira. So when you go to the joint, you see them buy like 2 of them, using them, release the amount, put it out, and then begin to use the drug of that day. And then so it allows students to buy it. And then let's go to the next way, which is illicit. Illicit classification, which everybody knows. Heroin, cocaine, marijuana, skunk, and all of them. And all of them. Illegal, illicit because they're illegal. You can't carry them on your person and then take them, you'll be caught. And then the third one is prescription drugs. Something like tramadol, something like Refnol, something like Valium, something like injection pentazocine. These are drugs that are prescribed in hospitals for moderate to severe cases of pain. One of the things we're beginning to find that is scary, and I'm talking very responsibly because they are being called to come and intervene. There's a particular drug called injection pentazocine, which is you can get on the counter. They call it Fortwin. It's a painkiller, which is usually used for sicklers, which has been corruptly used carelessly for sicklers. If you give pentazocine to someone, in 5 minutes the pain will disappear. You will see and say, hey, there's no pain. So it's become common because you can get it everywhere. Doctors, nurses are also beginning to abuse it. And also things like pethidine, drugs you can get in the hospital. I mean, Refnol is a drug of prescription that people get. Most of these, all these drugs that I mentioned, you can get them across the counter in Nigeria, prescription. So that's the third category. The scary one is the fourth category. We call them miscellaneous. Why do we say miscellaneous? Because you can't classify them as drugs. Petrol, nail polish remover, gum, a Vostik, something like toilet fumes, pit latrine, or if a non-flowing gutter, the stuff are taken and built it into a mold and put fire to it, and then they inhale it. You see, this is not localized to Nigeria. I saw it in Kenya when I visited Kenya some years ago. Some young, you know, when you see people go to dung hill to begin scavenge, you watch some of them. They will sit down, put fire to it, and stand around it. The fumes that come out produce something like methane, which is also something that they inhale. So that is why we should worry, just as you said. If I can't afford cocaine, I will afford something in that category that gives me the same effect in lesser category. And then lizard dung. People will gather the white part of the lizard dung, grind it, and then put fire to it or sniff it.
Oh no.
And also, in around Pakistan, Eastern Asia, they use scorpion. They will kill scorpion, dry it, and then use it to see. In Nigeria here, there's something called gegemu. You may not know it. People in the villages know it. There is a natural growing plant that they plant behind the house to drive snake. It has fruits. How students knew that it could get them high, I don't know. It was one of the universities that I went to in Nigeria, in Southwest, that told me. They will pluck the leaves, they will boil it as if they boil vegetable. You can't take the fluid neat, extremely potent. So they'll put it in bottles. When they go to parties, they'll be giving you a bit. The fruit, they will pluck it, dry it, grind it, either sniff it or put it in alcohol. So when you talk about, there are different areas. We know that in some places, they put some of this in AC.
What?
So when people, AC vent. So that's why you see them, they have their closed parties. They can do this, so they get high.
But what does that getting high do to them or do for them?
It's I will call it an escape mechanism without they knowing it. Because what they mean is, when I do this, truly, there's a high that comes with sniffing or taking this thing. And the high is ephemeral. What do I mean by that? You take it, it makes you feel, oh, I'm on top of the world. Your problems, your pain seem to disappear. But it's like a Mexican story. A man carried a lot of load on his head. And he said, let me rest. He put it and he sleeps. And when he wakes up, what does he do? He picks up his load. It's the same thing with addiction. It gives a kind of freedom. I've taken it, I feel high. But the problem you are running away from, they don't disappear because you've taken something.
No.
When you wake up, you pick up your problem.
Right away.
So unless people begin, you see, there's a lot of work to do if we're getting people to understand why they should not get high at all.
I'll come back to that. Lot of work to do. Let's just take a short break now, and then we'll continue. We're going on a break now. Welcome back from that break. It's still Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji, my guest. Yes, we're talking about drug abuse, the prevalence of drug abuse, and you were alluding to how it is so widespread, the 4 categories. What's the way out?
You know, honestly, I'm not as pessimistic as some people think about this issue of substance that we can't get out. We can get out.
Yeah.
But it takes complementary efforts. And for us to understand that it is not NDLA stuff or NAFDAC stuff alone, you know.
Okay.
It's about all of us. And I'll tell you how and why. To start drugs, many times we find out it starts from the home. I'm not saying that every home that has a problem, their children will take drugs. No. But it gives them there's something. There's something.
There's
that
a gravitation.
That then pushes them to take it. The thing is, primarily, that I say today is parents must be parents again. You and I grew up in a society that it takes a village to train a child.
Yeah.
Your neighbor can, first of all, push you by the ears and bring you to your parents.
No, flog you mean.
And flog you.
Yes.
And then still bring you to your parents and parents
And
will
they'll flog
flog
you again.
you.
Yes.
It doesn't happen today.
Yeah.
Parents go to schools to beat up teachers. What are you telling the child? He can get away with blue murder. Many parents don't know their children.
Yeah.
Because they are in economic pursuit of happiness, in quotes. Everybody wants to work. Everyone to be like the Joneses. You see, there's something that I tell people. You know, in psychology, there are 3 psychological components of the human person. The id, the ego. Many of us, no matter the level we get to, still suffer from deficit in ego. And the ego is, who am I? Many of us don't know who we are. We have not sat down to say, who am I? What is my purpose on earth? I didn't just get born because I want to be a part of a number. There has to be something for me particular or specific that I need to do to excel in that makes me feel confident about who I am. That is why you see people want to be like somebody else.
Yes.
You know, Wole Soyinka says something, saying, a tiger does not need to proclaim his tigritude.
At all.
A tiger is a tiger.
Yeah.
And you know, people forget that no matter your disposition, you are also prone to success. There are very good barbers, very good tailors, very good different things, but the society has shifted focus. And generally we all have lost focus, even the church. What does the church talk about today? Money.
Prosperity.
Prosperity. How can you prosper when you have not labored? And then the kind of teaching that the Bible says is not the application of what the pastors say today.
Oh no, you actually you hear church members say that, oh, that brother is driving a Mercedes Benz.
I claim
it. Claim what?
Claim what?
Did you claim the problems that came with it?
With it? And do you know how he got his Benz?
Yes.
You know, until we train our children, as I said to you, my father used to sit with us and talk. My father never talked about money. Money is good, but he talked about values. And you see, I think Yoruba say when you are on the road, you are pursuing money or something, and you meet honor on the road.
Yes, no. So you better take the honor.
You better take the honor because money will come with the honor.
Yeah.
But you see, we are pursuing money at the detriment of honor and value. What is wrong with our society today? Look at it. We blame the young people for this. It's not true. What do they see? What examples? Who are the role models for our young people today? Absent. The people they see are the hooligans that the media will promote, put them on pages and flash them up. Do they talk about people like Dr. Kolade?
Yeah.
Do they talk about the lady who found money at the airport and returned it? Or there was a boy I read lately in Uniben who did something and the dean had to recognize it. The guy couldn't pay his school fees. He found money. He returned it that would have paid the school fees. Do we talk about them? Does social media carry those kind of stories?
Yeah.
No. We carry the story of somebody who just, all these Yahoo boys.
Yes. Somebody who came into huge money
all
of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
And then nobody, even parents. Don't. So when you look at the issue of drug, it's all those things. So if we're going to deal with it, we have to deal with it in a manner that parents understand what their roles are, and then the society also knows. You know, the problem with society is we're too quick to judge. We never give second chances to people. People that you read about, biographies and everything, if the world didn't give them second chances, look at Obama.
Yes.
If you read the story, you will know this is a classical story of somebody who would have missed it. Look at who he became.
Yeah.
We don't talk today about those things. I just read a book lately called Beautiful Things on drugs, written by Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
If any parent read that book, they should have a different paradigm shift as to how to deal with their children. In all the issues and all the years of addiction, Joe Biden and his wife Jill never derided this boy, never denounced him and threw him out of the house. They just said, we will stand with you. And he wrote it in the book. Those were some of the elements that kept him. So the society must begin to understand these vices grew out of our own situation. We all together must work together to help these people.
I know that there's a huge prevalence of drug use amongst the very young generation, especially university students. What's the relationship between CADAM and the universities? Both private and...
Most private. Usually, our relationship is stronger with private universities, and particularly the Christian universities.
Okay.
One started with us and saw the result, and the others learned from them. And we also now wrote in order to help the students, because many universities, out of ignorance, were expelling students. The final year. And we say to them, that is counterproductive, which is one of the things that General Marwa is now talking about. The first attempt in helping should not be punitive. We should not punish users because they are victims. So that is double jeopardy. So we wrote to the universities and said, look, we will be willing to help you. Come and visit us and see what we do. Let them come. When you catch them, we will help them with rehabilitation. We will certify them. They'll go back to school. Then if you watch them, many of them have graduated. So
from university?
Oh, from university.
That's
Yes, I
good.
know quite many are doctors and nurses and even pilots today.
Fantastic.
That graduated from us. So that gave them, and Nicola, why don't we try? This is not to say that every one of them they sent to us do that. 2, 3 still fail, and then they expel them because they have tried enough. But they have seen a measure of success.
So you're saying the first step is not...
It's not rustication. It's not punishment. Even if you are going to punish, let it be a lesser level. Let's say we suspend you for a semester. Go to so place or wherever you choose. Go and get rehabilitated. Bring a certification that you have stopped. We will take you back to school. We will, because what schools today check at random.
Yeah.
So if they are not called, if you do well, and they'll be watching. Because what we say to them is when they come and finish with us, let a lecturer who has understanding be watching over them, report to the lecturer maybe once in 2 weeks. How are you doing? Look at it, but don't begin to check them out. Maybe this guy. No, that's not the way.
But then there's the other side of checking. When they check randomly and they find some of the chemicals in their bloodstream, like THC, for instance, which I found out can last about 30 days within the system. I mean, what does that mean? And there are other sources of getting THC?
You know, the interesting thing is, if these guys are smart.
Yes.
Catching out the university authorities. Some university authorities test, but they don't catch anyone, depending on what these boys use. So,
you don't say boys only.
No, girls. Girls.
Yeah.
No, you'll be surprised that this is not limited to the men folk. Women do as much drugs as men. So I use boys because in a general sense.
Yes.
So the thing is, if you find it, true, you find it. But it doesn't mean that the person is on a regular use.
Okay.
Because if you use cannabis, if you don't use it within the next 2 weeks, you can still test positive. And but some of the things we are telling universities, do these things with caution. Because there are some natural tablets prescribed in hospital that can make you have a false positive result.
Okay.
With this test. For instance, let me give you. If you take Aleve, Aleve is an analgesic.
Yes.
If you take it, if they test you, they'll find THC. There'll be a false positive for THC. And so just like other drugs, there are a few, we call them non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs.
Okay.
Some of them can give you a false positive for THC. So you can't then find THC and say, oh, surely this guy, you must interrogate the fact. First of all, test and find results. Don't say this is what we found. Do you do this? Do you do this? So that you do not put the university in a difficult position. Because if the university now suspends, and then somehow the student can prove that it doesn't use drugs, if they then do
subsequent tests,
then it becomes a problem for the university. Then nobody will trust your judgment.
So there's a need for caution.
There's a need for caution. And you see, one of the things we also told the university, who catches someone to take for test? You need to be careful. There must be, the security can catch, but they must hand over to someone with more authority and understanding who can then say, we'll do this. If you don't do that and it becomes the security who can just take, then they will make mistakes. And what we also told universities, all this noise about drugs, they don't grow in the universities. They got brought in. Some of the staff of the university are culpable. In the kitchen, in the laundry, the marijuana,
dispatch person.
Yes, all those things are people who can bring this to this. There's one particular student I saw last week who said to me that within his school, I won't mention the university, it's a Christian university. He said in their school they use Colorado. So I asked him why. He said in the test kit of the university, Colorado does not show. It's not detected. So they use it on a grand scale. To get it within the campus from people who sell it as students starts from 2,000, 2,500 to 3,000. So he now has a friend who is in a public institution who brings it, who gets it from outside for about 500 naira. So he brings it to him. But that guy was coming one day to supply it. Both of them got caught. He was tested, it was negative, although he uses. The other person who brought was positive because he uses other things. So he was suspended or expelled. So we said to him, we will rehabilitate him and do a letter to your university that this is this, and then give you a second chance. But public institutions don't really care. You come, I mean, you can imagine that population in some of these public institutions, how would they be bothering themselves? But they have to bother because they are producing people for the outside market. The same way the workplace needs to begin to bother today in terms of the people they employ. Because if you are not careful, you will employ them into your system and they begin to grow within your system. And the drug they take does not have to be some, it can be an innocuous thing. If you see somebody in the office, for instance, who is taking a particular beverage, put it on his table, the same bottle or container for like 3 hours is not, it must be strange to you. Or somebody has a flask. You know, there's this singer who sang one time, water bottle.
Yes.
Those things are not just street water bottle. Nobody goes to a party carry water bottle.
Yes.
So you must know that there's something in it. I'm talking about this because we must begin to be observant of the current practices in our environment to help us take decisions.
But this whole situation looks so bleak. Is there a way out?
Oh, of course there is.
You are optimistic?
I'm optimistic. Look, let me tell you my basis for optimism, particularly now.
Yes.
And I must confess, having met General Marwa and worked with him a bit, I have a feeling, I'm strongly optimistic that if he is allowed to take the time and strategy as he wants to do, with the available resources, and then with his motivating his work staff, we will get results. It will be, but it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. What do I mean by that? It won't happen by magic. It will happen because we join up to work with him, and it's every facet. You said something the other time in questioning me. Even within the law enforcement agencies, there are greater users of drugs than the average society. I've been to joints where I saw them in uniform, take off their cap and they're shacking up. And that's why we have those accidents at the checkpoints and all those things. The custom must be involved in the of interdiction. You know when people import, was it end of last year, somebody imported some containers of tramadol. If they were not caught at the port, they would have gone. When they said the number of tablets counted, if they were distributed across every Nigerian, each of us will have 2 to 3 tablets. You can then know the magnitude. But I can show you, if that thing had walked past them, within 2 weeks they'll be importing another set.
Another one, yeah.
So each component of society, you know, I mentioned parents, I mentioned schools, I mentioned the workplace, then the church.
And the mosque too.
And the mosque, the religious body. You know why I'm particular about religious bodies? They see a lot more people than any component of our society. So if the pastors know about drugs, They talk about, not in a judgmental sense, oh, if you take drugs, you go to hell. You are making the boys continue to take. Something has to take me to somewhere.
Yes.
Don't use that. We must use love and empathy and drive it home. And when they come to talk to us, it must be confidentially maintained. They might even say, don't tell my parents. Then don't call their parents, because their parents give you shoes when they travel. You call them money. Then you destroy. And the others will never tell you stuff. It cuts across. The confidentiality must cut across every facet of the society. The church, the workplace, the schools, and everything.
Now, to ask you a final question, how is CADAM funded?
I thank you for asking me. It is one of the most difficult aspects of our operation. And I must say this, if not for Mommy Gio, we would be struggling like anything. She visited us and saw our center in the rudimentary stage when we were. She said, and this is a rehab center. No wonder when I tell people to come, they don't want to come. They say Bujero, and that is like
a ship pen.
Yes, so like, I said, Mommy, but what will we do? We've talked to everyone that we can talk to, no help. She then left, then called me. That was how she began to release money to us until we built a good center.
Yeah.
She then spoke to...
I should come there. I haven't been there in a while.
Oh, you should come.
Yeah.
And one of the things I even want to do, interest big Nigerians. Let them come and visit. Then they can take a decision how they can help us. Not necessarily if they want to give money. They can build certain centers. They can give us equipment. They can give us vehicles. The things that we need. They don't have to give us money, so they don't say some people want to chop their money. But it's a place for people to visit. Even when people want to have ceremonies like a poker birthday, they can say, every fund from it I give to this center, or come and help us. But finance is a major issue. The church gives us money, which today is like what we use to pay salaries to buy food, because the program is free.
Yes.
The program in Ekpe is free. We don't charge a dime for it, and they spend a year. We house them, we clothe them, we treat them, we do all those, so we feed them. So we need help. If we get help, we'll be on top of it, we will do much more.
So, call for help.
Call for help.
Talk to the people.
I wish today, if anybody watches this, you go to our website, www.cadamonline.org. No, sorry, www.cadam.org.ng. That's our website. And then our phone number is 0817-103, I think 9895. Our phone number. Our office is in Ikeja, Agidingbi, 5 Yusuf Close, off Sadiku Street, off Amaro, behind Zenith Bank. Come and visit with us. If you come, you talk to us, we'll take you to visit. You will see these people in flesh. You see the faces of addiction. And then you can see there is hope. That's why I'm happy. And I'm pleased to say to you that it's not all bleak. It looks bleak today, but there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you.
Papa. Thank you so much. My guest today on Timeless Conversations has been Dr. Dokun Adedeji, an altruistic person, totally selfless. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll follow up on what CADAM is doing. We'll come there.
We'll be glad.
We'll come there. We'll come there. Maybe we can do a special one.
I think you should.
Site.
I think you should, and maybe also get somebody like General Mara to talk to. And
we'll reach out to him. We'll reach out to him. Thank you very much for watching. See you some other time. Bye.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Good afternoon. I am Destiny Momor, and this is the News Brief. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, former President of Nigeria Olusegun Obasanjo, and Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun went with the family of the deceased George Bola Ajibola, who is a former Attorney General and former Minister of Justice. Professor Yemi Osinbajo, given his condolence speech, described the late Bola Ajibola as a humanist who contributed immensely to education development of the country, among other achievements, while the state deputy governor affirmed that he will be greatly missed. The dignitaries stormed the Islamic Mission for Africa, IMA, where the Janazah prayer session was performed and led by the chief imam of Egbaland, Bangbola Shadala, in Abeokuta, Ogun State capital.
Here was a man who truly believed that that the worth of a person is what he's able to give back to society. And he demonstrated it throughout his life. So I think it's a life that ought to be celebrated, and it's a life that's an example to us all. So for me, he was an excellent role model, and I'm sad that he's gone. As Segun, the first son, said, I'm actually his firstborn son. No contest. And I'm really, it's a great honor to have known him and to have been mentored by him.
Has discussed the good deeds of our father. Our prayer is that Almighty Allah accepts all his good deeds, especially in the field of education, as Hetul Jahariya for him. May Almighty Allah overlook his shortcomings, and may Almighty Allah accept his good deeds and grant him Al-Jannah Firdaus. We express our condolences to his widow, his children, and all his family for this irreparable loss. Our prayer is that Almighty Allah will grant them the fortitude to bear the loss of Papa.
And also, President Muhammadu Buhari condoles with the family of former Attorney General and Minister of Justice Prince Bola Ajibola SAN, who is passed on at 89. While commiserating with the legal community in Nigeria and worldwide, President Buhari noted that the outstanding lawyer and eminent jurist used his God-given knowledge, intellect, and talent to advocate for justice, fairness, and equity in all his undertakings within and outside Nigeria. Meanwhile, Professor Ishe Shage, chairperson of the Presidential Advisory Committee Against Corruption, PACOG, has opined that the 2023 election was one of the best in the history of the nation. Shage, however, insisted that the process was legitimate, pointing to APC's defeat in its stronghold of Lagos State. Shage argued that the 2023 elections were determined by ethnicity, religion, and organizational skills. But above all, what gave Tinubu the edge was his capacity to organize, plan, and plant agencies and supporters and various administrative bodies all over the states in the country. And Professor Wole Soyinka, a Nobel laureate and writer, comes under fire from the civil rights organization Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, HURIWA, for his criticism of Labour Party's vice presidential candidate, Dati Baba Ahmed. However, in a statement released on Sunday and signed by its national coordinator, Emmanuel Onwubiko, HURIWA demanded that the revered 80-year-old quit supporting the oppressors and tyrants that he had repeatedly and effusively mocked for more than 50 years in his practically endless books and plays. The organization reaffirmed that there is no wrong with using legal means to prevent Bola Tinubu from taking office on May 29, as the election that produced him is still being vigorously contested in court by key contestants in the race. HURIWA says Professor Soyinka should avoid dancing naked in the market square, and so as to maintain his larger-than-life legendary status amongst millions of young Nigerians who are the primary victims of the misrule of the corrupt court system and political circle whom Soyinka seems to have sided with. And the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, and Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, CJID, have filed a lawsuit against President Muhammadu Buhari asking the court to declare arbitrary, illegal and unconstitutional the 5 million naira fine over a recent interview with the Labour Party vice presidential candidate Dati Baba Ahmed. Joining the suit as defendants are the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, and Mr. Lai Mohammed, Minister of Information and Culture. The plaintiffs are asking the court for a declaration that the NBC code used by the NBC to impose a fine of 5 million naira on the TV station was null and void, and the threat of higher sanctions is arbitrary, unconstitutional, and unlawful, as it violates the rights to a fair hearing, freedom of expression, access to information, and media freedom. No date has been fixed for the hearing of the suits. Meanwhile, the Imo Police Command has released Clinton Amadi, the Labour Party candidate for Owerri Municipal Constituency. Amadi was arrested on Tuesday at the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Owerri, the Imo State capital. He was apprehended when he went to obtain the certified true copies of INEC results to prosecute his case at the Election Petition Tribunal. The People's Democratic Party and other political parties had rejected the results of the Imo Assembly elections, where the All Progressive Congress APC won 26 of the 27 seats. And a coalition of Northern Group, CNG, has condemned renewed calls for the termination of the trial of Nnamdi Kanu by Ohanaeze and other Igbo leaders. The federal government had refused to release Kanu, leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, despite the courts discharging him of terrorism allegations. Igbo leaders recently renewed calls for the discontinuation of his trial and faulted the Nigerian government for keeping him in perpetual detention despite the court's ruling. The coalition described the calls for his release as insane, unreasonable, and unwarranted, thoughtless, and unrealistic, calling on the federal authorities and the president-elect, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to disregard the calls. And also the All Progressive Congress, APC, has declared the purported expulsion as well as suspension from the party of some prominent and foundation party leaders in Enugu State as null and void. The state secretary of the party, Robert Ngu, had announced the expulsion of former Governor Sullivan Chime, former Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Eugene Odo, Director General of Voice of Nigeria, Osita Okechukwu, and former Commissioner for Tourism, Ozo Joe Mamel, and Special Assistant to Foreign Affairs Minister Chief Flavor Eze, and former House of Representatives candidate in 2019, Maduka Aram. And those the secretary announced as suspended are the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, and former Senate President Ken Namani. The Enugu State Publicity Secretary of the APC, Charles Solo Ako, in a press briefing, described the announcement as a reckless show of brigandage and assault on the party's constitution and an exercise in futility.
This is a contravention also of the Article 13(9) of our APC Constitution, which is stated that the State Working Committee shall be responsible for the administration of the party and putting into effect the decision of the State Executive Committee. So the purported expulsion and suspension has never enjoyed the atmosphere and the enablement of the State Working Committee to sit and discuss, even to the cause of the purported suspension and expulsion.
The state resolutions and suspension of our political heavyweights in the party in Enugu State. His Excellency, Tezkan Namani, Sandra Chime, His Excellency Geoffrey Yama, all of them came from words. If there's to be some suspended, they should be suspended from their words to local government, then state. Because none of these political bigwigs registered in the state or Abuja.
And meanwhile, Christians in Nigeria have joined their counterparts across the globe to celebrate Easter in Thanksgiving. Various denominations, including the Catholic Church of Assumption in Ikoyi, Lagos, had a large crowd of worshippers who believe that the resurrection of Jesus Christ after his crucifixion gives hope to all. Plus TV News correspondent Emmanuel Olubobokun reports.
Parishioners gather for usual service on a day like this to mark the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Agent of justice, agent of fair play.
There is a Holy Communion session which symbolizes the Last Supper Jesus Christ had with his disciples. Speaking on the essence of the day, the parish priest, Father Francis Ike, notes that Christ's resurrection is a symbol of hope for mankind.
Jesus didn't abandon those who had abandoned him. Even though the apostles had not shared in the crucifixion and pain of Jesus, he still shared his resurrection with them. Can we today, beloved people of God, sheep our soul of enmity, our soul of malice, our soul of tribalism, our soul of hatred, our soul of tribal profiling, and take all and sundry as our brothers and our sisters, just as Jesus came to die for humanity.
Gratitude to God is expressed in singing and dancing. Outside the auditorium, parishioners bear their minds on the season at a time when Nigeria is grappling with socio-economic and political challenges.
Easter gives me hope. It's the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. That is victory over death. He holds the key to success, God's blessings, God's graces, and his abundant mercy in our lives.
This season generally impacts so much. For me personally, it impacts on my spiritual life, because it's a time for reflection for me, so I have to sit down, go through my life, reflect on the sacraments that are embedded in the celebration, and stay away from my old ways, be a new person, come closer to God, become more closer to Christ, and then be the reflection of Jesus Christ to the world.
Without Easter, I don't think we will still, that this world will still exist by now. So Easter is a season to be grateful and a time to be, a time that Christ died and resurrected, in which he washed away our sin.
Hope remains the core message for the season as Nigerians look to better days. Emmanuel Olubobokun, Plus TV News.
And meanwhile, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo urges Nigerians to embody love, which is the crux of Easter Sunday, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead over 2,000 years ago, saying it's a message of the amazing love of Jesus Christ, amazing love of God, that he gave up his son so that you and I will not have to pay again for our sins. On his part, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, says Nigeria's growth was hinged on the willingness of our citizens to unite and sacrifice for the common good, as Easter is a time of sacrifice, a time when we see the love of God for the salvation of mankind, and Nigeria has to be saved. So we have sacrifices to make to ensure that just as Jesus saved the world, we also must save Nigeria. And also the Vice President was accompanied to the Easter Sunday service by his wife, Mrs. Dolakwa Oshimbajo, and the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, his wife, among others.
It's a message of the amazing love of Jesus Christ, the amazing love of God, that he gave up his son so that you and I will not have to pay again for our sin. So it's an amazing day, a fantastic day, and I wish you all happy Easter and a great and happy resurrection morning.
And in the wake of the Easter celebrations, Christians have been urged to imbibe and reflect on love and self-sacrifice to ensure peace and unity of the country. A Catholic priest who gave this charge at an Easter service in Kaduna said Nigerians must put national interest above personal sentiments. Correspondent Habila Dorofei's report is presented from our studio.
3 days after the crucifixion of Jesus from the cross of Calvary, he rose again on Easter Sunday. Christian faithful in Kaduna metropolis gathered to celebrate with thanksgiving and prayers for the nation to come out of the current challenges facing them. The parish priest of St. Paul Ugwan Rimi Kaduna, Reverend Father Joshua Archie, says Christ's sacrificial death and glorious resurrection are the highest expression of love to mankind. He notes that his virtues inspire love from one to another, irrespective of religious background, sentiments, and even beyond personal interests.
It's a message of hope, that there's hope for a better tomorrow, there's hope for a better future, there's hope for a better state. It's simply the message of Easter to Nigerians today, that in spite of what is happening, in spite of the situation that we have found ourselves, let us look with renewed hope that tomorrow we surely get better than today.
The clergyman says Nigeria must rise up beyond the present challenges being experienced in the country, stressing that the leaders must ensure service to humanity.
Peace is key to ensuring that the needed environment is created for things to thrive. Where there is no peace, things cannot work well. Leadership is a gift, and it is good that our leaders see this and be sincere in the office to which they have been called into.
Some of the worshippers expressed joy of seeing the great season of Christ's resurrection, which signifies hope.
Wonderful day in the life of any Christian. Jesus has risen from the dead to give us life. Continue to hope on Christ, to bless the church in Nigeria and everyone, both Christians and Muslims.
Celebrating the resurrection. That is the renewed hope for our country and renewed hope for Christians in the world at large. So it is a great hope that everything that we are passing through, Christ knows it, and Christ absorbed it on the cross of resurrection. And at the resurrection today, he is telling us that, yes, our renewed hope is with us.
The appeal to government at levels, new political leaders to ensure Nigerians enjoy dividends of democracy.
Another St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, Ondo State, where terrorists brutally murdered 41 worshippers and injured another 41 on the 5th of June last year, just reopened for Easter service this weekend under strict security from members of the Nigerian Police Force, military personnel, hunters, and the security division of the church, known as Men of Order and Discipline, supplied security, were on duty around the vicinity. I'm speaking to the audience. Catholic Bishop of Ondo Diocese, Bishop Jude Arokundade, bemoaned the Nigerian government's inability to stop the ongoing murder crimes across the country, saying the government failed to uphold its fundamental duty to protect people's lives and property, as he also expressed outrage over the attack on the church last year. He advises the government to wake up and show strength and courage and make sure those who carried out the evil attack that took place in this church and the evil going around our country are brought to book and punished accordingly.
The government must wake up and show strength and courage and make sure those who carried out the evil that took place in this church and those who are carrying out the evils that are going on around our country are brought to book and are punished accordingly.
And now moving on to other parts of Africa, more than 800 couples walked down the aisle on Easter Sunday in one of the biggest mass wedding ceremonies in South Africa since the COVID-19 pandemic. The International Pentecost Holiness Church blesses polygamous unions, which are common in some African communities, and the church says are authorized by the Bible. Its mass nuptials takes place 3 times in a year at Easter in December and also during the celebrations in September of the church founding in 1962.
Every 3 times in a year, we have marriages that are conducted by the spiritual leader. So today we'll be marrying more than 800 couples.
Fulfilling what God has created for us, fulfilling the scripture that says what a woman will be leaning towards one man. Yeah, we're doing exactly that.
And from news outside Africa, Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva flew over areas affected by floodings in Maranhão, northeast of the country. Surrounded by officials, da Silva visited a shelter where he talked with people displaced by the floodings that have submerged houses and streets. In the state, one of the poorest in the country, at least 53 cities have been declared in a state of emergency. Lack of gas and food scarcity has been reported by locals who have been seen using boats to transport themselves and their belongings. For business news, oil marketers have written to the federal government over their proposal to build about 30,000 gas stations to cushion the effects of the proposed subsidy removal on premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol. Nigerians are currently counting down to the June 2023 projected date for subsidy removal as the call for palliatives to ameliorate the impact of the halt in subsidy is gaining momentum. And there are also projections that petrol may sell for about 750 naira per litre if the federal government removes subsidy by June this year. And to help cushion this, oil marketers in a letter to the Federal Ministry of Finance also asked the federal government to make the Central Bank of Nigeria release 250 billion naira intervention fund for the National Gas Expansion Program as loans to vehicle owner to acquire gas conversion kit. And this came as the organized labor stated that it was considering a meeting with the incoming government on subsidy removal date. And from entertainment desk, comedian Gareth Richard has died following a car accident. The former co-host of the Frank Skinner Show on Absolute Radio was involved in a crash on 27th March. In a statement, his wife Laura said he had suffered severe brain injuries and had to be taken off life support. Richard's wife said their sons were bearing up well and thanked people for their support and kindness, paying tribute to the wonderful, inventive comedian. Fellow comic Jason Manford says he was devastated at the news of the 41-year-old's death. For sports, Roberto Caballé Benner beats Alexander Muller of France to win the Grand Prix Hessen 2 title in Marrakech, Morocco on Sunday. And Spaniard Caballé Benner fought from a set down to win 4-6, 7-6, 6-2 in a match lasting just over 3 hours. The win saw Caballé Benner claim a maiden ATP Tour title. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. And you can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching and happy holiday.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican president Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it, no painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and add a mural painting into his work, we get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than, you know.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Otayome Sally, and today Mary and I are flying solo in studio. Hello, lady.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Very well.
I love your direct today.
Thank you.
Decided to go African on us.
Going back to the roots.
Going back to the roots. So, how was your week?
I'm just glad it's over.
Right?
Yeah, I can't wait for the weekend. So.
Really, what's your plans for the weekend?
To rest and just take time for myself. You know,
really?
Go to the spa.
Really?
Do a couple of other things. You know,
Okay.
I'm just happy. I'm not working because I work weekends. So I'm not working this weekend. So.
Awesome.
It's
I wish I can go to the spa. Somebody actually wanted to book a spa date. Let me see. Let me check again.
I'm definitely going. I'm gonna go.
Uti is via Zoom. Hi, Uti Elu, the birthday woman.
Hello. Hello.
Biko, where's our cake?
Biko, where's my present?
Did you check your Aza?
I have not checked too.
Go and check your Aza.
Did you send me something?
Of course we did. Happy birthday. How are you?
Happy birthday,
Thank
Uti.
you so much. Thank you. I'm good. It's been a full-on week.
Yeah.
But it's been really, really good. I'm super. What's the word now? I'm super happy to be alive. Super happy to be a year older. I hope a year wiser. So yeah, can't complain.
Yeah, we're happy. All right, so today is just not such a fun conversation, Cha. But it's important and it's necessary to be had. So we're discussing this Chrisland issue as a continuation of where we had picked off because of the latest development. And here's what we found as today's quote. The safety of the people shall be the highest law. Right, so this was from Roman philosopher. According to the Lagos state government, they had started the trial of the Chrisland school in Okpebi and some employees over the death of one of the, the pupil of the school, 12-year-old Whitney Adediro. They started it yesterday. So today we'll be discussing the business of safety in schools. And of course, no better guest than Taiwo Akinlami. He'll be joining us to discuss this. And of course, the latest developments with Chrisland School, what's happening, you know, what we should look out for. But we'll do all of that. First, let's quickly go on a break. When we come back from the break, we want to see what we found in the news. You are still watching Ways. Transgender Day of Visibility. It's an annual holiday observed on March 31st to celebrate the accomplishments and contributions of transgender people, as well as to raise awareness of the discrimination and violence faced by transgender community worldwide. Transgender Day of Visibility is an important opportunity to celebrate the diversity of gender identities and expression and to promote understanding and acceptance of the transgender community. You see, no wonder I've been seeing a lot of posts on trans on my feed. You know, on Instagram, where you just go and explore, you just be seeing trans. Apparently, it's this day that is causing it. So I saw someone that said, I don't want to identify anymore as trans, whatever. He wants to be identified as invisible, so he becomes transparent. Like, there's just so many things that is happening around the community. Invisible. Yesterday I was watching, I think I shared that video. I was watching a video of how, I think a man that raped a woman or something, I can't remember now what the story was, but he raped her, now are they saying they want to put him in a female prison or a male prison, you know, because now he has now switched to becoming a woman, right? So where would they put him? Somebody that was convicted for rape. He was a man that raped a woman and now changed himself to become a woman. Now I'm confused.
The Western world and its issues.
This transgender matter.
Well, it's, people identifying as all sorts. I think the other day I saw a man who said he was 69, identifying as 49 or something like that. Look, it's a very slippery slope. You accept one, you accept all. And in today's world of inclusion, it seems like everybody's trying to find the politically correct term to accept everybody. Like I said, it really is a slippery slope. First and foremost, you have people who have real emotional and psychological issues who obviously don't feel like they fit into the skin or the body that they're in. You hear all sorts of stories. So at this point, you know, you want to just say, look, it's black and white. You're born a boy, you're a boy. You're born a girl, you're a girl. But, you know, you hear some of the stories and clearly there's a problem. Now, whether the answer is to go and change your gender, that's between each person and their God. But I think that it is when we start to get into the space of inclusion, where you can choose to do you can choose to make the change to you. But when it starts to have a direct impact on what others are then having to consume or to deal with around it, that's when it becomes difficult for people. So I think we're in that adjustment phase where.
Well, this is crazy, Uti. Did you see the video I shared about the woman that brought a textbook that was found in a school library that spoke to pedophilia? It spoke to what's it called, oral sex.
So those kind of books, right? Those kind of books are different problems. That's not unique to that's not necessarily a transgender problem. I mean, the fact.
But it's also linked to the queer community now, right? And they are all inside that.
So these books, right? I've seen different videos and different types of these books where your body and all of these things. Yes, it refers to some gay, some gender-based issues, but it's not based on that. Do you see what I mean? It talks about heterosexual relationships as well. That one is a different problem. That is just the inappropriateness of what is being made available to children at what age. So that's a different conversation around protecting children and them being kids. But when we talk around this transgender problem, everybody's looking for representation. If you look in the media today, you watch movies, there's hardly a TV show or a movie that you watch now that doesn't, really have
one of the representative of the queer community.
LGBTQ presence, right? And for me, it's that thing that says, art is an imitation of life. So the fact is there's a proliferation of this in the world, and media simply represent. So if you think about it, I exist as a person. In the way that I exist, I want to see, when I put on my TV, I want to see somebody like me on TV. That is the nature of entertainment and media and all. It's supposed to represent the populace, and we can't ignore, that there has been an explosion in the world of the LGBTQ community. And that is where that is coming from, where people are essentially trying to give representation. So I'm a child at home, I have 2 dads. When I put on the telly, I don't want to see just mom, like it will confuse me how I have 2 dads and everybody else on TV has a mom and a dad, and start asking questions. So these are the things driving it. But I think that we're still in very, very uncomfortable places where a lot of places have accepted it, and it's becoming part of the culture. The world is not quite there yet, because obviously some places are more accepting than some. When you talk about Africa, a lot of African countries still have laws against, the whole LGBTQ, trans and all of that. So there is it's a slow change, but the change is happening. Okay. Whether we accept it or not.
Right? Absolutely. All right, so let me quickly run through what did we find in the news. My story is actually interesting because, again, when people are fasting, they will be whether, should they have sex, should they not have sex, So when I saw this, I said, okay, this was quite interesting. An imam at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta Mosque, had explained that Muslim couple can have sexual intercourse during the month of Ramadan, but only after they have broken their fast. The cleric who spoke with some of the correspondents of Punch said that he explained that it was only illegal for unmarried couples to have sex. So he says it allows legally married couple to have intercourse between Maghrib and Solatu. That is after breaking the fast and after the pre-dawn meal during Ramadan. Because again, I know that some Christians, these pastors have even spoken about this issue. Some Christians have argued that when you're fasting, you should be very holy, you should be this, you should be that. And, body don't be wood, So I just want to tell anybody out there, please, don't starve your partner, either male or female, because you're having sex. When you have broken your fast, please, do the do. Mary, what's in the news?
That's very weird, but okay.
How is it weird? Go ahead.
Davido is back on the scene. He has released his new album, which is Timeless. And in his interview on Friday with Beat FM, he said that he still feels them around him, speaking about his loved ones. There's a song dedicated on the album, which is called Legends Can Never Die, which is also one of the oldest songs on the album and is dedicated to everyone out there who has lost one or two close people. He said, like, over time, even everybody knows that I lost my mother at 10, losing my best friend and my bodyguard in 1 to 2 years, and then losing a child and all that together. I don't think the song is really being sad. I just feel like since I have lost all of them, I don't want to really feel like they have left me spiritually. I still have them around me, a kind of. They were all legends, so that's why I say that a legend can never die.
Yeah. I think his new album is making a lot of waves. Uti, what did you find for us?
Okay, so mine is in the world of sustainability. So my headline says, Nigerians buy 1 million air conditioners annually, and this is by the UN. So the United Nations essentially is talking about the heavy reliance and how Nigeria has become one of the top markets for the sale of air conditioners, as well as refrigerators. And of course, we all see what the heat is like and how, we're largely dependent on these devices. However, the concern here is with the energy efficiency ratio. Of course, our viewers may know that, of course, first and foremost, air conditioners consume a lot of electricity, and the fluorocarbons that are used in the refrigerants in our refrigerators also deplete the ozone layer. So what the UN is essentially trying to say is that, look, there are standards that have been set globally. And as Nigeria, we need to make sure that we're not a dumping ground for devices that don't meet the minimum energy efficiency standards. Of course, if you go to buy these devices, sometimes you see those ratings, A, B, C, color-coded ratings around the energy efficiency of the device. So it was really just a clarion call at an event where they were calling on the federal government, or rather the federal government in response to that was calling on the Nigerian Customs Service, the Standard Organization of Nigeria, to ensure that they are alive to their responsibilities to ensure that there isn't an influx of substandard cooling devices or appliances that would pose a danger to Nigeria. Of course, if you compare Nigeria to the rest of to other parts of the world, obviously climate change is a big issue, and changes are being made globally around the efficiency of cars. We see the proliferation now of electric cars. We see bans of, all
this English is plenty. Let me tell you, even if you have, look at my own house. I have how many air conditioners? Maybe like 10. Now only one they come on. You understand? Because when the NEPA bill, the power bill will slap you. You will regulate yourself.
No, but you see, the thing about it is that that's always what, of course, in Nigeria, our focus is on where it hits us, and that really is in our pockets, right? Which is where I was getting to with what I was saying, that in other parts of the world where the climate is also a big driver, for us, you are not switching on your AC. If you could afford it, people who can afford it, you go to some people's houses, their lights are all on, their ACs are all on, right? So the fact is, it does have, beyond your pocket, it has far-reaching consequences for the climate, for the ozone layer. So the fact is, whilst the world is turning around to go into a net zero on greenhouse gases, Nigeria's not. I don't even think we're there yet. Like you said, this hunger. When hunger is beating you, climate and the rest is not really your problem. So the fact is, we need to make sure that the organizations who are responsible are ensuring that the best type of equipment is coming into Nigeria, because with the global warming, Nigeria is only getting hotter.
Well, in fairness to most of the recent brands, right, the newer brands that are coming into Nigeria, I know that most of them, you will see all those signs, the whatever free thing, you see it on the body of the product, telling you that these are safer, safer equipment or appliances to use. Well, it's a good thing to know. UN, thank you. And Uti, thank you for highlighting it. We'll take a break now. So when we come back from the break, we want to discuss the Chrisland issue. Stay with us and link it up to how we can start the business of safety in schools. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
whatever we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
All right, thanks for staying with us now. Life goes beyond shelter for food and also clothes, but security and safety is also very essential. So ensuring safety has always been of utmost importance in all ages and during all situations. One cannot deny the importance of safety because it helps people avoid danger and other life-threatening situations. On the other hand, safety can also allow people to take a certain level of risk in certain situations. Now, safety accounts for living a healthy life safely. The term safety refers to precautions taken by people with the aim to prevent accidents, dangers, harm, damage, and loss. Safety also plays a key role in improving conditions in any atmosphere. Some argue that the unfortunate demise of Whitney, the 12-year-old Chrisland school student that happened in February, was fate, while others argue that it could have been avoided if safety was prioritized by all parties involved. So today we're discussing the business of safety in schools, and that's the question, or rather that's what we need to discuss around. So let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us on SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WaysShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. All right, so this conversation, I really don't know, because I remember that when the issue of the Chrisland school, the young girl Whitney, when it happened, I kept on saying, where were these people? Because in my head, I have been to that particular stadium because we've had several inter-house sports from my own children's school when they were in primary school, because it's one of the, it's quite, decent for a small school to have their inter-house sports. Right. I kept on wondering, first of all, what happened and, where were the people and all of that. And again, if you had listened to the recount of the mother when she was explaining how, it was almost like
the lag time between
there
even
was just
her
everything, even getting the child. They eventually did not even get the child to the hospital and all that. I knew there was a very huge, huge evidence that negligence was heavily present in that. But now the coroner inquest has come out to say that really she was electrocuted and all of that. And of course, the government has charged Chrisland again for manslaughter. All right, so let me hear your thoughts first of all. What do you think?
I think they could have.
Sorry, go ahead, quickly.
I think they could have done better considering previous events that have happened in the same school. I think they should take more precautions because I think if you have a school and you're losing students, it's not that students are getting injured on cases upon cases. It's not good for your reputation. The other students in the school are also going to be scarred by some of these things. People will want to withdraw. So as an institution, you have to understand that you're taking charge of young lives, and children can be very mischievous. You understand? So you need to have your eyes on them. If not, you keep having certain things like this happen. And the loss of a student, the loss of a life is nothing to be played with at all.
At all. Uti, manslaughter, reckless and negligent act, that's what the Lagos State government has charged Chrisland School. And they said if they are found guilty, they would, of the offences, if found guilty, the offences carry a penalty of life imprisonment and 2-year jail terms respectively, those two crimes. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, this controversy is the best way to define this, first and foremost. It's sad that a life was lost, and even sadder still that it's a child. So a complete future has been snuffed out. But when we come to the story, I think that the recurring thing that we have seen, Chrisland, this incident is not the first. It is one of many that we have seen with several schools in Lagos that have resulted in the traumatic death of children. And for me, the first thing that stands out is the story becomes almost a he said, she said. The school is claiming one thing happened, the evidence shows and something else happens. That for me first is one thing that must stop. When parents send their children to school, there is a measure of trust that has been placed in that organization as being suitable not just to educate the child, but to keep the child safe for the period of time when the child is in their custody. So the fact that these are the institutions that are educating our children that cannot display a level of integrity that we would expect from the same children that they're supposed to be educating, forget even adults, right? It's very, very sad and disappointing in the first place. The second thing is, you would think that the schools have learned by now that you're able to come out and give a story that makes sense. How do we get from slumped and died to electrocution and asphyxiation? Like, how do we get there, right? How is it possible that a child, so I don't know, I haven't read anything to the effect that it's been established how the child was electrocuted. If you've ever seen someone be electrocuted, it's not something that somebody misses, right? If you come into contact with the live wire and electricity, you can't miss it. And to then just simply say that the child slumped and died, I have a problem with that. Now, you mentioned knowing the venue that the event, the sporting event was happening at. Again, the question that raises for me is, should schools, because schools should have their own sporting facilities on site. That should be the case. When facilities are properly built for purpose, then they're supposed to have those facilities on site. But let's even say that, okay, we don't have these facilities on site. What checks are put in place and what measures, what is the minimum standard for a facility that you are sending, you're using for a purpose like this? What are the checks? Who signs off on who can use it? Can I simply say, oh, there's an open field, so I want to go and use it? Are there standards in place that says this is what we can do? So if you sort of, for me, as I run through the whole incident, there's so many questions and very little answers.
Absolutely.
I don't know, when you were talking about the court case, have they actually identified people? Because if you charge a whole school to manslaughter, what happens if you find the school guilty? Is it the entire teachers and student faculty that goes to prison? So has somebody been held responsible? So even on that side, it still sounds like there are gaps, because I don't believe you can charge. That's the whole point of having a corporate body is to protect.
That's why we have a lawyer and a child safety person, you know, because that question really is, it's actually, you know, what next? What happens, right? So Taiwo Akinlami is a social development lawyer, co-founder, Power Parenting Company, parents' rights to social protection advocate and publisher. Akinlami is arguably Africa's foremost child protection thinker and practitioner. His unique philosophy and techniques on family strengthening, child protection, and related matters have been well received in over 133 countries. Akinlami is also a prolific writer, poet, and a blogger, and he's joined in live from the US. Thank you so much, Taiwo Akinlami, for joining the conversation.
Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to be with you today.
I mean, it's
I've keenly listened to the contributions from all of you.
Yeah, because again, I'm so happy that we are still with you on this matter. You know, we're happy to be with you on this matter because, again, remember when we talked about it, we kept on saying that we'll keep following the conversation, you know, and we're happy that you are here, you know, to fill us in on what is happening. Uti raised some questions, right? Because, again, 4 people, how did they come at that 4 people? How did they identify the 4 people that they are charging with manslaughter? You know, and, you know, generally, you know, what's your general assessment on the, you know, because at first we had accused Lagos State government was because this was political season. That was why they took up the case seriously. But you see that they are following it through. So what's your general assessment on this case of the death of Whitney Adediran?
Well, my first thinking is that up to today, the matter is still as politicized as everything. And when you deal with politicization, what happens is that you cover up the issues. The issues are not addressed. Once the issues are not addressed, we cannot vouch that what has happened to Whitney will not happen to another child. Because you see, there are fundamental ways to look at this thing. I've been in the middle of this thing. I've reviewed every fact before the table. Please let me quickly correct some impression. As of today, the Lagos State government released a document that says that the child died of electrocution, according to
the coroner inquest
report. No, not coroner inquest, autopsy report.
Oh, okay.
Now, the autopsy report is a document that is supposed to go before the coroner inquest. Now, the coroner inquest has just started sitting. They've only had one sitting, which was on March 6th. That's the only time they have sat. If you look at the coroner inquest, vis-a-vis Oromoni's case, coroner inquest started sitting in January 2021. They just finished taking evidence on March 6th, the same day that Whitney's coroner inquest started. And on that day, they now made an order to proceed to the venue where that abuse happened. Now, that is the coroner inquest in Oromoni's case is proceeding to the venue of the supposed crime 2 years after the crime has happened. That is what is happening in that case. Put that on what leg? So what is happening right now is that the coroner inquest is sitting. It has just started sitting. I think this case has been messed up, lumped up. Now, to the general public, it makes sense what is going on. But to some of us who know that these are how things are done, we are worried. And this is why I'm worried. Now, in the first instance, for you to prevent death in school, there must be regulations. The question to ask is that what are the regulations of government, whether in Lagos State or at the federal level, for starting a school, putting a school in place? What are the things you must not do without? That if you don't have those things, you can't set up a school. There's nowhere to be found. It's nowhere to be found. You find something that looks like it. What are the safety requirements of starting a school in Nigeria? I'm saying this on the national TV. People who have it should come and show us and how it is being implemented. Most schools do what they've deemed fit. Where do you have it in the world that for you to run an organization where you are going to be receiving children, it is subject to the whims and caprices of the people running the school? It is not done anywhere. You can't run an airline business and you say safety is according to how I see it. I service my airline once in a year. It's how I see it. That's number one problem. Number two, if for whatever reason a child dies in a school, which we don't pray for, what is the protocol of intervention at the level of regulatory bodies? Government is a regulatory body. What's the protocol of intervention? I tell you today, both at the state level and the federal level, nobody can show us the protocol of intervention. The normal thing we do to play to the garage is to shut down the school, which is not the way forward. It's not the solution. Number three, now we have a case where a coroner inquiry was settled. Now, you see, that autopsy report that was released was not supposed to be released to the public. Was a document before the coroner inquest, because the reason why I'm saying all of these things is that when things are not properly done, a process is tampered with, it cannot deliver anything good. And you see, because the judge who is going to sit in that coroner inquest is a human being. He goes to the market. He hears news. He hears everything. Now, that autopsy report was supposed to be a document before the coroner inquest. When that document goes before the coroner inquest, the one who made the autopsy report, the one who wrote it, who did the examination, will be in the witness box. It will be examined by the lawyers by the lawyers of the government. They were examining him for him to establish the authenticity of that particular document. The lawyers of Chrisland will cross-examine him. If for whatever reason the judge feels that there's a problem with that autopsy, the judge will reorder it. I've seen cases where coroner inquest has been reordered. Where autopsy report has been reordered because the court did not have confidence in the autopsy report. But what did the Lagos State government do? Because it was close to election. So what they did was to release that document. Now, I'm not castigating the Lagos State government. Maybe they don't even know better. I don't know. Now, so they released that autopsy report. That autopsy report was not conclusive. It was a document that says that this child died of electrocution. You know, the purpose of coroner inquest, is to establish the cause and circumstances of death. Now, autopsy report speaks to one thing: likely cause of death, electrocution, according to the autopsy report. That in itself is supposed to go before the coroner inquiry for interrogation. But it was released to the public and it's something in the news. So that's one leg. Number two leg is the issue of this charge to court or no charge to court. Yes, the government, in its wisdom, and it is commendable, the DPP in their wisdom, they have said 4 persons, not Christian school, 4 persons representing the institution, apart from the vendor. You know, vendor made it a 4 person. There are 3 people that have been charged. The principal, principal is the head of the school that was having entire sport. So she's been charged, and 2 other people, and the vendor who had the vending machine, that is the machine that allegedly caused the electrocution. 4 of them have been charged for gross negligence, involuntary manslaughter, and all of that. Now, they are before the court. Please note, a charge does not signify guilt. Everybody charged to court is innocent until proven guilty. That's why they still need to go to court and establish all of that. So I'm still at where I am when I came to this program the other time. It is the fact that it is too early in the day to make some conclusions. Because at the end of the day, one thing we need to know, my concern today is that the way this matter has been handled, press win-win. Parents of the child or everybody observing may be happy, and it is understandable. The parents are saying that some moves have been made, but the way it has been politicized has affected the process. Once the process is affected, what is going to come out of it is dicey. And what is going to happen is that everybody is going to go to bed. We wait for another child to die. Let me quickly say this to you, ladies. Every society must learn from what has happened. This traffic light you are looking at today, traffic light, that invention is as a result of a problem that happened. And somebody felt people cannot die in an accident like this. Let's create traffic light to begin to guide the way people do things. Now, what you call today, in a state in the US, a school bus dropped children, and a car came and rammed into them and killed 1 or 2 of them. From that day, the government made laws that as from today, in that particular state, if you see any school bus parked, no car must move. In a particular state, armed robbers attacked a particular bank. They attacked the bank and they killed people. And at that time, the law in that state is that no police officer must carry assault rifle. On the basis of that incident that took the life, nobody died in that incident, but police fought to the end. And they amended their law to say that now police can carry assault rifle now that they see what is going on. Finally, you see laws being named after people in developed countries. If we investigate this matter very well, it's not a bad idea we have a law named after Sylvester Oromoni law on safety of school, Whitney Adeniran law on safety of school, But you see, the way the things have been politicized, the misinformation that has been spread in the public is causing a lot of trouble. And I bet you that at the end of the day, we may not get to the root of this matter, because once the politics has gone down, swearing in has taken place, and you see the court, Oromoni, they are still in court for 2 years. The matter has not ended. This matter also is going to be in court. Some people may go to jail. It's a possibility. Some people even may be set free. But the question is, 3 questions I want to leave you with. Number 1, what is the procedure for starting a school? What are the safety measures
safety
that
templates.
You cannot start a school without? Where are they? Number 1. Number 2, if for whatever reason an accident happens, a child dies, as we have had in this case, what is the procedure for response? Clearly stated. Which website can we find it? At the federal level. Which website can we find it? At the state level? Or is it at the local government level? Where can we find it? Number 3, what is the procedure for reporting matters like this? Because again, if we have a Ministry of Information in Lagos State and Strategy, and we have Ministry of Information at the federal level, when matters like this happen, or we have a National Mobilization, a National Orientation Agency, how is the press guided?
What's the proper protocol to report the situation?
That we don't spin misinformation. Absolutely. Those are the 3 fundamental issues.
Okay, you know what, Taiwo, let's quickly go on a very short break. When we come back from the break, I'm sure Uti and Mary have questions. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
All right, so if you just tuned in, we're discussing the business of safety in schools with Taiwo Akinlami. And remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. Uti, I want to come to you because Taiwo really raised some very strong points around templates, around protocols of intervention, around reporting procedure. And you remember, I mean, I know that when you're driving around school where there are schools, in school areas in the US, you must, it's either you wait, then they finish. Once the bus, their flap comes out that says stop, everybody stops, and you must, there's a speed limit, there's a lot of things that have been put in place, Uti, you want to come in?
Yeah, I mean, our guest has raised some fantastic points so far. Like I was trying to say in my initial contribution, these cases continue to raise a lot of questions, and I would like to understand more from our guest when he talked about the fact that it's been 2 years. When something doesn't directly impact you, it's easy to lose track of time. When I hear that it's been 2 years, I'm actually quite shocked that much time has gone past. And I want to understand why it's taking so long. Because this is a consistent, every time we talk about whether it's gender-based violence, rape, assault, the consistent feedback that we keep getting is that it takes too long. Families give up along the way, justice is circumvented, nothing really happens. And I think that's what our guest means when he was saying that the media will be pleased because they make all the noise and razzmatazz, and then we all move on. Do you remember how much Sylvester's story was in the news? And here we are now, and we're hearing that this is how long it's been. So I'd just like our guest to speak on what takes so long.
Why? Yes.
to actually get into this process? Because surely the judiciary can be much more efficient.
How are you there?
I think that the problem is deeper than that. Societies invest in what matters to them. I don't think children really matters, in Nigeria, in Africa, to a very large extent. The nations of the future focus on children. Nations of the future, they know that their children is all that they have. If you're going to think about a tomorrow, you cannot dream a tomorrow or drop a tomorrow without children, because the way to end this world today is to arbitrate the whole idea of having children. When we stop having children, people will start dying of nobody to bury them, and this world become extinct. So as long as we are looking for a better future, what will we invest in that future? Is there anything too much to invest in the safety of our children? You are talking about Whitney Adeniran, because she made it to the news. She died in the eyebrow school. What about how many other children who died just today, 31st of March? Thugs went into a school in Ibadan. They beat children, beat them up mercilessly, beat teachers, headsmen. Just today in Lagos, in Sele, children court, secondary school court, clashed, macheted, people were injured and all of that. Just today, 31st of March. So the question is, because those ones, the people in Ibadan, they're in a public school, they don't make it to the mainstream. It's not newsworthy. Chrisland is a big fish, so it makes news. It's a highbrow school. What about other places where children have died? That never made the news. We never heard about it. So you see, Whitney is a metaphor. It's a clear indication that we need to understand how does safety work. So, Oromoni's case, for example, we are. It is important that I let you know that we are beat in court every time the court has sat. In Oromoni's case, they first started sitting in Ekpe before they went to Ikeja. And one of the issues we are facing in Oromoni's case is the judge magistrate finding where to sit. We were on that for a while. The court in which the judge wanted to sit is being used by another person. So the judge needed to wait and all of that. After all of those bureaucratic bottlenecks and all of that, the court came to a point now. So let me ask you a question. If you are not a lawyer, you watch American films. Have you ever seen when a crime happens somewhere, they cordon off the place, then also they cordon off the place so that nobody will tamper with the setting of the place? Is it not curious to you that the coroner inquest is just going to visit the site where this boy was allegedly bullied 2 years after? They took that decision on the 6th of March. That's why they are going to go after everybody has resumed. The place has been repainted. Everything has happened. Maybe they have even rearranged the place. That's why you want to go and do coroner inquest. It's not carrying senior advocates.
So what are you inquesting?
I don't even know what these people think we are. Carry senior advocates of Nigeria, go to a scene. Now, Agege Stadium now, where Whitney allegedly electrocuted, is the place cordoned off? Have they not even had events after that time? The processes and procedure through which they admit people into that place, have they done that? See, let me tell you something. Nigeria, when it comes to children, is a huge source of jokes, circus. We're just deceiving ourselves. And the truth of the matter is that if the life of this child really matters, this is not how to handle it. Agege Stadium is there. Now, in all of this conversation we are having, I called somebody in government. I said, excuse me, what is happening to Agege Stadium? See, that's the place. Now, Agege Stadium hosts other children. It's not only Chrisland they host. What do you have as Ministry of Youth and Social Development is in charge of stadium because it's in charge of sports. Now, that ministry now, what is the when they know as officers of government, as line ministry, as regulatory body, that children do go there for inter-sport, what measures do they put in place to ensure that the place is safe for children?
And Taiwo, I was going to ask that why are they not on this list of the people that are being charged for manslaughter? Because
That
again,
is
they
Nigeria.
also have a responsibility. They were
That is
supposed to
Nigeria.
ensure that whoever it is that they have
Vendors.
approved to come into the facility, to use the facility, brought in things, that were safe for children, knowing that it was a children's
They
event.
themselves-
So why are they not
they
on that
themselves-
list?
They themselves, they were going to receive children. In law, there's something called occupier's liability. When you admit people into your property, you have received an automatic liability to ensure that they are protected. Now, and the idea of holding inter-house sport in that stadium is not new, it's not fresh. How come there's no conversation going on as to what is going to happen? Now, when people go in court now, today you have Chrisland in court, you have Lagos State government in court, in Corona Inquest. In the Corona Inquest, who do you have in court? You have Chrisland in court in the Corona Inquest. You have Lagos State government in court, who is trying to establish the case of the Lagos State government. You have the parents of Whitney in court, who are observing the proceedings to make sure that justice is done. Then you have the vendor in court. There's no Agege Stadium in court. Agege Stadium is not in the issue. Meanwhile, this thing that we are talking about happened on the soil of Agege Stadium. So who dropped the ball? Who neglected that critical part of the conversation? Or stakeholders. So, and you want to tell me that this process is going to bring out anything? Children are still going to go back to that place to go and have inter-house sport, when this one is not going to teach us anything to say, okay, this are the conditions under which we can have inter-house sport. These are the conditions under which your school can exist. These are the things you need to put in place. Is there no, shouldn't we as of today be thinking about a Whitney Adenino's law? Shouldn't we as of today be thinking about a Sylvester Romani's law that is going to crystallize all the issues that were wrong, that were found in Sylvester Romani's case, and that is going to crystallize all the issues that are wrong that were found in Adenino Whitney's case, and we say, okay, these are the lessons that we have learned, and this is how we have assured that children are going to die again. Let me announce to you, and this is a very sad announcement. With the way we handle matters in Nigeria, we cannot guarantee the safety of our children, except for organizations who take it upon themselves to do the needful, who take it upon themselves for conscience sake, who take it upon themselves for property's sake, who take it upon themselves for the love of children. Let me quickly say to you that when a law is made, people don't respect the law. You don't put a law in place and hope that people will respect it and hope on the goodwill of the people. You put the law in place and you put sanction. Now, the question is, when you say there are institutions that are supposed to accommodate children, parents take their children there, is it not sad that there are no protocols? Is it not sad there are no clear way by which you can judge whether a school has done the right thing or it has not done the right thing? Except schools that decide to do the needful, that decide to do the right thing. So that is the issue we are dealing with. Until we overcome that issue, until we come to such a place where parents are asking the right question. And this is the illustration for me. I don't know if I have time to make that illustration. When I was growing up, I went to public school all my life. Public school, primary school, public school, secondary school, public school, university. I went to Lagos State University. My school fees was 90 naira in Lagos State University. 90 naira. I read law in that university. Now, when I was growing up, that we were going to public school, government was playing two roles in schools. Government was funding school. Government was funding schools. So government was also running its own school. Now, as time went on, government could not cope with the whole idea of running school. So we began to have people who cannot go to school because there's no enough school. Private sector, with its ingenuity, came in and began to establish private schools. Is that not so? So public school, the death of public school, the inability of public school to satisfy the educational yearning of the people led to the whole idea of private school, which means that the government failed in one of its responsibilities, which is to create enough school for children to go to, because Nigeria is one of the few countries where private school is an alternative to public school. You don't find it in
anywhere
any
else.
developed clime.
And I was going to even speak to what Uti said. You know, sorry, Taiwo Akinlami, because we're running out of time.
Let me just
conclude. Go ahead.
Let me just conclude. So the conclusion, therefore, is that if they are failed in running school, they are still holding on to one, which is regulation. So the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. If you have failed in running your own school, that will not leave the responsibility of regulation to you. And it's because you have failed in running school. That's why we took our children to private school. The bottom line, therefore, is that regulation is in the hand of parents. It is parents that hold schools accountable. You can't be depending on government to regulate when they are failed woefully in one leg of their responsibility. It is, as a matter of fact, since you know that they are like that, that's what Jesus said to that man who said, you are a man, you want to reap when you have not sown. He said, since you know, why didn't you take my money to the jury? Since we now know, by registering our children in private school, why are we still calling government to come out? What we need to do is to now begin to become the regulatory body who we have as children's school. Please, where is your child protection system? Codified into a policy, broken down into processes. Oh, we have Intersport. Okay, please show me. I'm a parent. I want to see your security risk analysis. I want to see everything you have put in place to be sure that all of my children are safe. If I don't see that risk analysis, if I don't see everything you have put in place, where is your ambulance? Who is driving it? Hello, are you driving the ambulance tomorrow? Good. Okay, when I'm sure, I release my children. If I'm not sure, son, please, your life is more important than Intersport. You are fine. We'll take you somewhere to go and do sport where you are safe. That's how we should be doing stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, it's spot on because, again, when Uti was talking about purpose-built schools, the reason we don't have purpose-built schools is because the government failed. Most of the government schools were actually, structured in a way that is purpose. They have the big fields, they have everything. But private schools started renting 3-bedroom apartments, 4-bedroom apartments to start schools. So, I mean, there's no way. There's a big problem. And I like what you said. We are now the regulatory bodies. We are, as parents, we need to now start to be the watchdog, the police, because we cannot wait for the government anymore. Let's take comments.
Okay, I have a comment from which says, good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? Ways. The business of safety in schools. Every teacher in a school should be held responsible for whatever happens to a child. If someone had put an eye on late Whitney Adeniran, Christian schools and her parents wouldn't have lost her by now. Another thing is the negligence of teachers. If a teacher leaves home in the morning to a school, he or she must put into consideration the well-being of a child or children. It is very key. Your guest made mention of not setting up a school or establishment when facilities are not made available, which I agree. It is well with us all. My name is Daniel Ilo, Wales regular fan.
So can we wrap up in 1 minute, Taiwo, like 30 seconds?
Well, these conversations are symposium discussions. It's something we need to continue to talk about.
Absolutely.
What I'm going to say is that, what I want to leave everyone is that you need to hold government accountable. But while we are trying to hold government accountable, the same way PSN is not working, you got generator. The same way vigilante is not working, you got private security. The same way you have created alternatives in different areas of our lives. The same way you need to become the regulatory body in seeing to it that schools are safe for your children.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. On that note, thank you, ladies. Thank you, Uti. Thank you, Mary. I think we are going to keep the conversation going. It's very important. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. Parents need to wake up, honestly, because we have to protect our children. Thank you so much, Taiwo Akinlami. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote for today, here it is again. The safety of the people shall be the highest law. It's as simple as that. We'll see you live on Monday as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Thank you for staying with us. I still have Shola Fobi Sosoya Lawal with me in the studio, and you can feel her passion as she talks about investing. Okay, so let's talk about cryptocurrency. So there has been a crash. I don't know if there's small rising. Like I said, you are the expert, and you know, a founder was arrested. One took his life, or one died. So there have been so many controversies. And you know, when cryptocurrency came into town, first of all, there was a lot of hesitation, and then a lot of people invested in it, and now
the crash has happened.
The crash has happened. So a lot of people are afraid. So what do you, as the experts, say? Do we still take our money back to cryptocurrency? And people that have never even invested in it at all, should they test the waters?
So the first thing I always say, and this is what I've always taught people about investing in cryptocurrencies, you need to understand your level of risk. If you are the person that if you have 100,000 naira, you invest it, and the 100,000 naira mistakenly gets to 98,000, you start crying. Crypto is not your destiny. Don't
I like that. Crypto is not your destiny.
It's not part of your world. Do you see what I'm saying? But even at that, at the core of it, no matter how much people make or lose in crypto, crypto is still a very speculative instrument, still a speculative asset. It's crypto for a reason, you know. It's still digital. It's not physical that you see. And because of that, there's not a lot of regulations in that field as yet. So that's why you see people, they're able to go billions of dollars and all things with, and do risky trades and all of those things. What I always advise people at the very beginning of everything is, if you are investing as an investor, you need to understand your risk level and allocate your capital as such. What do I mean by that? If you have 100,000 naira to invest, and you're what is maybe someone like me, I would say maybe like myself, I'm a very moderate investor, meaning that I take on some risk, but just a little risk. My husband is absolutely the opposite. He loves risk. When they say this is risky, that's what he wants to go and do. I would not do that. So if I had 100,000 naira, I probably would put 50,000 naira of that money into ETFs.
Okay.
Why? Because I know that this is a diversified bunch of stocks. So I get a good return, even though it's not massive. And if there's loss, it will not be massive because it's a bunch of companies in one. Next up, I would do stocks. Individual companies that I love and cherish. So large cap companies like the Microsoft and the Apples of this world that are there, that they are in trillions. So I know no matter what happens, those companies will not crash one day. So I buy some stocks, we say 30%. Then maybe just 10% of my money is what goes to crypto. So I know, as I'm putting that 10% into cryptocurrencies, that if this money goes, I am fine with it. So out of my 100,000 naira, that means if 10,000 naira goes because I put it in crypto, I'm fine with it. You see? But in my experience, that 10,000 naira, even though it has sometimes crashed and I've lost all of that money, most times I make more than the 100,000 I invested from the 10,000 I alone. But I'm fine with that risk because, again, I'm only investing a small chunk of my overall capital into it. I remember my friends used to laugh at me when we were buying crypto, and this was the bull season in crypto where things were really, this was 2020, you know, mid-2020 to late 2020, when crypto was really booming and people were making a lot of money from it. And I remember speaking to a friend who we would invest together, and he would put $1,000 on a coin. And I would say, I don't do such. I will put $50 or maybe $100, no matter what happens. And if it makes 10 times, if we make 10 times the money, I would take my $1,000 with that. And then he would be like, Shola, for me, you could have made $10,000 if you put $1,000 on this coin. I'm like, no, I'm fine with the money I've made. It's still double, or it's still 10 times what I put in. You see what I'm saying? And when I lose money as well, I'm always fine with this because I know I didn't put too much. And I know no matter what happens, whatever I'm investing in the crypto world is 10% of what I've made. And even at that, when I make money in the crypto world, I do exactly the same. I take a huge chunk of it out first. And then I go on playing with the other ones. Now, this money that is there that I'm playing with, I have nothing to worry. That's the one I put in the most riskiest of assets. You see what I'm saying? So at the background and at the end of it all, it's really about people realizing their risk tolerance and understanding proper diversification of all of their capital, of whatever money they have to invest, how they should diversify and decide that, look, I will put this in this because crypto can crash. I'll put this in this. I got a message today from one of the people who invested in stocks, and she was very pained. She's like, look, my stocks are really down. Why am I doing this and all of this? And I explained that it's the stock market. The market goes up and down
100% every time the market goes down, it comes back up. I cannot say the same for cryptocurrencies, but I can say that for the stock market because I know how the stock market works, yeah? And those ones are real tangible companies that we can see, feel, and touch. We know their CEOs. We know what they do. We use their products. So those differences is what people need to understand when they invest. What I find is most Nigerians, when we invest, we have no basis, we have no financial goals, we have nothing set up for those investments. So we just hear that, this person bought crypto, he bought it 1,000 naira turned to 50,000. Let me carry my money.
There.
Whereas you don't know what time horizon you have. You don't know what the seasons are. You don't know a lot of background. You see to it. That's what I realized. And you don't see those things when the bull market is on, when people are making money. People lose money sometimes, even in the bull market, when you invest in something that doesn't do well. But you get a lot of that feedback, that benefit of insight. In the bear market, which is a time like this when crypto has crashed, that's when you see all of these things. Have I been burnt in crypto? Oh my gosh, you don't want to know. I've been very, very burnt.
Oh, wow.
But at the end of the day, it's because I understood the whole, and I followed a very, very specific diversification model for my own. I was careful of how much I was putting in the first place. So if I have 100K, like I told you, it's only 10K that will make it into crypto. It's with the 90K, we'll go into ETFs, we'll go into fractional real estate, we'll go into different things. So that's how I built my world. So when people cry about these things, I understand because they invested in it. But if you understood the concept, the foundation of it, you shouldn't be in trouble.
Okay, so let's glean from your wisdom and talk about apps to use to invest and where to invest in. Because you know that in Nigeria, we do a lot of PR. So I don't want to start mentioning names now. Some people come up, they're saying that we're going to make so amount of money in the next few minutes or in the next few months and everything. And so let's say real estate is booming. We're a very populous country. People are building houses and killing all our forests, but that's the story for another day. But so there are a lot of real estate. How do I know, one, that this is the app to use? Because a lot of apps and tech companies have crashed along the way, and then, as they say in Nigeria, the story for another day, we don't know where our money has gone, we don't know anything. And then even the industries to invest in, how do we know that, okay, this is the right person? And because, like you said, Nigerian companies, most of them, or I want to say most, some of them are not truthful. So it's not just stuff that I can just put on Google and just find out. So let us glean from your wisdom. I want to use this app and I want to invest in this industry. What are the things that I need to do? Maybe 5 tips or just top tips that I need to do.
So the first thing to say is, number one, you need to understand, again, your risk tolerance at the very beginning. Allocate your money as such. And then a lot of things that most of us do not want to do is research. People will rather you do the research and go, I'm doing the research, fine, but it's based on my own risk assessments. You see what I'm saying? So even if I share this research with them and say, look, I've checked this thing, I've checked this particular app, and it's a great app, I've checked everything, it's a good app to invest on. But again, that's me. So me knowing that even if I'm putting 50% of my money into it, I know that my other money is somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? So all of those things is what I realized a lot of us don't want to do. But what are some of the things that guides me? So for example, the app that I invest on a lot for US stocks, it's a broker, it's a partner broker to a main broker in the US where I know it is heavily regulated in stocks. There's insurance on your deposits, not from them, but from the US SEC. There's a lot of things put in place to ensure that no matter what happens, your money is safe. That's on stocks and ETFs and co. Same thing with other apps that you probably use for like fintechs and all. I'm more favoring now people who have structural or big companies behind them. So for example, there's some of these apps now that have banks as like the owner, but they just have an arm that invests, that now does all of those. So some of those are much more better. Or people who have microfinance banks and use that as a medium to get some of this high interest savings accounts that I usually look, if you are on my page, you see all of these things. High interest savings account companies, most of them are microfinance banks. So there's a lot of at least regulation that goes on with some of the investments and co you do on that. Can you be extremely careful all the time and be without risk? No. Life itself is a risk. Investing more like is even a bigger risk. Have I been burnt with like or Greek investments and all of those things. Absolutely.
Yes, now that you say
absolutely.
It,
so it's happened. It's happened to it's happened to me with 2 apps and co that I effectively have millions stuck in. So those things happen as well. But like I said, it is all a journey. It is all a journey of how I spread my money around and how I invest. I would rather all of those money is out in those different places working for me than sitting in my savings account and letting inflation be the quiet thief that's stealing it away. So a lot of due diligence I try to do, and we keep getting more. And what's more, we need to praise some Nigerian fintech people. There's a lot of young people who are really creating wealth and diversifying. One is a very recent one I'm going to start talking on my page soon that talks that it's on fractional real estate, where you can invest in real estate. I'm talking of own houses in Los Angeles and all of those things with your 100,000 naira, with your 50,000 naira, because they are buying those houses. You do the houses together, you sell it, or they put it on lease, all of those things, and you can get a chance to own a part of it. And these are professionals, again, backed by banks, backed by much more bigger companies who are like their shorties and all of those things, who are also investing, corporate investors in it. So a lot of things like that are coming up and opening up. And I feel like you only get to hear those things when you follow pages like ours, Wealth Monthly and Co. Not for anything, but because I understand that I'm like you, and I'm not a guru. Do you understand? I'm not an expert. I always call myself a personal finance enthusiast. I'm just one person who is understanding that who is understanding that my money has to do the work for me. I have learned that my money is I cannot work 24/7. That's what I tell people. You cannot work 24/7, but your money doesn't need sleep. Your money doesn't need to rest. Your money doesn't get tired. Your money can work 24/7, 365 days a week. 365 days a year, and will not get tired. And when it gives birth to children, those children become your slaves as well, and they continue working for you. So that's my goal in life, to continue to let my money do the hard work that I cannot do. So it's my money that can go to Agric, and if it fails there, it's fine. We'll find another money, or we'll find another work for his children and co. So it's all of those things that sort of come into play when you start to buy, when you invest in different things. It's some of those things. The good thing is, when any industry or something is starting out like this, there's a lot of bad players, there's some good players and co. People get pawned, people will not get pawned, and all of those things. But sometimes if it's too good to be true, you need to let yourself realize that it's too good to be true. And then I realized people also get greedy. There was a very recent case of a young girl who took over 4 billion naira or 2 billion naira or something that people had invested with her and stuff. When it gets, and I've seen that also play out in other Agric stuff as well, when everybody has now heard that you're playing good earnings, and so they bring a lot of money to you, instead of you to just say, no, hey, this is not my stuff. You collect the money and before you know it, other things like the crash is happening, like the COVID that happened, it just gets into the business, and so many things can get spoiled with it. So it's understanding all of these different complexities when you invest at the end of the day. I would say no matter what, you still need to invest. I beg you in God's name. You want to stay in safer assets? Absolutely. If not, hey, please, life itself is a risk.
Okay, so last 2 questions. You have read over 350 books. So can you give us... Yes, so can you give us 5 top books if you want to...
On investing.
Investing in finance, for the beginners. Just 5 books.
5 books. I'll say the first book you should ever read in your life is a book that it won't take you 3 hours to finish that book. It's called The Richest Man in Babylon. That book changed my life. I have never had a financial seminar or quote that I have not spoken about that book. It's a very small book, written in very old language, English language, those King James sort of thing. That's how the book is written. But I find that the principles in that book is what all the other personal finance book you will ever read in the world is on. It's very simple. I memorized the laws in the book, the laws of money in there. If you stick with those laws, there is no way you will not be wealthy.
Okay, second book.
There is no way. The second book for me has to be Kiyosaki's book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I know a lot of us were told to read it as kids, but people never took it serious. I read that book. Richest Man in Babylon, probably read it 40 times.
Wow.
Yo.
First of all, before you continue with this, how do you find the time to read? You're working, you're gonna. How do you find to read?
A fun story. When I used to work every day at the office, you know how Lagos traffic is.
Yes.
I lived on mainland, and then I would come to the island, and I'll be in traffic and all. I had a driver, so what I would do in my car was to listen to audiobooks.
Oh.
So those 2-3 hours in traffic, I would finish 2 books. And then I would just start it again and cook. That's how I found my time to read. Because I haven't done much in these days the way I normally would, but I wish I could continue reading and reading like that. And then in between is articles, different things like that I put, as part of it. So those are 2 books.
Okay.
The third book for me is a book called Quit Like a Millionaire. It's written
Quit Like a Millionaire.
It's written by a lady called Christy Liu Chen.
Okay.
And that book again is one of those very pivotal books for me. The reason is that we think we're poor in Nigeria. When I read that book, I realized there's poverty in the world. Deep poverty. Like, deep poverty. This lady was so poor. The first day she tasted Coke in her life, she almost ran mad as a teenager.
Wow.
That was the first day she tasted Coke in her life. She said she almost physically ran mad, that the rush of sugar. They were so poor that she used to get her toys from a medical waste heap. Do you know what a medical waste dump is? That's where they put syringes. That's where they put blood, soiled stuff. That's where she used to play. That's where she used to find her toys. That's how poor they were. A whole family, an extended family in China, they used to live on $100 in a year.
Wow.
That's poor.
Time, my director's in my ear. So the 4th book?
The 4th book has to be Psychology of Money.
Psychology of Money.
Psychology of Money is another fantastic one. It's more recent, and I love that as well. Then the 5th book is The Intelligent Investor.
The Intelligent Investor.
I have a lot more different books, but those books
top
are
5
great.
books.
Yes, those are my top 5 that any day.
So, last word to give to anyone to invest, finance, importance of investment, and the importance of chasing their dreams, because you were a nurse, a producer, and then now you are a financial coach. So please tell us, just give a word of encouragement, especially because it's a new year, word of encouragement out to people for investing and chasing their dreams.
So I'd say follow, I want to say follow your dreams, but I'll say follow the money first. I feel like a lot of us, we do the opposite. We follow our dreams, which is good. Yeah. But if your dream is not the field where there's a lot of money, you will be frustrated out of that dream. You'll be frustrated out of it. So follow the money first. Go to that place where a lot of things are, everybody needs that field now. Do it for the next 2-3 years. That's why financial literacy is important. As you're doing it for those number of years, you are saving your money as well as possible and continue to hone and grow that dream you have. So when you have a good chunk of money saved, now carry your load.
Now go to the dream.
Go to the dream
section.
God will bless you. And go and follow the dream with everything.
Interesting.
So that's what I do. That's what I advise. And this year, look, if you have never invested in your life, this is the year to pick it. This is the year where a lot of companies are on sale. Great, good companies are on sale. This is the year to test out your field in the stock market. This is the year to really grow finances. There's a lot of uncertainty in the air. There's inflation. There is global recession looming. There's so many different things. This is the year not to just rely on your job. This is the year to find a side hustle. I found out that not only is content king now, knowledge is king. Knowledge is gold. Whatever it is you can teach, whatever it is you can share, and you can monetize, you need to really, really start doing that in this new year. And I hope we do great stuff.
All right.
How to save 200,000 naira easily in 2023. The trick, like I've always said, is to break it into very little chunks. Do you want to try per day by saving, say about 550 naira per day? Yeah? That's a trick. Or you do it per week and try to save about 3,000 naira, 3,600 thereabouts every single week. Or you want to try to do it per month and save about 15,500 every single month.
It was a fantastic interview. I just sitting across the table have learned so much. It was so refreshing. I really don't want to let Shola for me go, but definitely we're going to have her, come back again and maybe have more time and talk about this. But the essential key things I've learned from this is discipline. If you want to live a financially comfortable life, you have to learn to put away some money, invest, and read. Knowledge is key. You have to know about, because it's just like a Nigerian thing. We just cut corners, let somebody else do it for me. But you also have to know for yourself. Okay, I'm going on and on. That's all we can take on this episode of One on One. My name is Fumilayo Onua-Jefe. Hope to see you sometime soon. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashwi. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of the Deke family at Ikuruake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashwi, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemisi Fashwi, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ugumosho during the Western region days. My uncle, an Egba man, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara, Abeokuta, where my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for Secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hans degree in performing arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic notations of Yoruba language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o, kí ni o? Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning course. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabo sir, meaning bye-bye sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course? In Yoruba, I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my course. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, Lo mu adawa kowage itakun to fese kolenkan, meaning go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, sorry sir. That was courtesy lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nails, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right, and it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings as a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I am Destiny Mama, and this is the news update. A former deputy governor of Nasarawa State, Professor Onje Gewado, who was recently kidnapped, has regained his freedom. Unconfirmed reports say the professor of law, who was abducted from his country home in Rinza, near Wamba headquarters of Wamba local government area of the state, was released after his family paid a 4 million naira ransom to the kidnappers. His release was, however, confirmed by the State Commissioner for Information, Mr. Dogo Shama. Professor Gewado served under the administration of the current national chairman of APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, as deputy governor between 1999 and 2003. The state commander of the Nigerian police had confirmed the abduction of the former deputy governor. In the aftermath, the abductors reportedly placed a call to the family members demanding for a 70 million naira ransom, which was eventually negotiated to 4 million naira before he was freed. And also, men of the Nasarawa State Police Command have arrested one of the inmates who escaped during last year's attack on the Kuje Correctional Center in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. In a statement, the State Police Public Relations Officer DSP Raman Nansel identified the escapee inmate as Salisu Buhari, a 24-year-old indigene of the state. Nansel said operatives also arrested one Zubairu Ali, who conspired with Buhari to steal motorcycles from residents of the Nasarawa local government area of the state. And Commissioner of Police Meyaki Baba had ordered the transfer of the case to the State Criminal Investigation Department in Lafia for a thorough investigation. And meanwhile, the bandits who kidnapped 85 people in Wanzamai village in the Safa local government area of Zamfara state have finally agreed to collect 20,000 naira ransom on each of the victims. They also asked the authorities to withdraw soldiers from the village as part of the conditions for the release of the abductees. They gave 12 midnight of Sunday as the deadline, threatening to kill any victim who failed to pay the money on or before the stipulated time. The State Commissioner for Security, Imam Safe, who is also an indigene of Safe local government, where the incident happened, says government will not succumb to the pressure by the bandits to evaluate the military personnel deployed in Wanzamai village. And the United Kingdom has placed Nigeria on the red list of countries that should not be actively targeted for recruitment by health and social care employers. And this is coming 1 month after the World Health Organization listed 55 countries, including Nigeria, facing the most pressing health workforce challenges related to universal health coverage. According to the information obtained from the website of the United Kingdom government titled Code of Practice for the International Recruitment of Health and Social Care Personnel in England, it said country identification follows the methodology contained in the 10-year review of relevance and effectiveness of the WHO Global Code of Practice on the international recruitment of health personnel. It said if a country was not on the red or amber list, then it is green. The amber countries where international recruitment is only permitted in compliance with the terms of the government agreements are Kenya and Nepal. It added that active recruitment is permitted from green graded countries where there is government-to-government agreement with the UK in place for international health and care workforce recruitment. And Professor Isisage, chairperson of the Presidential Advisory Committee Against Corruption, PAC, has opined that the 2023 election was one of the best in the history of the nation. Sage, however, insisted that the process was legitimate, pointing to APC's defeat in its stronghold of Lagos State. Sage argued that the 2023 elections were determined by ethnicity, religion, and organizational skills. But above all, what gave Tinubu the edge was his capacity to organize, plan, and plant agencies and supporters and various administrative bodies all over the state and the country. And also Professor Wole Soyinka, a Nobel laureate and writer, comes under fire from the civil rights organization Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, HURIWA, for his criticism of Labour Party's vice presidential candidate Dati Baba Ahmed. However, in a statement released on Sunday and signed by its national coordinator, Emmanuel Onwubiko, HURIWA demanded that the revered 80-year-old quit supporting the oppressors and tyrants that he had repeatedly and effusively mocked for more than 50 years in his practically endless books and plays. The organization reaffirmed that there is no wrong with using legal means to prevent Bola Tinubu from taking office on May 29, as the election that produced him is still being vigorously contested in court to key contestants in the race. Whatever says Professor Soyinka should avoid dancing naked in the market square so as to maintain his larger-than-life legendary status amongst millions of young Nigerians who are the primary victims of the misrule of the corrupt court system and political circle whom Soyinka seems to have sided with. Meanwhile, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, former President of Nigeria Olusegun Obasanjo, and Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun condoles with the family of the deceased George Bola Ajibola, who is a former Attorney General and former Minister of Justice. Professor Yemi Osinbajo, given his condolence speech, described the late Bola Ajibola as a humanist who contributed immensely to education development of the country, among other achievements, while the state deputy governor affirmed that he will be greatly missed. The dignitary stormed the Islamic Mission for Africa, where the Janazah prayer session was performed and led by the chief imam of Egbaland, Bangbola Shahadala in Abeokuta, Ogun State capital.
Here was a man who truly believed that that the worth of a person is what he's able to give back to society. And he demonstrated it throughout his life. So I think it's a life that ought to be celebrated and it's a life that's an example to us all. So for me, he was an excellent role model. And I'm sad that he's gone. As Segun, the first son, said, I'm actually his firstborn son.
No contest.
And I'm really, it's a great honor to have known him and to have been mentored by him.
Has discussed the good deeds of our father. Our prayer is that Almighty Allah accepts all his good deeds, especially in the field of education, as Hetul Jahariya for him. May Almighty Allah overlook his shortcomings, and may Almighty Allah accept his good deeds and grant him Al-Jannah Firdaus. We express our condolences to his widow, his children, and all his family for this irreparable loss. Our prayer is that Almighty Allah will grant them the fortitude to bear the loss of Papa.
And also President Muhammadu Buhari condoles with the family of former Attorney General and Minister of Justice Prince Bola Ajibola SAN, who has passed on at 89. And while commiserating with the legal community in Nigeria and worldwide, President Buhari noted that the outstanding lawyer and eminent jurist uses God-given knowledge, intellect, and talent to advocate for justice, fairness, and equity in all his undertakings within and outside Nigeria. And from news outside, in other parts of Africa, and some 300 demonstrators from opposition parties waved Tunisian flags and carried signs with the images of detainees at the rally organized by the main opposition coalition, the National Salvation Front. And since early February, authorities in the North African country have arrested more than 20 political opponents and personalities, including politicians, former ministers, businessmen, trade unionists, and the owner of Tunisia's most popular radio station, Mosaic FM. The political situation in Tunisia comes alongside mounting debt and cost of living crisis. From news outside Africa, a firefighter and a dog search for victims in the rubble at Rue Tivoli a day after a building collapsed in the streets in Marseille, southern France. An apartment building collapsed in an apparent explosion in the French Mediterranean city of Marseille, injuring 5 people, with authorities warning up to 10 victims could be under the burning rubble. 2 bodies were found in the rubble of a building that collapsed in Marseille following a major explosion. Scrambled to find at least 6 people and still unaccounted for. And more than 24 hours after the 4-story building imploded, with residents reporting a strong smell of gas, dozens of firefighters are still battling a blaze that has hampered search operations. And for business news, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, and the Capital Markets Community will discuss the implementation of the revised Capital Market Master Plan, as well as other matters relating to the market and the economy at its first Capital Markets Committee meeting in 2023. The meeting is scheduled to hold on April 12, 2023, virtually, with key stakeholders in the capital markets in attendance on the first day. The CMC is an industry-wide committee comprising members of the SEC, representatives of capital market operators and trade groups and other stakeholders, and it was primarily established to serve as a medium for the exchange of ideas among market stakeholders, as well as an avenue for providing feedback to the SEC on how to continuously address challenges, improve market operations, and enhance the regulatory framework. From Entertainment Desk, the Super Mario Bros. Movie powered up at the box office with an impressive opening. The movie ran up the score with more than $200 million in the US and Canada for its 5-day opening run, and an estimated $377 million worldwide. The latter topping the box office launch record for an animated movie previously held by Frozen 2. It marks the biggest global box office opening of the year, with Super Mario Bros. Standing ahead of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which brought in the $225.3 million during its February opening. The movie is based on the world of Nintendo's classic 1985 Super Mario video games. And in sports, top seed Kasper Ruud beats Miromir Kecmanovic of Serbia in straight sets to win the Estoril Open on Sunday. And the Norwegian world number 5 triumphed 6-2, 7-6 in a match lasting 1 hour and 48 minutes to take his first title of the season. The victory saw Ruud bag a 10th tour level title and 9th on clay. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. And you can also view us from Limex and Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching and happy holiday.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Dramatic shawarma, yeah.
Lagos Island has imposing architectural structures dotted on each side of the road, filled with people who are not sure if they will be locked out from their homes next year due to rental fee hikes. The buildings on the other side of the road wear an empty, forlorn look. Beggars are always on the streets. A thin, middle-aged man in an oversized jacket comes towards my window. In impeccable English, he explains that he is not a beggar, but a medical doctor who worked in the hospital about 3 blocks from the right side of the street we were on. He has an accent that must be from Cross River State, unmistakably lyrical. He says his daughter is in terrible shape. She has a ruptured appendix and was admitted in the same hospital where he worked. I'm trying to raise money for my daughter, but we haven't been paid for about 6 months now. It was difficult to tell truth from falsehood in Lagos. Poverty taught most people the art of deceit as a means of livelihood. Today, I discover an even more ingenious way of begging, meant to jolt one's physical and spiritual sensibilities. At the junction just before the traffic lights, a man who looks like he was a few seconds away from being called to be with the Lord is being pushed around in a wheelchair by a dreary-looking assistant. After a few minutes, the assistant stops pushing the wheelchair and takes up his bullhorn to tell the story of how the man has an orange-sized tumor on his face. He makes a feverish pitch for funds that will be for treatment. God bless you as you give. God shall water your garden as you donate to this cause, he bellowed. Motorists avoid them as if they just escaped a leper colony. The 2 men are indifferent and remain resolute in their quest. My name is Eriye Onogoroa. I work in an energy company, so apart from being an author, that's what else I do. So to be honest, so I used to work in another company, and you get to that stage in your career where you feel like your life is stuck in a rut. Like you wake up every morning and you're like, okay, we have to do this again. You know, nothing is challenging. It's just, you just know you're built for more. So that's the stage I was in. I'll go to work just completely dissatisfied. And, you know, we had friends, you know how it is in the office. We'll talk about, you know, all the things happening and not happening to us. And then it was just every day we were complaining. And then one day I said to myself, I said, Eri, but you write, yeah? Because I started writing from when I was like 8 years. And I said, you know, instead of complaining, look inwards and do something. And literally, that's how Dear Alare was born. So it was at a point in my life where I was just completely yearning for more and dissatisfied with where I was in my career. I like that question because when I was writing, for me, it was almost like a sense of urgency to pass a message. And the message was principally to live your life, your best life, in spite of anything that may be happening around you. You would have challenges, but own your voice, tell your story, and just be authentic. So for me, it was very important to pass that message across and let anybody reading to say, you know what, I mean, these challenges are not uncommon. Everybody faces them. But you can still live your moment. You can still live your best life as you pass through these challenges. For me, when I wrote that in particular, I was looking to talk about life in Lagos. And I use Lagos as a metaphor for Nigeria because, you know, Lagos is where everything happens. So for me, it was important to bring out all the kind of things that we see in society that should not be, poverty that really shouldn't be because of the abundance of resources, and the fact that you see a lot of people who don't have as much, just more or less just tending towards, okay, we need to have more babies, almost like a pastime, like, okay, since I can't have this, I can't have this. So that was the thinking behind, you know, this. In terms of themes, I thought to look at the patriarchal culture in Nigeria. I thought to put an X-ray on life in Lagos and the fact that really and truly at the end of the day, we sort of exist in Lagos. We don't live, we don't thrive. You wake up every day, you spend roughly, depending on where you are, roughly 4 to 5 hours in traffic. And you get back home and you sleep, and it's like an endless rut. Yeah, so those are the kind of things I was trying to look at, the challenges women face in the office. Not just in the office, what they're going through internally. For Alare, Alare didn't have a child, so she was facing all that, and yet she needed to be in the office to be her best. So things like that, those were the kind of things I was looking to talk about. The patriarchal culture, infertility challenges, just the whole chaos, what it really takes to live in a place like Lagos. Because it was important for me to tell the story that the fact that a lady gives birth to a girl has nothing to do with her. And the fact that as a girl, does not lessen the significance of the child. So that's very important for me to say there. We find it, like you said, in Nigeria, and it hasn't changed. Well, maybe, you know, our voices are being more amplified, so people are getting more aware, but it's still there. When a child is born, depending on the sex, the blame game, you know, shifts. And another thing I wanted to point out so strongly was, what if it's the man at fault? Because what tends to happen in marriages is the lady takes takes the blame, because society has been trained to see the woman to blame where there are challenges with childbearing. But what if it's the man's fault? So those are the kind of questions I was trying to throw light on in the book. Not very well, to be honest, because growing up, it was almost like a taboo. My dad didn't want to hear anybody speaking Pidgin, so it was like, well, I say by force, we had to learn. But, you know, a story like that, I had to use Pidgin to reflect the characters. So someone like Alhaji Wasiu, typical characters that would necessarily speak Pidgin English. It was important for me to reflect that in the story so that the reader understands that, just the different strata in society and the levels of people that we have. I would say, tell your story unapologetically, because somebody also asked me and I said, but you can't live life just expecting to be validated or not validated. Yeah, so for me it was important to pass a message. For me it was important to tell my story. The validation, secondary, because I will do it the same way, whether or not whatever anybody thought or thinks about Dear Alarie, I will tell my story, because it's important at the end of the day, when you go to bed, be satisfied that you have done what truly makes you happy as a writer. And some people just have a lot of stories in there just waiting to come out. But it's that fear of acceptance. And really and truly, you can't live life waiting to be accepted by everybody. It's just not the way to do things. I would say that is changing, to be honest. I mean, a lot of reading clubs springing up rather. A lot of, I would say it's changing. I know that, just even surviving in Nigeria is an art. So you find quite a number of people probably not having the time to read, but I don't think it's fair to say that we don't read. I think things are really, really changing.
Switch to on, light on. Switching command to internal. Expectedly back, DW. Fuel tank pressure 60. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Bunganyi. On this episode of Red Carpet, we'll bring you the Met Gala, the International Jazz Week, and music and mental health therapy. Let's get on with the show. This year's biggest night in fashion, the Met Gala returned to its usual berth on the social calendar this year after the pandemic upheaval. And if it feels like one of those what already moments, well, it is. It's been just under 8 months since the last gala, an annual fundraiser that raises 8-figure sums for the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Costume Institute. Pre-pandemic, about 600 A-listers from fashion, sports, music, film, TV, technology, and beyond were invited. And this year and last year, the numbers were closer to 400. The 2020 gala was cancelled. More than 16.4 million was raised last year, and the event is the Institute's primary budget feeder. International Jazz Day is held on April 30th of each year, and this year over 30 artists performed at an all-star jazz concert organized by the Herbie Hancock Institute of Jazz and UNESCO. It featured some African jazz giants like DRC's Ray Lema and Senegalese singer and bass virtuoso Alun Wade, plus a new group of women from West Africa. For jazz lovers, it was a
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show we have 3 glamorous events that you will enjoy. On our first event, it was a celebration galore as Yoruba veteran actress Mama Rainbow had her 80th birthday party in Lagos. The party was a double celebration as she also used the occasion to mark her 55th year in the movie industry. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the Platinum Jubilee event.
Clocking 80 is no mean feat and is something worth celebrating. The family friends and associates and well-wishers of Idowu Phillips, popularly known as Mama Rainbow, gathered from far and near to celebrate and rejoice with the movie icon. Guests wined and dined to a spontaneous treat and also used the opportunity to relive moments shared with Mama Rainbow. For friends and close associates, she is simply an embodiment of God's love.
Rainbow is a very nice woman. She has went a lot. And I pray for him that it's today's birthday. He should do more in life.
I'm super excited today to be at this event. I came in all the way from Turkey to attend this, and I'm excited. Mama is our brand ambassador of our company, and I remember when I met Mama through my uncle, Ayodele Badmus. He's an actor, a director, a filmmaker, and he actually introduced Mama to me. And ever since then, Mama won't da me po momoto all the time. Whether I'm here in Nigeria or abroad, Mama will always ask after me, pray, and it has always been supporting our brand because we are looking into government bilateral agreement. Immediately we told Mama what we do. Mama accompanied the next set of students we're taking abroad to the airport, and despite our age, she prayed for them. She wished them well. Even those, there was a time we did a Zoom, Mama came on Zoom to talk to the student. Mama came on Zoom to talk to the whole world. Mama identified herself to say a love that people should harness quality and affordable education throughout the whole of Africa. She is somebody that she's graced. Sometimes when I see some persons that are younger than her, and I see the way they do, and I see her, I'm like, when I posted her on my status, a lot of people said they can't believe that she's 80. So that connotes the grace of God. And from Goodmost Learning Center, Goodmost partners, Goodmost nations and partners throughout the 18 African countries and throughout the whole of Nigeria, we celebrate you. We appreciate you, Ma. And we pray that you will live long for us. You are a blessing to this generation. I love you so much.
Mama Rainbow is, number one, our brand ambassador for quality and affordable education in the whole of Africa. She's a mother. She's always, she has this love, special love for people. And she has special love to take people from where they are to where they ought to be.
Ìyá Rainbow, ìyá dada, ìyá lálùbáríkà, ìyá tó ṣe tọrọ ìyá. I've known her for a long way, and she's the best.
Mama, she's a wonderful person, very humble. In fact, she's very, very religious. She believes in God so much that each time she talks to me, half of the time she will be praying. She prays a lot for me.
The celebrant, who could not hold back her joy, appreciates her guests and expresses her gratitude to God, which, according to her, affords her another opportunity to continue to do what she knows how to do best. Don't wait until we are dead. Celebrate us now that we are alive. What we are enjoying is God's grace. An age is beginning to tell. So encourage us so we can rest when we should.
Back to back.
The highlight of the occasion was the cutting of the cake by the celebrant, flanked by her children.
Ladies and gentlemen, the youngest 80-year-old.
Now moving on to our next event, to commemorate this year's reunion of the CMS Grammar School Old Boys Association, a reunion meeting and dinner was put together. The event, which was held at the beautiful Bond Hotels in Ikeja, had in attendance union members from all over the world. Plus TV Africa was there.
The old saying, boys will one day become men, was re-echoed as the CMS Grammar School Old Grammarian Society held its multiple set reunion. The reunion had several old boys who had attended the school between 1974 to 1980 in attendance, along with their spouses and family members. The then teenagers, who are now fathers and grandfathers, were seen beaming with smiles at the sight of their contemporaries and one-time playmates, even as they hugged and called themselves by their various nicknames while in school almost 50 years ago. The president of the Old Boys Association, Olu Vincent, chaired the occasion. In his address, he congratulated and appreciated every old boy for gracing the occasion and reflected on the glorious past and its rich legacies.
We need more like that in youth years to help us restore and re-examine who we are and what we can do better for those years. So I want to plead with you. We will call on you individually. I've got some numbers today. There are things I have not seen for almost 20-30 years that we are seeing today. So we need to find a way to rejig. I know when we're in school, those that used to go to the camp, we know ourselves. Those that used to go to Yakoka, we know ourselves. Those that we point at the gate, we know ourselves. Those that come there to the hall, we know ourselves. But now that we are adults, all things have passed away. All things are new. So let us walk in that spirit, and may God bless you. I And I hope and I plead that maybe next year, let's do it annually. Let's do it next year again. Can we do it together next year?
In the same vein, the chairman of the combined reunion set of 1975 to 1976 and 1979 to 1980, Kola Akinwale, emphasized that the labor of the pioneer leaders of the school should not go in vain.
This is not just about social. Yes, we've had a social evening here, but part of what we do is to try and give back to the school as well. We look at projects and try and have an impact. So that's really been what we've tried to do. So normally we'll have this over 3 days, but because of the challenging economy at the moment and the finances, we've had to scale it down to just today. The plan is we meet every 2 years. So the next meeting, by the grace of God, will be 2024. We may change the venue. There's been some talk about having this in the UK or the States for a change, because we've always had the very first 3 in Lagos.
Some of the old boys also spoke about the reunion and what it means to them.
We feel so good about the reunion. Once in 2 years, we all gather together, bringing guys that have left the school for 20, 30, 40 years together under the same roof, throw banters and share love and share fellowship.
It's always a good day to reunite with the guys. We've been doing this since 2016. And every year it's getting better, and it's another way to network among ourselves. We plan to do it many, many more years. Hopefully our guys are in good health, and we continue this good source, because this is a way to give back to the school.
It's there. I will tell you why the joy is there. The guys you see in there, we've been coming a long way from Form 1, like say from age 10. Many of us are in our 60. Maybe few are minus 1 plus 60. These are friends actually. The joy, it comes automatically. Yeah, we don't see often, but we have a great platform where the traffic on that platform daily. If you don't come there, by the time you come there in the next 2 hours, you have 1,000 messages. So, I mean, there's not like youth friends. I would say youth friends. So the joy is just there, the trust is there, the happiness is there, because we think alike. Unlike people you are meeting along your path, we fight. Yeah, we fight. But our fight doesn't last hours.
I feel it's good to celebrate each other. It's good to reunite and let's connect. When we had the very first one, there were quite a few people that never saw each other. Like when they left school, some of us left school in 79, some of us left in 1980, and some of us left in 81. However, when we had the very first one, which was in 2016, some people never saw each other until then. And that was when we realized that time is not, on our side, and we need to sort of get together more often and, just felicitate with each other.
The high point of the event was one of the old boys singing the school anthem memorably and reminiscing some funny memories. The old boys made a toast and thereafter cut their reunion cake amidst so much to eat and drink.
God be with you till we meet. The last verse 4. God be with you till we meet again. Floating on you,
And our final event centers on octogenarian Mrs. Grace Olabisi Olugbodi, who celebrated her 80th birthday in the company of her children, grandchildren, family, friends, and well-wishers.
Clocking 80 is no mean feat. It's something worth celebrating. No wonder the family, friends and well-wishers of Grace Olabisi Olugbodi gathered together to celebrate and rejoice with the octogenarian. From far and near, they traveled to grace the occasion. The mood was exquisite, with beautiful, sparkling, glittering floral drenched in purple hues as a live band entertained guests.
This woman did at the last count over 20 odd jobs to train all of us, all 9 of us, to go through the university as graduates. Odd jobs. I mean, it's absolutely impossible for us not to appreciate that, because those, you know, we all were in school at the time that was very difficult, and she demonstrated through our entrepreneurship, through our diligence, through our commitment, through our dedication, that it can be done. So our life is not just an inspiration and motivation for us. In actual fact, the foundation of everything that we also became later in life can be found in her. So today's payback time is basically first to thank God for sparing our life, and secondly to say thanks to her for all she has done for us, and hopefully that she'll continue to do for us.
She's a very enterprising mother. There is no doubt about the fact that she loves her children, and I tell you that she's done a very good job bringing up 8 great men. So these are responsible, enterprising, hardworking men. Mommy is God-fearing. She's a praying mother. As a matter of fact, I know in the last 15, 20 years, she wakes up every single day to pray for her children, her grandchildren, her daughters by default. You know, she has so many daughters, you know. So what else can I say? I want to thank God for her life at 80. She has come so far, and I think it's simply grace, just like her name says. She's an embodiment of God's grace, and I just pray that the Lord will continue to strengthen her, give her more years to live in good health, sound mind, and I think her life is just beginning. So the grace of God is upon her, no doubt, and she will live to enjoy many more years by the grace of God. I think her life is just beginning. So the grace of God is upon her, no doubt, and she will live to enjoy.
Mama has been wonderful. She has always been for us. Even while we were young, before we entered the university, she was always there. When each time we went to her, she will always call us and advise us that, no, I know fully that but I know you will play for more than 40 years, more than 50 years. And to the glory of God, we have every cause to celebrate Mama today, based on what she has been saying, And based on what she has for us in terms of good fortune, and all of us have every cause to glorify God. And that is the reason why you see all of us coming around and gathering together to celebrate Mama Grace Olugbodi.
That should live longer. In 90 we'll celebrate another 90 years, and all of us should be alive to celebrate her. And it should be a point where people will let my life be like that of mommy from years to come. From years to come. From years to come. From years to come.
There's nothing I consider to thank God and advise so many women to be so, just to depend on God. I'll be doing everything for you. Don't watch God, adore, and go back to God. And God. Just hold on to God. I will be your strength forever. Back to God. Just hold on to God. I will be your strength forever.
Let's see how it goes. The grandchildren. Happy birthday to you. Mama, that was me. Bye-bye. Mama, show me a woman, man. Mama, do what you. Let me ask your friend. What did I tell you here? Let me ask your friend. Happy birthday to you.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on today's show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account at Plus TV Africa, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. Today my guest is someone for whom I have a great deal of respect. Indeed, he's my trainer, my teacher. If someone has been your teacher once, you can't say he's my former teacher. So he's my teacher. He is an award-winning broadcaster, an icon in our industry, a very committed Nigerian. Please welcome Sonny Irabor.
I've been here over 50 years. Believe it or not, I've seen Lagos change in different directions.
Of trying to show how totally, inconsiderate you can be, how unacceptable your actions can be, and how, you can actually get out of line, inflict injuries or wounds on innocent people, and just make people be afraid of you for the fun of it. Bully. I saw, I'm doing a monologue. My guest is right here looking at me and wondering what's going on with Sonny.
Thank you very much. And welcome too. It's like you're doing my job for me.
Yes, I'm doing your job for you now. Now, so you teach us. I recall that in 1982, I was one of the first people in your class. the very first class you had to take?
40 years ago.
40 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I recall then that you would leave us in the class to quickly go take the network news, and of course by the time you came back the class was upside down, and then you tried to restore order. Let me ask you, why broadcasting?
I've said this times without number. There was a Dele Olowu, a great friend, was my senior in school, and that was in 1968. I heard his voice on Midwest Radio. The voice didn't change. It was just the same light, personable voice. And I said to myself, that must be Dele Olowu. That must be Dele Olowu. I said, okay, when I grow up, I'll be like him. But guess what? He came back to school that same day. I said, did I hear your voice on radio? Those days of rediffusion.
Rediffusion, yes.
And he said, did you listen? I said, yeah. I said, really? How did I sound? I said, great, But it never left my mind. I made up my mind, one way or the other, I will have to be a broadcaster. So to me,
because that to me, that means you are making me to work where I do not have intention of working, or where I have no choice that I have to stay put. For me, it's a breach of the fundamental right. Like I said earlier on again, I am aware that medical doctors are moving out of the country. Not only them, even lawyers are moving, bankers, so many other of them. And the reason behind it, I don't know why the justification for saying medical doctor must stay 5 years, apart from they want to cover brain drain, I don't know. Because most of these doctors did not go to school for free. They may argue they will subsidize. So if you subsidize, it is not only them. All universities in Nigeria will be said to have been subsidized. In other words, if you went to school and read law, you went to school and read accounting, you read any other courses, you have benefited from the government. So you should be forced to work wherever the government feels you should be able to work or work in Nigeria. If I also look talking about those who have been trained by government, how about those who went to private university that they pay money, they pay fee for their training without any sort of government contributing anything to it in terms of what they call it, a subsidy, or subsidizing the fee they pay. So for me, it's unfair. It will be unfair on the medical doctor. It will be unfair it will be a breach of the fundamental right. I expect the government to look at why do we have a brain drain? Why are they running out of the country? Why are they going elsewhere? The answer is simple. For me, the question is that there is no conducive environment in this country. There is no enabling environment. There is no equipment or facility for them to be able to work with. There is no money commensurate with what they are doing. People, they are not being paid. The money they are being paid cannot take them home. Talk about feeding their family or feeding them. So, but if I will support the bill, if there will be a clause in that bill that will say within that 5 years, what they will be paid will be commensurate to what they will pay abroad if they are travel abroad to go and do to offer their services abroad. They're asking them to stay put for 5 years before considering whatever they want to do, even if they have the opportunity abroad. So before they go there, will be unfair and will be a breach of the constitutional right as far as I'm concerned. They should also not only look at them staying back, they should also look at why are you going back? Why are we traveling? And in that regard, if you say what they are being paid here is what they complain of, I expect the government to also make that payment commensurate with what is obtainable abroad. Most of these people who are talking, most of them will be in a position to send their children abroad to go and practice. Thereby, they will avoid the service of 5 years in the country. They can also put in that law that, look, any child or children of anybody who has head office in this country should not go abroad for any training, or after doing training in Nigeria or anywhere in the world. He must come back to Nigeria to work for 5 years before going out of before he cannot decide where to go to. That will make it fair for me. If the law applies to everywhere, that is accounting, law, and other people, even if when you study abroad and you are in Nigeria, you must come back home and come and do that 5 year compulsory medical practice. Then I will see it as a fair law in that regard. But as it is today, as far as I'm concerned, it's a breach of fundamental right, it's discriminatory, and it's unfair on the part of the medical doctor.
We're being joined by another guest that we promised earlier, but before we bring him on, let me just ask, why is it really unfair? Because as far as I'm concerned, it's the same thing that is happening in the National Youth Service Corps. You finish your 4 years or your 5 years or your 7 years, as the case may be, and you are, permit the word, forced to serve the country for 1 year. And you cannot go out and use whatever you're using because you have not served, if you have not served that 1 year. So is it because it is 5 years that it is so worrisome, or even the NYSC can be put into that same mold and said to be draconian?
It is unfair on the fact that it's made 5 years. If you're talking about NYSC, it applies to everybody. Whether you read medicine, whether you are a lawyer, whether you read accounting, whether you read this and that, you are bound to go for NYSC once you are within the age bracket. And then when you say it must be 5 years for medical doctor alone, then it's becoming discriminatory, and therefore it's unfair. So as far as I'm concerned, making it compulsory for them to say, look, you must come and do this service in this Nigeria for 5 years, not thinking of how would they survive, what are the facilities provided for them to be able to train. Some of them travel out not because of the money. Some of them travel out because they want to acquire more experience and they want to acquire more knowledge because what they needed to work in Nigeria are not available. So it's unfair on their part for them to say, look, only medical doctor must spend 5 years after service. Studies is compulsory and it's part of their curriculum. That will not be part of the curriculum for everybody. It's just only for them. So that makes it discriminatory and that makes it unfair. So if it's not discriminatory, I will not say it's unfair. Because it's discriminatory, it's unfair because it not only applies to medical doctors, not everybody. The NYSC applies to every courses in Nigeria. And like I said, I want them to also extend it to anybody who train abroad if they want to go down route. To say, look, even if you go abroad to train as medical doctor, you must come back to Nigeria. Once you are in Nigeria, you must do 5 years before you go anywhere. Because that is the shortcut they will be using. They have the ability to send their train abroad to go and train. They will not say they are exempted because they didn't train in Nigeria. So they want to. So to me, as far as I'm concerned, that's my home. In as much as I don't want us to have a brain drain. I think we should also not put people under unnecessary pressure. Forced labor. In other words, I don't want to work for you. You say I must stay back and work. And anyway, it will not be fair on them. And some of them may even be killer. They may become when I say killer here, I'm talking about somebody who's not willing to work, a medical doctor. You force him to work. He will just be doing whatever he likes. And then in the process, he may not even practice the business the way it should be practiced. And then it may result to so many other unconsequential negative effects in that regard. So to me, it's unfair because it does not apply to everybody. It applies only to a category of people, and it's not general. NYSC is general, and then that cannot be compared with NYSC because this only applies to what's it called.
Thank you very much. We're being joined by Dr. Robinson Ebi, Chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association, Rivers State. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Ebi. Dr. Ebi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, we're hearing what is happening in the House of Representatives, where a bill is being read and debated and passed for second reading to make sure that every doctor that trains in Nigeria will have to put in 5 compulsory years before they can export their talents to anywhere else in the world. How is the NMA taking that?
Thank you very much for having me. I'll be very straight to your question. You have called this law a bit of being draconian. I would say this is modern imprisonment and modern slavery. And the enemy is not taking it very lightly. We are taking it very seriously and we are vehemently against this law. We are vehemently going to oppose this law. We will take them to court if it needs to get to that extent. Well, this is just the second reading. There is going to be the committee stage, and everybody will be invited to be on the table, and we are going to discuss this matter. So that law is not acceptable by the Nigerian doctors. We reject it in its entirety. We reject the concept to which they have been able to put this law together, and I think that this is quite unfair to the medical profession. In fact, it is what is going to be another killer machine for the medical profession. And no matter what they think, it's going to be counter and counterproductive. I thank your barrister and the explanations he has given to this. It is against our personality, it's against our creed, it's our mother, the health sector, the more, for putting up this law together.
Can
you hear me?
Yeah, we seem to be having a problem. Okay, go ahead, please.
All right. So for putting this law together, we say we are vehemently against this law and then we reject it. In fact, the ideology of NYSC is quite different from this law that is trying to imprison medical professionals. The ideology of NYSC is for national integration, is for nationalization, and to bring the unity of this country to serve our country. But this is going to tell people that have been trained, that have their specialized skills, not to serve people, not to move out, not to explore the world, even in this area of a global village. Then they are trying to murder the medical profession, and the Nigerian doctors will stand against this law. You cannot tell us not to travel until after 5 years of practice. However, I must state categorically that even the doctors that are living are not even the only the professors are living. Senior registrars are so not even only the young doctors. So the irony of thinking that it's only the young doctors that live in the country is allowed to fight brain drain or whatever is acceptable. There are causes of brain drain, and we have not been able to sort out the factors causing brain drain. And you're coming to imprison people. I wonder what kind of society will conform to such a thing. We know that our services are measured in terms of quantity, and then people are ready to buy our services more than what you are offering. If you want us to be in the country and serve you, then raise up your game. However, medical education in Nigeria is not free. It's paid for. There are people that are still on loans trying to train their children and wards in medical school. There are people still trying to pay loans. Parents still trying to pay loans. Parents out of their savings
Dr. Ebi, Dr. Ebi, just a moment. The argument, one of the arguments is that the medical doctors in Nigeria go to school with some kind of subsidy from the government. How far does this subsidy go if it does come to you as medical?
I have not seen any subsidy in terms of medical training. That is the universally acceptable acceptable fees that are being paid by every student. It is not peculiar to medical students or to medical education. Government infrastructures across board is being subsidized, both in education, in healthcare services, in transportation. Everything owned by government is subsidized. Then, what about those that have gone to private universities that paid heavily for this medical education? Were they also subsidized? Were their fees also subsidized? Were there any form of control for the private universities on what they charge for medical students? Medical students pay as much as 3, 5, 6 million per session in private universities. As much as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 million, depending on the university. What subsidy? Parents pay. Parents take loans and make sure that their children undergo this medical education. So that ideology that medical education is subsidized is complete fallacy, and it's not acceptable to us.
Okay, let me just ask you this. People go out of the country not just because of, well, maybe everything is related to greener pastures, but some people go because they want to further their education. Some people go because they need to go and join their loved ones. Some people go for various reasons. But some other people go because of the conditions, the working conditions of or that exist in Nigeria. Now, the complaints have been that a lot of things have not been put in place to make the profession or to make the practice of medicine in Nigeria very comfortable. That's why some people are going out. If that is the case, what are some of those things that are lacking in Nigerian medical space, health space, that will make a doctor to leave Nigerian shores to another place to seek that which can be provided in Nigeria?
Yes, it is very obvious. Yes, it's very obvious that it may not necessarily be for greener pastures why people are leaving the country, why medical personnel are leaving the country. Like the colleague, Barrister Tunji have said, it's not only doctors that are leaving, pharmacists, med lab scientists, radiographers are all leaving. So this is not necessarily because of greener pastures or welfare-related issues. However, it should be also noticed that the infrastructure development of the country, the working environment for these doctors or healthcare providers is also very, very questionable. Now, healthcare financing has been an issue. Most of the health sectors are underfunded. And when they are underfunded, the management of those health facilities have not been able to put in place necessary infrastructure to enhance effective healthcare delivery. So I want to just enumerate that healthcare financing has been a very serious challenge. Power is a challenge. Security is a challenge. I can go on and on and on and on. So apart from welfare-related issues and greener pastures, these are some of the other influential circumstances that affect the human capital flight or that pushes medical and healthcare providers to leave the country. So some of these things are not in place. Most of our public sectors are not funded. In fact, let us cast our mind back to the COVID era. Nigeria witnessed even a reduction in the allocation of funds from the federal treasury to health, even during a pandemic. It's as bad as that. It is as bad as that. The Nigerian healthcare funding has never grown above 15%. I've never. In fact, that's always between 5 and 6% of our gross budget. Our budget allocation to healthcare has always gone below 10%. As against the WHO recommendation. So how do you get universal health? So some of these things are the issues. Meanwhile, the environment is not comfortable. Meanwhile, other participations and other things that are meant to be put in place is not in place for them to function. And then they need to really go out and also get other specialized training for themselves. The training environment is not conducive. There is no adequate training. There is no adequate fund for research because there is nothing you do. You cannot separate medicine from research. You cannot separate medicine from research. So medical education is research-based. Where is the research funds? Where are the funds for research? These are the questions. So it is not only welfare. It's not only greener pasture. We have issues with what? Funding. We have issues with specialized manpower training. We have issues with security. We have also issues with community participation and others can go on and go on. So these are the issues surrounding fueling the brain drain we see today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come back to you, Tunji. We have agreed that, okay, there is a problem. Brain drain, if we call it brain drain, it's not just people going from one place to the other to explore. But if we call it brain drain, then there is actually a problem. But we've also established the fact that it may not be the best solution to just compulsorily give 5 years to people to stay back and do whatever they need to do, even though some people may not even ever in their life travel out, even as medical doctors. But if you say 5 years is compulsory, it becomes like a prison to them. What recommendations, what alternatives should be explored by the National Assembly, by the government, to seek to proffer the solutions that will make the brain drain to stop instead of 5 years compulsory service?
You see, like for myself, for instance, I'm not a medical doctor, I'm a lawyer. For me to even travel out for 2 weeks, even though the environment is not conducive, it's difficult for me. If you beg me with a visa, I mean, I will even return it to you for 2 weeks. to anywhere in the world, because it will affect it. So if you make the environment conducive in terms of providing the adequate facility, security, and then the money is there to survive, to complement what they are doing. You know what? You see a medical doctor who's a consultant who has been in practice for 25 years, to pay school fees of 250,000 naira is a problem. To feed his family is a problem. And you expect that kind of person to stay put and when there's another opportunity somewhere. For example, now we're even talking about the younger ones. It's not only the younger ones that are traveling. The old ones are traveling. 25 years in practice, 30 years in practice. And for me to even think of, for them to even think that when you are young, that's when you are not supposed to travel, it's wrong. That 5 years you are using in Nigeria, you have built them enough. That's when we are supposed to benefit from their experience. That's when you are not importing them outside, or you are allowing them to go. So for me, what they need to do is not about anything. It's not about forcing people to do compulsory labor or another slave trade, another slave trade work. What they need to do is to ensure that, look, we have a conducive environment, a medical situation whereby those who are the president, the minister, the governor, the arterial, whatever, can stay in Nigeria and attend those medical facilities. That is it. If it's that conducive enough, that if for example, a governor built a world-class hospital and he has just a minor headache in abroad, that means there's no confidence in that system in Nigeria. So they are also telling us that, look, we don't have trust in this system. We don't have trust in this medical facility here. So if they provide enough medical facility, if they make the salary commensurate with what the people are brought to pay, and make everything proper. Nobody want to travel and go and survive somewhere and then start leaving family. Some of them go as fast, leaving their family in Nigeria. They will be there, the wife will be in Nigeria, he will be abroad. Do you think anybody like that? No. Because they have no choice. They have to move out and get more things to be done. Even in Nigeria, you cannot even get more experience because their facilities are not there for you to be able to get that experience you are looking for. So if they don't want them to travel, it's not about compulsory law. It's not about making it compulsory that you must stay somewhere. Make the environment conducive. That's just the solution. Make the environment conducive in terms of providing every facility, in terms of ensuring they have a good pay. That will be enough. That they will stay back. That's just the truth. Then if you say that will be the solution, asking them to stay back for 5 years, you are making them to stay against their wish. And for me, like I said, it's forced labor. It's contrary to the provision of Section 34 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's discriminatory. It's unfair. That is the way I see it. And it's going back to area of having a slavery. And that's what I think. So just make the environment conducive. That's just the solution. Once the environment is conducive, the medical facilities are there. There is nothing you want to get abroad you don't have in Nigeria. The pay are commensurate with what they are doing. Then they will stay back. So you don't have to force anybody to stay, not to stay in Nigeria or to stay in Nigeria for 5 years or whatever. Like I said again, I want to repeat it again. That first 5 years is most crucial for them because that is the year they get the experience more. So if you take them out within that 5 years, after the 5 years, we are supposed to be gaining their worth of experiences. That is when you now allow them to go out of the country and then go and give it to people outside the country. Then it doesn't make sense to me as far as I'm concerned. So what I think we should do, like I said, I want to repeat it, is just one solution. Make the environment conducive. Provide good welfare. Provide good remuneration. Then they will stay put. That's just my own way of doing it.
Okay, Dr. Ebi, now from you, let's take a final word from you. If the government wants to do a revamp of the medical sector or the health sector, they may not be able to carry all the eggs at the same time and do everything at the same time. What are some of the most pressing things, maybe 1, 2, 3, that they need to do urgently if they want to stop this brain drain and improve the medical or the health sector in Nigeria? Very few of those things that we need to, like they say, low-hanging fruits that must be done urgently before we look to doing the rest of the things that we need to do. We seem...
Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, we can
you hear
you
me?
now. Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry, the network has not been very friendly.
That's all right.
I want to say that first, we have to take the issues of health very critical. And thank God that today is World Health Day, and the theme for today is health for all. And that means equitable health for all. Health without race, health without status, health without gender, health without tribe. Whoever, wherever you are, you should have access towards effective and efficient healthcare service. My dear, I will say the first thing I want to advocate is that there should be a law restricting every public office office holder from leaving this country to seek healthcare from outside with taxpayers' money. And every public officer must use the government or public health facility in this country. Just do that for us, and let's see whether the health sector will not improve. We have forgotten in a hurry that when COVID came,
let's wrap up, Doctor. Yes, go ahead.
When COVID came, everybody was stuck. I pray COVID never comes again. But if it does, it may be worse on us. Therefore, if that is done, then welfare will be secondary. Every doctor will stay. Everybody will be in this country and develop our healthcare delivery system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Even though, Doctor, it sounded like do me, I do you. But it's well put. And we're hoping that people who are concerned are listening now. We'll take a quick break. And when we return, we'll be addressing global politics as world powers come together to create their new currencies, thereby neglecting the dollar, also known as the BRIC Alliance. Just stay with us.
China and Brazil on Wednesday reached a deal to trade in their currencies, dumping the US dollar. The deal will reduce their dependence on the US dollar, given that China is Brazil's biggest trading partner, with a record US dollars 150.5 billion in bilateral trade in 2022. The deal comes months after the deputy director of the Russian Foreign Ministry Foreign Policy Planning Department stated that the BRICS countries are working on establishing a new reserve. That reserve currency is supposed to better serve their economic interests. The BRICS, a bloc of emerging market economies comprising Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, accounts for 26% of global GDP. China and Brazil on Wednesday reached a deal to trade in their currencies, dumping the US dollar. The deal will reduce their dependence on the US dollar, given that China is Brazil's biggest trading partner with a record $150.5 billion in bilateral trade in 2022. The deal comes months after the deputy director of the Russian Foreign Ministry's Foreign Policy Planning Department stated that the BRICS countries are working on establishing a new reserve currency to better serve their economic interests. The BRICS, a bloc of emerging market economies comprising Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, account for 26% of global GDP and 20% of global trade, and more than 40% of the world's population. As of the fourth quarter of 2022, exports in BRICS accounted for 16% of Nigeria's total exports, while exports to the US were at the same period only 7.15%. Analysts say that the increasing influence of BRICS requires that Nigeria strengthens diplomatic ties with the BRICS while diversifying the complexity of its exports. Algiers, Argentina, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Iran, Egypt, Mexico, Nigeria, Pakistan, Sudan, Syria, Turkey, the United Arab Emirates, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe are among the countries showing interest in joining BRICS. Well, joining us to discuss the direct impact of joining the BRICS Forum in Nigeria and its political space is Ikenna Agbaso, a political analyst. Good evening and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, my brother. Good to have you.
Okay, just so we break down the grammar, as Nigerians will say, just tell us a little bit more about what this BRICS really is.
So as rightly said, it is multiple countries coming together to try and change the general trajectory that the world has been going in, which is dollar. So Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and a whole list of other countries, about 13 countries have all applied, including Nigeria, have applied to join the BRICS. As you said earlier, that I was even unaware, Nigeria has exported 16% to BRICS and about 7% to America. Okay. So that means we already have established relations with the BRICS. So this is welcome news for Nigeria, actually, because now our currency is going to increase in value.
How is that going to be?
Okay, perfect. So the reason the dollar is as strong as it is because it's the trading currency of the world for oil, which goes all over the world. So now all the oil producing countries are part of BRICS or are joining BRICS or have applied to join BRICS. So if they are no longer using this trading power to trade, as if you mentioned trade between China and Brazil, 150 plus billion just last year. So imagine taking that away from the dollar and that being thrown into another currency, the yuan or rupees or the different currencies that they're going to now use. This is an advantage for countries that are part of that.
But is this just breaking the monotony of or monopoly of a dollar, or it's just a rebellion against the dollar, or there was a real necessity for this to happen?
Well, we say in a democratic world that monopolies should never exist, right? That's part of democracy, that monopolies don't need to exist. Why is the dollar the only trading currency in a global world? And there's nothing wrong with the second option. And I imagine that this is going to make both, there's some people who are afraid that, joining the BRICS is going from frying pan to fire, going from America to Russia and Chinese rule. Do we know what that is like, and the rest, right? We understand that fear. But it is always good to have multiple options. We should be able to use, and no, I wouldn't, there's a lot of sentiment that can be attached to this shift away from the dollar. You know, of course, the Russia-Ukraine war definitely impacted that, because Russia yesterday at the UN, or day before yesterday, they said, well, we cannot trade in dollar. We're not allowed to receive dollar. We still need to trade. So those that are fine with trading with us, we use another currency then. So that's necessity. They've been pushed to the wall and are reacting in that manner. But apart from them, whatever is moving them to make this move, me here for Nigeria, I'm happy with.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, what I'm seeing here is that for a very long time, America has had that monopoly.
Yes.
And they've controlled the world economy because the dollar is the trading currency as it is. I'm not too sure America will take it lying down low. But what do you think that they might want to do to stay relevant?
Well, someone said to me today that yes, oil. Part of the reason the dollar is as strong as it is because it's the currency that is used to trade oil. So the situation now is, I believe that this is actually going to make America be more diplomatic and friendly to other people, because they are making more enemies. So it is going to be a time where they're going to approach foreign diplomacy a bit better. People say, oh, China does better. They come and build roads and this and that and set up infrastructure in your countries. What did America ever do for you? What has America ever built for you here in Africa? You know, there are those arguments, you know. But as I say, I think this is welcome because this gives Nigeria a chance. We're going into a phase where we're industrializing more. We're going to go heavily into industrialization. This is where Nigeria should be
we really haven't seen that move to industrialize our country, as it were. Because why I was asking how this is an advantage to us is that if the naira, for instance, is very weak against the dollar, the factors that make the naira to be weak are mostly like the fact that we are not a very industrial nation as it is. We don't produce as much as we consume. That is why our money is so low against the dollar. When we change from the dollar to any other currency, and the situation of the country is the same thing, it means, in my layman's head, it means that we're just moving our misfortune from one place to the other. Because we're not prepared to go and tap into that advantage that a different currency will give us.
The truth that yes, despite the economic climate not being favorable enough to industrialists, where only a few can afford to go through the pains and struggle of power, this and that, right? Can afford to go through that. I think there's still a lot of people that are daring to still invest in Nigeria because Nigeria is the best investment. So there's still some moves. Yes, we may not be moving as fast, and not enough of us are investing in Nigeria, yes, but some are, and it's a great time for us. Because yes, by the way, I'm not saying we should join and just join from one party to the other. No, I'm saying join and actually use our heads. Nigerians, we need to industrialize. And though difficult, though extremely difficult,
what are some of these things? What are some of these things that are making the economic climate, for instance, not being favorable for investment and industrialization that we're looking for?
Of course, the standard ones, which is security. For foreign investments, the biggest issue is security in Nigeria, insecurity in Nigeria. For us locally, for us Nigerians, I would say poor infrastructure. Poor infrastructure is what is making us struggle. When I say poor infrastructure, of course, I'm talking about power. Inability to get power, and if you're able to get it, the cost of it is an arm and a leg, and maybe a bit more. So such examples. So that is why these are factors that, yes, I think we are going to beat.
But if we beat these factors, it's not because we have jettisoned the dollar, for instance. It's not because we are now using yuan.
Yeah.
How do they call the currency?
Yuan.
Yuan. We are now using yuan or any other currency. But I would have expected that countries that want to join the BRICS have something to bring to the table, and so that when the argument comes, we know that we also have something to hold the other countries. You know, I don't want to use the word to ransom and all that. But if we are going empty-handed, as it is, just because every other country is clamoring to go.
Nigeria.
Apart from that, we are producing oil.
Okay. Let us re-identify Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
Because despite all the problems that Nigeria has, Nigeria is still the heart of Africa. And Nigeria is the spearhead of Africa. Nigeria is value on its own. Nigeria is one of the most valuable countries in the whole world. It's its people that have not accepted Nigeria's identity and its value. There's enough value in every single state in Nigeria for every single state to be self-sustainable and not need trade beyond the next state. They don't even need to import anything.
So you believe this alliance with the BRICS will
Yes.
give us the opportunity to explore our potential to the full?
Yes. I mean, what I'm saying is that it's a better economic climate. A better economic climate naturally betters the possibilities of things growing. We need the oxygen to breathe for us to function. You know, so this is an example. What's in my estimate, I don't know if I should say this on air, but in my estimate, we should have $400 naira to $1 by the end of the year.
By the end of the year. I like it too.
Maybe
but we're still talking dollars, you see. We're so used to dollar.
No problem. I'm just saying, but
that means because of this,
yes,
because of the shift from the dollar, the value of the dollar will come down as well,
automatically,
and that of the naira will go up. Well, I don't know much about this economics and all those things, but my concern is, okay, a group of countries has decided to come together to form an alternative alliance, to form an alternative economic climate, as it were, and all that. And everybody that is coming at this time is like a pioneer for this formation that they're going to do. And I'm just thinking about what Nigeria, apart from the fact that we have a population which in itself is a market, a very big market for everybody to want to come and invest. But what else are we offering? What are those things? What is even our foreign policy that will make us tap into this opportunity so much so that we will move at a pace that we want to move? I'm just
well, I cannot speak on behalf of our government or our new coming government. I cannot speak on behalf of them. I don't know what policies and how they're going to handle foreign alliances. I don't know. But
well, if you were to advise, what would you say? Going into this kind of alliance, what are some of the things?
what Nigeria needs is to produce. Nigeria needs to manufacture. We have all the raw materials we need. We have the human capital. We have the capital. Let us work.
Okay.
That if Nigeria does that, I believe that the pressure, any government that is ruling is under pressure. From now on, people might say not much was accomplished in this last election, but what was accomplished is that whoever rules, he knows now that Nigerians are watching him, and you need to work. You need to actually work. Accountability is great. It's about time our leaders became accountable to the people, and we're heading in that direction. So that is progress. So I expect a better economic climate so we can all go and work. That is my hope.
Okay. We were looking at the implications, what Nigeria was bringing to the table and all that. But let's come back to the local economy, because when people begin to hear that we're not so much interested in trading in the dollar and all that, with that confusion that comes, what are those benefits that will be accruable to the local people in the local market, the local sellers, the local industrialists, the local barbers, everybody who is trying to contribute one thing or the other to the economy, so that when we grow together?
Okay, well, as I said earlier, I think the dollar is going to lose sizable margins. So that actually, what is going to happen internationally that is going to devalue the dollar gives us the chance to trade more. You'll be buying dollar for cheaper, you can buy more stuff for cheaper. The dollar is not going to get phased out in a second. It's still going to be a trading currency, just not at what is the current rate now. Whatever the current rate now is, 750, 760. Yeah. Okay, black market. I'm saying it's going to be a lot lesser, which gives us more trading ability. Your barber, your farmer, everybody can afford some more things. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, because now the dollar is high because anywhere in the world you're trading, it is the dollar that's going to be used. But if the diversification now happens, where you can use another thing, for instance, you use the yuan, which is the Chinese currency, and most of our imports and exports are going to the countries like China that we're using their currency. Common sense will just tell me that it is possible that the yuan will rise in value more than even the dollar, because even when we're trying to export, we are not exporting much from America. We're exporting more from the Asian countries and all that, from the Asian countries, from China, and then from Europe and all that. So if this is happening, is it not just, I'm still just trying to understand, is it just not that the dollar that is from the West, where we are not doing our trade much from, is no longer having this value, but the place we are doing the trade much from, which is like China and all that, is now having a currency that has a higher value here. Will it not affect us the same way the dollar is affecting us right now?
Well, you know that we're going to still, we're an oil producing country.
Yeah.
So the major product in this whole mix.
I don't even know if we can call ourselves an oil-producing country. We mine oil, and that is there. Yes. When it comes to the real production that gives us...
No. I mean, but also, Dangote's refinery is coming very soon. Very, very soon. So the story, the dynamic is changing already. Slowly. I know it's not moving as fast as we need it to, but you cannot lie that the dynamic, Nigeria is advancing and progressing. For sure, just not quickly enough, because the right parties are not involved. There are too many personal angles involved rather than what is best for the people. So these things are what are slowing us down. We definitely need to all demand more from our leaders. It is time. I believe the progress we've made from these elections is more, the accountability level is a lot higher. The demand from the people, from their leaders to work, is so much higher. So I believe these little things, they might seem small, but they are very significant in the grand scheme of things.
Okay, let's just hear you describe Nigeria, what it portends for Nigeria, this emerging BRICS bloc that is happening. I'm glad that when we are mentioning the countries that make up the BRICS, at least we had South Africa inside, which is an African country. So Africa is well represented as it is, and we have
Algeria
Brazil.
Has applied.
They are applying, but these people that really make the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So I'm really glad about
these are key players. Yeah. These are key global players
that other people want to join.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Saudi Arabia is joining, major.
Okay. Let's just, to wrap it up, take a final word. Describe our Nigeria for us, now that we are going to take advantage of these, and just reassure the people, because everything that is coming up new, people like to sit back and they're not too sure of it. And there's always that fear that maybe we are going from, like you said, from frying pan to fire. So just give us a final word as to how we should be glad or not be glad about this.
Well, what I will say is that always a monopoly is never good. 1. 2, alliances. The way for progress is for people to come together and work together. Yes, we all have our hesitations about the BRICS alliance, but there are parties in there like South Africa. South Africa is represented. Saudi is joining. These are not jokers. Even if you might feel somehow about Nigeria, these other people that are coming to join are not jokers. So I hope it will not be that bad. So of course we cannot sit here and say for certain, what it's going to be, but I imagine that this alliance, I know that the only way forward is through alliances for humanity. We all put our differences aside and work together for the greater good.
Okay, well, we'd like to thank you so much for coming on the show today to really put our minds to rest, because it's like, okay, Nigeria is taking another step. Will it be for our benefit or for something really a bit even worse than what we have been experiencing? But I'm glad that you're taking it in a positive way, and you're telling us that it is a really good thing for Nigeria. We do hope that this alliance brings a better future for Nigeria, because our country is in dire need of a way, a path that we can take and become better than we are right now. Ikenna Agbaso, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you.
Okay, this is where we wrap it up on the show today, but we'll leave you as usual. Today is Friday, with what has happened within the course of the week. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Bye for now.
I want to correct the impression very quickly that there is no campaign right now. We are preparing for primaries. You have candidates must emerge before you can now start campaigning. The candidates of the political parties have not emerged yet, except only parties where you have a one-man show, that there is no competition, no democratic antecedents and all of that. But, you know, in the APC and many of the big political parties, apart from the mushroom parties, candidates have not emerged yet. So the question of campaign does not even arise at all. Nobody is campaigning. We are mourning as a state. You know, for the governor to deploy the number 2 citizen of the state and all the state government apparatus, the local government apparatus, all the security agencies to those places. As at this time yesterday, I was still with the deputy governor in Kogi East. So you understand what that means. So we are not campaigning. We cannot even campaign when we lose more than 2-3 of our citizens to circumstances that are very unfortunate. So that allegation is ludicrous, laughable, and very insensitive. It's like a macabre dance on the grave of those who lost their lives.
Look, when Barack Obama won election in the U.S. in 2008, what happened? Some people in 13 states moved the motion of secession from the Confederation. It was an open thing. Some people from 13 states were trying to quote the Constitution that they can succeed because they never liked Obama, a black man, to be president. So if chooses to tear his old passport, unused passport, in the name of being angry, that person is insignificant. Maybe I've left Nigeria. So why is he carrying your passport? You're abroad. Why not stay in Nigeria? We're not in Nigeria. Are we fools? We are making a living out of Nigeria. I've not left this country. All that I've made in life is in Nigeria. I've not left Nigeria. I only go out of Nigeria for holidays. So all that I've made in Nigeria, all that I've made in my life is in Nigeria. People have made it big in Nigeria. So if you choose to be a refugee abroad, Because you are lazy, you cannot enter to live in Nigeria, and you are abroad, and you are instigating your country and telling your passport. That is your responsibility. You are insignificant. Just like that statement Bodijo is talking about living in Nigeria, he's one man. And people have left. And we are all here. As I'm driving now, there are people who are hawking on the street, making out a living. Go to the UK, there are people who are hawking on the street. I've traveled wide in this world. Go to even the most prosperous country, talking about Singapore. You see people hawking on the street. So if anybody felt that he was appointed about the election and then he tore his passport, of what value is that to the person? To Nigerians.
The healing can only come through equity, through justice, through attempts by the party that has inflicted all the pain to sue the people. And how do you do that? You submit their mandates to them. You cannot smother us away and say, yes, it is done, just come and join us. That would be foolishness on our part. And that means that as parents, as leaders, we are not seeking after justice. The Bible says we must seek after justice. We must seek for equity. We must know how to soothe the people, and that's not through violence. So the healing is going to be a long-run thing. It's something that, yes, we are going to do a lot of reparations to get to the point of healing.
It's not every time that the moment you ask for something is given to you. Power is never served a la carte. People struggle for power. So it's a good thing that maybe Peter Obi too has found out, okay, more things needed to be done. The thing is a marathon, it's not a sprint. So he has tried for the last 8 months trying to maybe reach out to the different parts of the country. His message may not resonate as widely as he wants it today. But if he keeps the faith, he might just have some way in the future where we will find out whatever he's looking for.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Kimberly Ubiabo. This is the news update. A former deputy governor of Nasarawa State, Professor Onje Giawado, who was recently kidnapped, has regained his freedom. Unconfirmed reports say the professor of law, who was abducted from his country home in Rinze, near Wemba, headquarters of Wemba local government area of the state, was released after his family paid a 4 million naira ransom to the kidnappers. His release was, however, confirmed by the State's Commissioner for Information, Mr. Dogo Shama. Professor Giawado served under the administration of the current national chairman of the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, as deputy governor between 1999 and 2003. The state command of the Nigeria Police had confirmed the abduction of the former deputy governor. In the aftermath, the abductors reportedly placed a call to family members demanding a 70 million naira ransom, which was eventually negotiated to 4 million naira before he was freed. Men of the Nasarawa State Police Command have arrested one of the inmates who escaped during last year's attack on the Kuje Correctional Center in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. In a statement, the State Police Public Relations Officer, DSP Rahman Nasel, identified the escapee inmate as Salisu Buhari, a 24-year-old indigene of the state. Nasel said operatives also arrested one Zubairu Ali, who conspired with Buhari to steal motorcycles from residents of the Nasarawa local government area of the state. Commissioner of Police Mayaki Baba had ordered the transfer of the case to the state's Criminal Investigation Department in Lafia for a thorough investigation. Now, the bandits who kidnapped 85 people in Wanzamai village in the Safi local government area of Zamfara state have finally agreed to collect 20,000 naira ransom on each of the victims. They also asked the authorities to withdraw soldiers from the village as part of the conditions for the release of the abductors. They gave 12 midnight of Sunday as the deadline, threatening to kill any victim who failed to pay the money on or before the stipulated time. The State's Commissioner for Security, Maman Safe, who is also an indigene of the Safe local government where the incident happened, says the government would not succumb to pressure by the bandits to evaluate the military personnel deployed in Wanzamai village. The Zamfara State Police Command says its operatives have repelled an attack by suspected bandits on Safi local government area of the state. Spokesman of the command, Mohammed Shehu, in a statement on Sunday, said 2 suspected bandits were killed while others escaped with bullet wounds. Shehu said Kolo Yusuf, Zamfara Commissioner of Police, commended the officers of the command for their resilience and called on residents of the state to partner with security agencies in an effort to restore security in the state. Elsewhere, in the aftermath of the gruesome killing of more than 134 people allegedly by Fulani herdsmen in Benue State in the last 5 days across 3 local government areas of Otukpo, Apa, and Goma, the state governor Samuel Atom says indigents would not be provoked into taking up arms against anyone. In a statement, Atom described the killings as heinous and cowardly, reiterating his call on Buhari to come to the aid of residents of the state. He also, however, appealed to the communities and their leaders to continue to be law-abiding, but also be vigilant at all times to be able to ward off the assailants as he visits the Benue State University Teaching Hospital, Makurdi, where those attacked were receiving treatment.
Of 1 week, we're having more than 100 people killed. And if that continues, it means we shall be completely annihilated from this country. And this is not right. And so the president has charged the security agencies to stand up to their responsibilities. They've been doing so much, that I know. I know the challenges they have, funding, equipment. They are grossly inadequate to cover all the areas. But something has to be done.
In all, we have received 38. A good number of them that survived and reached here were attacked with intent to kill. We reached that conclusion with ease because if you look at the nature of the injuries, they targeted their head and neck region. To the glory of God, the 38 that came here alive are all alive as we speak.
The United Kingdom has placed Nigeria on the red list of countries that should not be actively targeted for recruitment by health and social care employees. This is coming 1 month after the World Health Organization listed 55 countries, including Nigeria, facing the most pressing health workforce challenges related to universal health coverage. According to the information obtained from the website of the United Kingdom government titled Code of Practice for the International Recruitment of Health and Social Care Personnel in England, it said the country identification follows the methodology contained in a 10-year review of relevance and effectiveness of the WHO Global Code of Practice on the international recruitment of health personnel. It said if a country was not on the red or amber list, then it is green. The amber countries where international recruitment is only permitted in compliance with the terms of the government-to-government agreement are Kenya and Nepal. Meanwhile, the ruling All Progressives Congress, the Labour Party candidate, for the presidential election, Peter Obi has claimed that there had been ongoing organized efforts to demarket and delegitimize the obedient movement. This was contained in a statement released on Monday and personally signed by Peter Obi. He lamented attacks on his supporters since the completion of the elections. Obi urged his supporters to see such attacks as the sacrifices that are required to be made in order to create a new Nigeria where justice, equity, fairness, love, and prosperity shall reign. He assured that in the fullness of time, his mission to rescue Nigeria from those engaged in state capture will come to fruition. The ruling All Progressives Congress is asking the Presidential Tribunal, election tribunals to dismiss separate petitions filed by 3 opposition parties, Action Alliance, Allied People Movement, APM, and Action People's Party, APP, seeking to nullify the suits challenging the victory of its presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in the February 25th presidential election. The 3 parties had filed the petitions challenging the emergence of Tinubu as president-elect on different grounds, with the AA claiming that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, had failed to include the name of its authentic candidate for the presidential election, Solomon David Okanigbo, and went with a factional candidate, Hamza Al-Mustafa. In its petition, the APM contended that Tinubu was not qualified to contest the election on the grounds of an alleged double nomination of his then ruling mate Kashim Shettima. To other parts of Africa now. After over 5 months in prison, 259 Chadian protesters who were pardoned in late March were released on Saturday. Coordinator of the Lawyers Collective said the former inmates left the Musara prison located some 300 kilometers east of N'Djamena and arrived home. Thousands of Chadians marched across the country following a call by the opposition denouncing the extension of the transition for 2 years. The move maintained in power Mahamat Idris Deby Itno, who took the reins of the country after his father's death. A court in a high-security desert prison sentenced 262 people to 2 to 3 years in prison after a mass trial with no lawyers. Those convicted were found guilty of, among other charges, unauthorized assembly, destruction of property, and arson. Outside Africa, an avalanche near Mont-Blanc in southeastern France swept 4 people to their deaths and left 2 more missing, the officials said. Among the dead were 2 mountain guides caught by the snow tumbling down the Amanta Glacier. The prefecture for the Haute-Savoie department said investigators had been called in help with the search for the 2 persons still unaccounted for in the Alps. 1 person also suffered slight injuries in the avalanche, while 8 others also swept up were unharmed, the prefecture said. In business news, Nigeria's apex capital market regulator, Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has warned the public against patronizing firms blacklisted by Italy's securities regulator, Commission Nationale per la Société. And they are saying that 5 additional firms have been blacklisted e-commerce websites for offering unauthorized and fraudulent financial services. The blacklisted websites include CMS, Bistasio, Invest at Last, Ether Arena Limited, and Ether Arena Limited operating on the VNAB.co. Investors are advised that common sense behaviors are essential to safeguarding one's savings, including checking the registration status or otherwise of such e-commerce websites. SEC, however, cautioned the Nigerian investing public that the e-commerce websites were not registered by Nigeria, and the financial services offered by these e-commerce websites were also not authorized by SEC. In entertainment, Joe Boy has shared May 2023 as the release date for his highly anticipated next album. The album, titled Body and Soul, is set to offer listeners a delightful experience of Joe Boy's loverboy personality. Joe Boy stated that he aims to correct the idea of toxic love that now dominates Afrobeat's soundscape. The album is coming off the back of 2 lead singles, Body and Soul, which was released in January, and Duffel Bag. In sports world, number 5 Ernst Jabeur beat defending champion Belinda Bencic in straight sets to win the Charleston Open on Sunday in South Carolina. The Tunisian second seed edged a tight tie-break in the opening set before going on to seal a 7-6, 6-4 victory over her Swiss opponent. The win saw Jabeur bag a 4th title in her career and first of her 2023 season. Bencic began her day by beating top seed Jessica Pegula of the US 7-5, 7-6 in their rain-delayed semi-final. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Ubiabo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good afternoon.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Urinary tract infection is simply infection of the urinary tract. So the body is divided into systems. And of course, you have, just like you have the digestive system, neurologic system, you have the urinary tract or urinary system, which is made up of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, these four parts form the urinary system. Any infection in any part of the system is what we simply call the urinary tract infection. Basically, every infective organism can cause urinary tract infection. The most common ones are your bacteria, your fungi, and viruses. You have virus infections that can cause urinary tract infection. You have fungi that can cause, especially in immunocompromised individuals. For an example, people on high levels of suppressants, immunosuppressants, or high levels of chemotherapies, or patients who have come down with retroviral infections. Then, in very common cases, are bacterial infections that cause urinary tract infection, which are the common ones that we see. So you have things like Streptococcus, you have things like H. influenza, you have things like E. coli. In worst cases, you have Klebsiella, and of course, all of these bacteria can actually cause urinary tract infection. When they affect the different levels of the body, they have their different symptoms. So some of them get as far as the kidneys, cause things like pyelonephritis, and it further goes down to damaging symptoms. Okay, so it can be caused by bacteria, fungi, viruses, are the commonest one. Protozoas can also cause it, and sometimes worms infections. 5 major steps actually preventing urinary tract infections. Number 1 is maintaining a good hygiene. Hygiene has been seen to be implicated in urinary tract infections, and if you are not very careful with, especially with the underwears, you can recurrently cause urinary tract infection. And then, of course, with the areas of sanitation, the restrooms are very implicative. And even in, partners, sexual partners, sometimes you may need to be very cautious. Okay, so basically hygiene. Oftentimes you see ladies not properly, use their underwears, or sometimes they don't even use it or properly wash. So it's usually recommended that they wash recurrently with maybe a hypo, a sanitizer, as it were, or a jig, a detergent, and sometimes even iron. Okay, the reason for iron is to give the heat if you don't want to discard completely. All right. Other prevention mechanisms includes proper dieting. Okay. When we eat right, we prevent a lot of things. Sometimes when we do a lot of sugar, you provide a habitable environment for these microbes to grow. All right. A lot of sugar. Yeah. Sometimes people even think that high protein diets are very effective, but no, you further even provide, because you see, in improper dieting, you alter the pH of the body. This pH of the body is what is responsible for the maintaining a proper environment that organisms does not grow. When you distort it, certain organisms now begin to thrive in places where they're not supposed to thrive. The third thing is water, hydration, good level of hydration, okay, keeps us consistently cleansed out. The fourth one is, it's been said that especially in women, it's ought to clean from front to back. Rather, yes, from front to back, not from back to front. Okay, that's the proper way of cleaning. And then there's been some drinks that have been used in, especially berry drinks, cranberry drinks, have been very effective in the GI. So if you have drinks that have the cranberry or berry nectar, you have a good chance of preventing it. Some other ways of preventing: regular testing, you can prevent your urinary tract infections. Yeah. The symptoms of urinary tract infections includes a recurrent urge to want to use the restroom. You have that recurrent, and sometimes it could be very little amount of urine that could come out. You could have burning sensation in the process of urinating. You could have, itchiness. You could have cloudy urine. Sometimes discolored urine that could either be red or dark coke colored and all that. And then one other thing, pain, especially lower abdominal pain. One of the classical symptoms, lower abdominal pain. For men, you could see, of course, some burning sensations on trying to urinate. Usually not so much. And they could also have discharge, but that happens more with sexually transmitted infections. Now, the point about improper treatment, especially in females, is that it's responsible for high levels of infertility when it's not properly treated. The bad part of urinary tract infection is that it takes a quiet stage and right there in the body, and many people walk away, especially guys, especially men. They feel that they're good, and so it takes a quiet stage, and then over time, it's the cause of, or they become transmitters. Then the women eventually are the ones who come down with the symptoms, but they or never come down with the symptoms at all, and then life is good. The treatment plan for urinary tract infections can last for more than 2 weeks. It's important that you do not prescribe or you do not recommend yourself many of these roadside drugs that people do, especially when you hear things like Staph aureus and stuff. No, none of that is just very unacceptable. In the treatment of urinary tract infections, you get tested first and you get drugs that are sensitive to these infections. Now, for some reasons, when adequate doses of these drugs are not taken, especially to completion, like I said to you, many times the treatment could last for as much as 2 weeks because of the level for where they are. The urinary tract infection is one of the lowest parts of the body. All right. So you have to do that long. If you don't do that, you begin to grow resistant strains of these microbes, and then you have to do it again and again. But the next time you're coming back to heat it, you don't get the same response like you got the first time. So it's important that whenever you're going to get treated, you treat for a very long time, as much as 2 weeks, sometimes injections first, and then you complete the dosage with a couple of tablets that are sensitive to the organism. Whenever there is recurrence of urinary tract infection, it's important that you pay attention to hygiene. Check hygiene levels very importantly, and that simply means that you may want to discard all underwears and replace them. Have proper baths. Just pay more attention. Number one, you never treat urinary tract infections without trying to treat your partner. It's important that you check out your partner, especially when it is one partner. Okay, if there's multiple partners, you just have to do something about that. All right. Okay, but then you want to also pay attention to your partner. The second and the third important thing is to check your fluid balance and all the other exogenous things you take. Now, when you're treating with the drugs, I recommend that you do injections first and then you do orals. Many times orals don't get as deep and as far as what injections will do. So even when you see sensitivity for certain drugs, you want to try the injections first. For me, I practice for 5 days minimum. And then subsequently, the books sometimes say up to 7 days. All right. And you do, subsequently you do the injections. When you do that, you get a better result because of the penetrating capacity of injections compared to tablets.
My name is Oluwatosin Ari, and I'm the founder CEO of Farm Fresh Grocery. I started out as a model in like over 2 decades ago. I used to be a model, and that was, I was in Ife and I was modeling at the same time. So for a while, that was just all I wanted to do, modeling. After Deal or No Deal, I went to South Africa. I came back to Nigeria, and I've always liked marketing, sales. So while I was in South Africa, whenever I was coming home, I was buying shoes to come and sell. So when I came back to Nigeria, I was still selling shoes. And then aside selling shoes, I was grooming models. I was running a modeling school. So, but after a while, price of dollar went high, and then I lost my mom to breast cancer. So, but before I lost her to breast cancer, she used to be like the strongest person I know, because I used to be sickly. I was kind of child that every weekend would go to the hospital. I was asthmatic, plenty allergies. But back then we didn't even know there were allergies, so but I was always in and out of the hospital. I'm actually AA, so it wasn't like I was a sick or anything, but I was always sick. Even when I was in university, I was always having typhoid anytime I change environment. But my mom is the kind of person that she'll go to Bariga market and she'll buy water in nylon. Not pure water, those 1 naira water, and she will drink it. Nothing will happen to her. I can't. Even pure water will have typhoid, even bottled water. You understand? So for me, she was like the strongest person I knew. And then when she had cancer, she did chemo twice. And then after the second one, she said she wanted to try this naturopathy or wellness kind of treatment, and she stopped taking chemo. And then, you know, people she was seeing then, they would say, get flax seeds, get this, get that. I'd never heard of those things before in my life. So I started researching about those things. I realized that these are things that have, you know, a lot of health benefits. But you know, the best thing about natural medicine is that it works faster when you take it before you fall ill, not wait until you become ill. You know, so I kept researching, and then I was discovering so many things like turmeric, you know. And then I used to have allergies. Then I stopped. There was a time that once it was like evening, my nose would be blocked. I'd breathe in my mouth. And then I saw this cardiologist, and it was like, I had to put me on loratadine and one asthma drug permanently. And I hated that. I always hated taking drugs, you know. I didn't want to. And then I realized that even loratadine was not working well for me again. It became, my body had kind of adjusted. So I was like, I needed to find an alternative. I needed to find a way of, you know, being able to live a healthier life without having to resort to living on drugs. So that's how I started discovering and, you know, making inquiries about herbs and spices. So that's how I founded Farm Fresh Grocery in 2016. So we started out as just helping people get natural food, but then we realized a lot of food were processed and preserved with chemicals. So I wanted to have access to farmers, buy directly from them, and sell. Back then it was so hard because farmers felt you wanted to take over their business. You know, but with time, we grew from having just one farmer to having a network of farmers that we buy things from. And then even I had to, at some point, I had to go into farming myself. You know, so I was also now planting some things on my own. Then the herbs and spices that, you know, we're trying to educate people about the benefit. People understood what we were saying. And they know, oh, turmeric is very good for this. You know, I was telling people, like, when you go to India, for instance, they will tell you that when a child complains of stomachache or headache, the first thing they think about is turmeric. They will make like a turmeric latte. That's their own kind of paracetamol. You know, so you tell things like this to customers, and they'll say, okay, let me buy this turmeric, but they'll keep it in their house. Afterwards, they throw it away. So food wastage was not just now, you know, associated to just farmers and processors or distributors. It extends to, you know, the final consumers. People want things that is easy for them to use. People want things that is not, they don't want to stress themselves. They just want convenience. They want a healthy living, but they want it, you know, presented to them in a ready-to-eat form. So I started making herbs infused honey. So you have like a cinnamon lemon honey, hibiscus honey, you know, like different kinds of honey, as well as sea salt. Because I also realized a lot of people did not want to eat MSG, as well as, you know, several sugar-flavored seasonings that we have out there. So people wanted to live healthy, and they wanted it made easier. So that's how I started, you know, infusing herbs and spices in honey, sea salt, teas, even in oil, like sesame oil and olive oil, you know, infuse herbs and spices in them. You know, just a way to make these herbs and spices a regular thing that people take. We're not waiting now until we fall ill. We're making it a part of us that we do like regularly. So that's how it's been, and that's how we started. The few jobs I had back then, so once I had the money I was making from modeling, I would buy shoes, I'll come back, sell, get some more money. And then eventually when I, you know, relocated back here, I was getting from the US and things were going fine. I was, you know, selling mostly Italian shoes to men and all that. You know, men, they buy out of need, not out of not out of like, you know, women, once, even if they have 1,000 shoes and they see a fine one, they'll buy. But for men, they don't mind spending, because they know they might just buy one shoe for a while, but it has to be good, you know. So I was selling lots of Italian shoes and all that. But when dollar went from 160 something to 300 and something, I had to rethink, you know, that if this is a business I wanted to continue. And then after I lost my mom, I just thought that food is actually becoming more and more important, the kind of food you eat, you know. I mentioned earlier that, you know, there was a time I had that allergy. By the time I started, you know, alternative medicine towards treating my allergy, you know, the first thing I was asked to do was I was asked to stop eating a number of food. My favorite food was amala, and next was rice. I had to stop eating them. Bread, number 3, I had to stop eating all those things. And guess what? My allergies cleared. I'll wake up, you know, I'm the kind of person that you see me, there's always tissue in my pocket. Because, you know, I didn't even know it was allergy. But my mom used to say, Kogbe. My nose was never dry growing up. You know, so all this while I didn't even know there were allergies because I was asthmatic. So for instance, if all the windows are closed and, you know, there's no fan, there's nothing, after a while, my eyes will start itching, my throat, my ears, and then I'll start sneezing. I didn't know all these things were allergies. I just thought it was normal because that was what I was used to. They discovered I was asthmatic when I was 2 years old. So from there up till that period, all those things were normal until I realized they are actually allergies. So I didn't even know that these allergies can actually stop by changing my diet. And then I would take onions first thing in the morning, it will clear my airways, and then garlic at night. That was all I was put on. And my allergies disappeared. So that made me, you know, realize that it is important for us to change. Look at what we're eating. The real food, as in food, should actually be our medicine, not the other way around. If you eat right, there's no need for medicine. Okay, so how did I get funding to start Farm Fresh Grocery? Well, Farm Fresh Grocery, it started like a joke, you know, because I had a regular work that was going, and then I just thought of, you know, selling to my colleagues first. So I just started with just like a cooler of fresh chicken from the farm, because my sister has a farm. So I'll just get the chicken from her, buy them from her, and sell. That was how I started. Because, you know, then it was hard to find. I remember telling somebody back there when I just started that it's so hard to get farmers, that, you know, I'm looking for farmers that I can buy things from so that I can sell to people, you know. It was such a hurdle, but it was such a big deal. And it wasn't even about capital because, you know, I was working, I could use my salary to buy some of the things that I needed to start. So I just started, I didn't start big. I started like from, you know, just from the house, like just buying a few things and selling to people, but telling them that this is healthier, it's not imported chicken, is, you know, they're hormone free, you know, all that. Unlike all those imported ones that they've given, injected formalin and all that, you know. So it was just like a movement, a health movement, to convince people that all these things leads to cancer in the long run. Because in my wildest dream, I never thought my mom would have breast cancer. You know, we used to say, breast cancer, okay. In this, you know, back then, we didn't take breast cancer or any kind of cancer seriously. We say, we are in Nigeria, we are strong. We didn't, you know, because it wasn't so rampant back then, unlike now. You know, before that we can't have cancer. But the more we're embracing, you know, all the things that's done abroad, the more of the cancer we're, you know, also embracing. From selling the chicken, for instance, you know, I'll put a markup once I buy from the farm, from the farmers. I put a little markup, and then, you know, once you sell that, you order more, and then, you know, there's family, my family invested in me, like my husband, you know. So I just started gradually. First it was chicken, it was bell peppers. Then, you know, gradually we moved to other things like gari and all that. You know, just like that, little by little. It wasn't like I started, you know, there's no big finance that came from anywhere. I just started gradually, and, you know. But I got a grant recently from Under 40 CEO. So they gave me $1,300. you know, we had to pitch our business, and so that's the only help I've gotten. But then I've gotten a lot of trainings. There's not, you know, a lot of times we think all we need is finance. But a lot of times you need to know what to do with those finance. And that is why we're trainings, all these entrepreneurship programs coming, you know. So I've gone to a couple which has actually helped to form how my business has developed so far.
Artificial preservatives have been used in foods for decades. These can lead to negative health consequences and have significant complications, such as increasing costs, handling hazards, concerns about residues on food, and a threat to human environment. As a good alternative, spices and herbs replace chemical preservatives as natural, effective, and non-toxic compounds. Spices and herbs can be used as food additives, flavoring agents, and as natural food preservatives. The term spice and herb are used in describing plant parts used in enhancing the taste or flavoring the food. An herb is a plant that is valued due to its scent, flavor, or other desirable qualities. Herbs are mainly used for medicines, cosmetics, cooking, and other spiritual purposes. Spice, on the other hand, is a dried root, leaf, fruit, or vegetative substance. It is used as nutritionally insignificant amounts as a food additive for color, flavor, or as a preservative that kills or prevents the growth of harmful bacteria. Several spices show antimicrobial activity against different types of microorganisms. The consumption of herbal medicines is increasing throughout the world as an alternative treatment for curing several problems, including heart diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, and even certain types of cancer. The health benefits of spices and herbs includes the help in the faster healing of wounds, act as nutritional supplements, strengthen the immune system, lower blood sugar and cholesterol levels, help protect against cancer. Herbs eliminate nutritional deficiencies and thus restore the correct functioning of the body. They rectify various problems rather than suppressing them. Herbs nourish every part of the body with their vitamin and mineral content. Consuming herbs may also help to reduce blood clots and provide anti-tumor properties, can help control blood sugar and insulin activity, speeds up healing, relieves muscle tension, and reduces stress while improving the circulatory, immune, and nervous system. What makes herbs and spices special are the unique compounds that fight the free radicals, that is, the reactive chemicals that damage our cells, reduce oxidative stress, prevent the formation of tumors, protect your DNA, balance your blood sugar, and enhance digestion. Adding herbs and spices to your daily diet can protect your health in the long term and reduce the risk of cardiovascular, cerebral, metabolic, and digestive disorders.
The biggest challenge, employees. A lot of youths don't want to work. Seriously, a lot of youths don't want to. There are few that want to, but not everybody. You know, it takes a while to get, I don't know why, but you know, they're probably just used to easy money come and go. A lot of youths don't want to work. So to get reliable staff is usually tough. So most of the time you have to, you know, they go, you get another one, retrain, they go, they come, you know. It has been one major challenge. The second challenge is packaging. It's so expensive. Packaging is so expensive, you know. People want to see your product, you know, on the same level with imported products, but they don't consider at what cost, you know, it takes to get there. And then sometimes it's not even just the cost, it's the availability. For instance, the flavored honey, we put them in jars, and then the jars, in some places we get them reasonably, like two places I get them that the prices are a bit reasonable. But once those two people don't have, you can get a jar as expensive as 600, 700. So how much am I going to sell the product inside? The other alternative is to import from China. And there's so many challenges that can happen along the way. So it's a bit, dicey. People want to see pretty things, but they don't want to pay for it. You want it to be cheap, but they don't want to pay the price. And there's also the cost of production. The cost of production is so high, especially if you look at, we have to dehydrate our products. Like the raw materials, we always have to dehydrate them. The cost of electricity is really high. And then a lot of our processes are still manual. So we need to get some equipment to make it, better. Okay, if you look at this, for instance, I'm trying my hands on flavored, sachet flavored honey. So I try to do this manually. See what we can, this is the best we could get. But if we have that machine, you get those imported kind of thing. And to get one of those machines, you spend, at least like $3,000 or $2,500, yes, to get it into here before you pay for the price itself and then the bringing it down here and all. So cost of, getting those automated machines are not so cheap. I wish that, each time that the government say they support farmers, that they actually do. But we haven't seen it. So there was a time I, leased land from the government in Ogun State. It's a palm plantation. So they had this, they have like over hundreds of hectares just, there. So they were leasing it out. So I leased about 20 hectares and I decided to start with 4 hectares. I planted cassava, a trailer load of cassava. And I did pick ₦1 from there because herdsmen, they went there, they harvested them for their animals and even burnt the whole place down. And the government, who is supposed to be my landlord, could not save me from them. ASF, African swine fever, happened and we lost a lot of our pigs. The government, we're yet to hear any support from them up till today. During the strike, nationwide strike, we planted cucumber. The cucumber was ready for harvest. We couldn't get to the farm because there was riots everywhere. We tried several times to go to the farm. All the cucumber wasted, like 20-something bags of cucumber. The few that we were able to take to the market, when we got to the market, was rejected. That is already changing color. In a civil environment, the government will subsidize things like that. Like, Okeawe is a very big farm, and a lot of farmers lost their life because they lost billions to this African swine fever. We're yet to hear anything from the government. Nothing. So I don't know what to ask them because I don't know if they do anything. Because, all we've asked is that they subsidize things for us when there are problems like this. But, they don't even show up. They don't. So we've learned to do everything by ourselves. Well, for me, the joy is mostly when, customers are happy about what you're doing, especially like the flavored honey, flavored salt, the teas, when a customer says, can you make a tea for me to help me sleep better? And the customer is happy that, the herbal tea helped and, she was able to sleep. Those are the kind of things that you just, sometimes when these are flavored honey. When we are making it, can be very tedious because we have to squeeze out the herbs from the honey manually. It can be very hectic. And some days I just wonder, why am I stressing myself through all this process? But then when a customer tastes and this is really good, it actually makes you happy. And then when we get recognitions, like when we got the grants or like when we got picked for programs, like a lot of programs that were not funded by government, like private NGOs and all that, but you learn quite a bit. Like we recently concluded a program by Cherry Blair Foundation and Enterprise Development Center on financial literacy. That kind of training is invaluable. It's more than asking for money, because if you have the money and you don't have the idea of how to channel it into your business, how to come up with a plan, then so it's not all the time that all we want is money. Sometimes it's just free trainings, like what some of these NGOs have done. If the government can even do some of that. You understand what I'm saying? For the youth, you're saying youth should go into agriculture, but the few that are going, how are you supporting them? What are you doing to support them? You know, agribusiness, like any other business, it's a tough business. A lot of times you feel like giving up. I know I felt like giving up after those experiences, you know, because like, is it only me? First, I went to Jebugbo, you know, invested so much money, you know, paid for 20 hectares, you know, plant. The stress from Jebugbo to that farm in Akboje, it takes like an hour from Jebugbo. You can imagine me leaving Lagos and facing there and coming back. One challenge or the other, and then the stress of even planting, then the labor there is highly overpriced, you know, battling with all that, and then at the end of the day, nothing to show, nothing at all, you know. So I always advise, you know, people who want to go into agribusiness, you must have knowledge before you go into the business. You must have adequate knowledge. People will take advantage of these so-called people that you think are your friend or somebody from church. They will show you Niger. So you must have, you know, adequate knowledge about the business yourself. You must have time. Because if you don't have time, they'll cheat you. There's no two ways about it, you know. And then I always say that if you want to invest in a farm, make sure you can fence the place. Because until this our herdsmen issue is totally resolved, just make sure the place is fenced, or else you're just investing, like fetching water with a basket. No matter how much you pour water into it, you're just wasting that energy. There's no guarantee that you go away with anything from there. Okay, so I had a staff that was always going to check, you know, what was going on in the farm. And then he went there once and he saw them there. He took a picture showing them in the background. They were even, you know, telling him that why is he taking their picture? Because they don't go in, they go in numbers. They go in numbers, so he couldn't challenge them. So he just took the picture, you know, as they were in, you know, like thousands of the animals and the people, you know, moving them. So I could see that those were the people, actually. So for distribution, so far, we got our NAFTA for like 6 of our products last year, towards the end of last year. So we've been trying to sell to the supermarkets. So but the challenge now is that there's some supermarket that, you know, when you supply them and they sell, before you get your money out, it takes a while. So because of that, you have to shine your eye and be very careful. Because I heard that some supermarket that over a year, if you won't get your money out, so one has to be careful. You know, but we're in a number of places. We're at Araba's Homemade. It's a restaurant, and they do bakeries and all that. So we have our honey and our sea salt there. Then we have Farm Shoppy. It's on the Bagada Expressway, the filling station there. There's Ayaba's Healthy's store, also in Bagada Phase 2. And then there's Tonyson Supermarket in Ebute Metta. We plan to extend to more places, so working on that. We're also talking to them at Amazon Farms in Ikoyi. But we have our personal shop inside the Bagada General Hospital, Shop 12, Bagada General Hospital. So basically, the plan is to, you know, extend to more supermarket. Then what we actually just joined some platforms, e-commerce platforms like Jumia and Flutterwave. You know, we intend to join more before the end of the year so that people can actually order from out of Lagos and then they do the delivery, which is the advantage of e-commerce.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Alopecia is a rare condition among women in Nigeria, and because of this, many people are not well informed of this condition. We spoke to Moshodat Badmus, who shared her journey with us.
I was preparing for service and I went to the salon to wash my hair. I was on dreads then. And when I got to the salon, the hairdresser, she hadn't even started washing my hair. She was just separating the dreads, and she saw the bald spot. So just small, like a coin shape around here. So when she said, she was like, Auntie Shefarin in Yoruba means, Auntie, did you scrape your hair? I was like, why would I scrape my hair? It's like, there's a spot here, like a bald shiny spot, and she showed me. And I was like, no, what's this? So that day I was scared. I just quickly packed my hair. I told her not to even wash it again. I went home. I told my mom something happened at the salon, and my mom was like, this is spiritual. Nigerian mothers. So we started thinking, did anybody come? Because that was the first thing that came to my mind. Hair can't just disappear. It's something that is always a part of you. It can't just disappear. So what happened? Then I went to camp. I went to camp the following week. And when I came back, the spot was still there. So that was when it started for me, and I started doing so many things. We took the spiritual route. Then it was like a month or two after, I just went online. And just I searched in my symptoms and the signs I saw, the bald spots and all that, and I saw alopecia. So I told my mom, I saw something like alopecia. I'm like, oh, no, she doesn't feel that as it. So I told her I wanted a second opinion, because we've been doing the whole spiritual thing. So I wanted a medical opinion. So we went to see a doctor, and he told me it was fungal infection. So I was placed on drugs, and it didn't do anything. But my mind kept going back to the alopecia. where I was 7-2, there was a health center in the compound. I went to see the director then too, and he told me the same thing, that it's a fungal infection. So I still wasn't convinced. I told my dad I want a third opinion. So he took me to his workplace, and I saw the doctor they used there, and she was the first person that said, okay, this looks like alopecia. She doesn't even really know much about it, but she was like, she's going to refer me to Lutz Dermatology Clinic. It's at Yaba. So that was another thing. So when I got there, that was in, I think around probably September or so. And I saw the nurse in charge. They were like, there is no appointment, there's no space available to see the doctor. The next appointment is going to be in 2016 March. So I told them, like, March, okay, like, no, I have to see the doctor, because by then I already had like a lot of bald spots. It wasn't just one again, I had about 5 then. So I showed her my hair, like, she should just see it. Like, she wasn't even so, I felt it was something she probably has seen. She wasn't even so concerned. She's like, sis, there are people with worse conditions than you have that are on the list. I can't do anything. So I begged her, I was in tears, and she was like, okay, she's going to give me December, a space in December. She'll come back in December. Told me to come very early, that the clinic time starts by 8. So I got there 7. I was early. When I got there 7, I met a lot of people already. And when they started giving out numbers, I think the number ended at 25 or so. I think I was like number 29. So they told me, like, I won't be able to see the doctor, that should come back the next day. So I started crying. Nobody understood why I was crying, and the woman was like, what happened? What? So I told her, like, ma, no, I can't come back in January. Like, I can't come back next year. I have to see the doctor today. So I just opened my scarf, and like I had, like, my hair was like, you know, when they say rats chopped in someone's hair. So I had a lot of patches, and it was really ugly, and everybody was like, oh. So the nurse looked at me and said, so look at people here, people with terrible conditions. There's nothing wrong with you. Just go back and you see the doctor when you see the doctor. She wasn't even so concerned, and I just kept on crying. So people begged her, and she gave me a number. So when I saw the dermatologist, she was like, you have alopecia, you're not special, you're just one of the few unfortunate ones. So there is no known cause, there is no cure for it. But since you have alopecia areata right now, we're going to place you on a treatment. You're going to take steroid shots for 6 months. So the steroid shots, they give you on the bald spots. So I was happy, like, okay, finally, this is something I can do. So I went home. I went to my mom's sister's place then. So when I got to her place, she was like, oh, check like, we should go see all these herbalists, people that are into herbal treatments and all. So we went there. The lady said, okay, she's going to prepare a bowl for me and all that. But first, I have to scrape my hair. So that day, I'd already taken the first steroid shots on my scalp. So I told the woman then that, no, I don't want to do the treatment. I would like to complete the steroid shots first. Then I'll come back after 6 months if it doesn't work. So my mom sister told my mom, and my mom started shouting, like, no, why can't I do both together? It's just we're both looking for solution and all that. So she convinced me to, like, scrape off my hair. So I scraped it off and I started the herbal treatment too. But after scraping off my hair, and I went for the next shots, it got worse. My hair started growing back, but the spot things, it didn't come back. So after the second shot, by the time I would go back for the third shot, my hair was completely gone. I had no hair. So when the guy wanted to give me the shots, the dermatologist that saw me that day, you know, it's like a public health center, so you won't see the same doctor every time. So he didn't understand, because normally you're supposed to give shots on the spots. So he called the head dermatologist, and she was like, what happened? So I explained to her that I scraped it. Like, you shouldn't have scraped it out. The treatment is for partial hair loss. There is no treatment for total hair loss, so there's nothing you can do. So I was like, what? They were trying to saying a whole lot of things, and I had to leave. And they didn't give me another appointment date. They just told me to leave, that they were going to call me. And until today, they never did. So that was it for me. And here we are.
Moshudat Badmus and Jasmine Oguns shared the most awkward experiences they've had living with alopecia.
For me, one of the ridiculous things I've heard about alopecia is when people ask that, do you have cancer? Because I feel it should be known that chemotherapy actually causes hair loss.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I did a surgery in 2017, and I was in the hospital, and people came, nurses, and assumed that I was a cancer patient just because to me it's very ridiculous, because you guys are in the line.
They should know better, exactly, because actually cancer does not lead to hair loss. What leads to hair loss is the chemo treatment, and for survivors, they grow their hair back, because what chemo does is it kills the cells, and in the process of killing the cells, it kills the hair follicle as well. So at that point, the victim loses his or her hair. But after the chemo phase, once they survive that cancer phase, their hair grow back. So it's a different thing entirely. Alopecia and cancer are not the same. They are two different. That's why sometimes when we do our campaign, we emphasize on the fact that it is not cancer, it is alopecia, no alopecia. So they are two different things. Yeah, one ridiculous thing I've heard was when one spiritualist said, someone took my hair to the ocean. Now my hair is under the water, and I tried to sound sarcastic too, because it didn't make any sense to me. I was like, okay, please tell me the person that took my hair to the ocean so that I can beg the person to give me my hair back. Because as it is, it's not useful for the person. And the person is not letting me use my hair. So let's beg the person to let me have my hair back. It's actually funny.
Another ridiculous thing is when you tell people, like, you've explained to the person, I have alopecia.
God.
Alopecia is this, alopecia is that. God, they're like, oh, that's sad.
So why do you cut your hair?
And I'll be like,
we hear that a lot.
Like, it is constant. Like, you do awareness this year now. September is Alopecia Awareness Month.
Yeah.
We do awareness. You guys, we tell you so much about it. And next year, be like, you started this sneak. Why did you cut your hair this year? God.
Another ridiculous thing. In fact, this one has been coming non-stop. During the interview I had with BBC Pidgin last year, I mentioned how my relationship failed, how the wedding introduction got called off 3 days to the wedding introduction by my supposed mother-in-law. And you won't believe the kind of messages that I've been receiving. Random men coming around, asking for my hand in marriage, out just like that, from nowhere. You don't know me, you don't know anything about me. And I'll be like, where is this coming from? I said, I saw your interview about your mother-in-law that called off your wedding. I'm like, for crying out loud. The interview was not even about marriage, it was about alopecia. So you're not bothered about the awareness I'm creating, you're bothered about marriage. But I didn't come on air to say I'm looking for a husband. I didn't say I am not dating or I'm not in a relationship. So it sounds ridiculous. Like, it keeps coming, and every time I hear that, I just shake my head like, oh my God, not again.
Long or short hair, all women are beautiful. We need to create more awareness surrounding alopecia and eliminate every form of stigmatization towards those living with alopecia.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I like rolling my strong this way. I call it strong. I call SK Popo. I call them strong because, as I said, it motivates me, it gives me energy, it makes me move. I'm addicted to Tramadol, Baba Blue. Everyone knows it as well. No, codeine, Benelin with codeine. Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. My name is Tunde Smith. I'm a drug addict, and well, I'm here to tell you my story about drugs. I started taking drugs when I was 20. I was this kind of child then that I was always trapped in my house. My dad didn't always allow me to go out, and my mom didn't always allow me to go out. So when I got out to the world after I finished secondary school, and I spent 1-2 years at home out of frustration, then I started going out, meeting people, and that was when I now found out about SK. And that's the street name outside. It got to a time that without it, I couldn't eat anymore. I was very, very much fatter than this, but I guess it's drugs that did this to me because I lost my appetite. I didn't know how, I didn't know how to get it first of all. It was always a friend that always brought it for me. So when he was not around, when he had to go to school, he didn't even only me around, I had to wait for a while before I could find my way to get into the Zanga zone and get the drug, you understand? So it was very, very hard for me to hold on to it, saying, okay, fine, I won't take this thing for a long period of time. But when I had the chance to take it, I took it excessively. I took it like there was no tomorrow. I took it like that was the last one that was on earth, just to make me feel good. I won't say I'm proud to say I'm a drug addict, but well, I guess I found myself here and I have to actually tell myself the truth. So yes, I am a drug addict. I steal money from my mom, I steal money from my dad. I just try my best to get a shot of it a day at least. My curiosity always got the best of me when it came to drugs. So I moved on from just taking SK to taking other ones. And it got to a point in time I tuned into hard drugs. So I was taking all of them together. I would take Tramadol, I would take Ruchi, I would take all those kind of stuff. I would take them, just know what this does and what this does. All those kind of drugs, they are very, very easy to get. All you can do is just go down to the pharmacy and just ask for it. You don't need prescriptions, you don't need anything. You just go there, you get it. Hard drugs like that, I call it hard because of what it does when you take a large amount of it, because the feeling it gives and everything like that. And it's so easy to get. It's like just to walk down the park and you get it so easy.
Psychologists receive phone calls day and night from addicts who want to give up drugs. Every 2 calls is about one particular medicine, Tramadol.
Parents shouldn't give their children medications containing the narcotics codeine or Tramadol.
Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. When I don't take it, it makes me feel like the whole world is on top of me. It makes me feel like I am nothing. I'm about to go get some supplies, talking about the usual stuff, SK, Tramadol, Popo and stuff like that, It's not an easy task getting these things and actually trying to get a video of it as well, but let's just pray that I don't get caught. But I just want to show how easy it is to get these things at no extra cost.
Over here is quite easy.
Okay, this is where I have to pass if I want to go get, if I have to go get the stuff, It's a very, very long way. It's a railway line. It's known to everyone. Everyone knows that if you want to get drugs, this is the place to be if you're in Lagos, especially this Yaba side. You can see the environment is a place whereby it's not conducive, You can see everyone. No one knows I'm doing this. So, if I'm being caught over here, if anyone should just suspect that I'm doing something like this, I'm screwed already. Like, I'm literally screwed because no, the police is not going to come here on time. This place is so deep inside the location that I'm going to this stuff. Before the police gets here, I would have been dead. It's so sure about it. This place that I'm about to enter now, I want to go get tramadol. It's as I said, it's just another shop, another pharmacy that you can just walk into and just get anything you want.
Hello. Good afternoon. Do you have tramadol? Yeah? 100 milligram. Okay, let me have one then.
I'm asking for her now if I could get tramadol, and she says yes, she has it. I'm going to take 100 milligrams. That is about 5 pills. So I'm just going to wait for her and let her, sell it to me. In the meantime, I'm showing you guys around the pharmacy. As I said, it's all being done secretly, so no one knows I'm actually doing this. As you're seeing right here, this view that you're looking at is what we call Zanga. This, as you can see right there at the far right corner, you can see some guys sitting right there. I can't go down there because I'm not meant to do this kind of thing at all. If I'm caught doing this, that's it for me right there. But as you can see over there now, you can see those guys seated right there. Those are those people that take drugs. They're always there. This is where you can do anything you want. In fact, this place that you're looking at right here, it's not even on the Lagos State map. This place doesn't exist at all. This place is it's meant to be a canal. There's a canal over there. That's where you see the bushes right at this corner after this house. There's a canal that passes through that side. So all this place is meant to be like a gutter, But you can see houses everywhere. Everyone just trying to survive. Over this place that you're looking at, the guy that you're seeing over there, that's actually the dealer. Because he sees me standing here for so long, he's wondering what's up. He wants to come and meet me, but I'm just giving him the signals not to come yet, because I don't really want anybody to see me doing this. That's it for me. Tramadol, this is 250 milligrams of tramadol, just one pill. You have some people that take 2 sometimes when you really want to get high. Then this one is the normal one, the ones that you get anywhere on the streets. Anywhere you go, you can just ask anyone and you get it. This is 100 milligrams. The normal dosage, any normal guy that takes trams, when they start, this is what they start with, because before you get to 250, you have to start with 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. You can't just get up to here, you just get messed up. Rochi. This is Rochi. This one you take. This is 100 milligrams. Yeah, this 100 milligrams, just one pill. Just one pill of this, and you're good to go. Having the motivation to come out and speak about this is because it wasn't easy for me as well. I had to seek help from a doctor. When everything was going crazy for me, I had to seek help medically, and they were the ones that gave me the motivation to do what I'm doing here today. If there's anyone out there that it's into drugs and feeling depressed, and you just feel that okay, fine, you want to step out, but you don't know how to. It can be hard, but it all starts by that step. It all starts by you just going out there and just seeking help. No one is going to hunt you down. No one is going to arrest you. It's just about you just coming out and just saying this is it. Because that was the step I took.
Slick City Empire.
My name is Akin Adeoya. Let me add my voice to this laudable project, the Good Old Days series. My major focus will basically be on my passion for reading while growing up, the extent I went in funding this habit, lessons learned, and values associated with the correctional methods employed by my dear mother of blessed memory. How did this adventure into Storyland begin? My earliest memory of how it all started was my mom gathering us for informal afternoon and weekend storytelling sessions. She would tell us the irresistible and fantastic stories by authors like Sir Rider Haggard, King Solomon's Mines, by Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, and the like. Yes, she clearly had fun telling these stories with the way she used to repeat the names of some of the characters with emphasis. Tuala the King, Gagool the Wish, Captain John Good. Firstly, let me share what I call my carton room experience and how it shaped my views in my growing up years. Though of Ifaki Kitty origin, I grew up in Sapele and Lagos. The carton room was a room devoted to storing hundreds of cartons of Skol beer, either empty or full, because my mom used to be a beer distributor for an Ughelli-based company called Superbrew, and even ran a chemist on the side. At the same time, she was a nurse, a midwife with Sapele Health Center. The carton room was my secret hiding place. I loved to go there and do things privately. At just about 12, I already had a whole need for privacy. You see, the many cartons provided a million hiding places for my secret things. Not all the things I did there was bad. That was the room, sitting among the scattered cartons and bottles, where my innocence was shattered, reading hundreds of Pulp Fiction novels and plays. In that private world, nothing outside mattered. All I wanted to do was get up and run to the neighborhood bookshop to get the next James Hadley Chase or some pace-setter paperback. In my mind, I had an easy familiarity with America, England, Vietnam, Russia, and many of the great cities of the world. Even though I had never been there, I was a citizen of the world by virtue of my readings. My eventual adventure into African stories gave me a powerful sense of identity. From Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God to Ngugi wa Thiong'o's The River Between, Grain of Wheat, Kamala Laye's Weep Not Child, to Aiki Uyama's The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. It was a wildfire of politics, mystery, romance, war, and peace, all in the mix. Mine was the story of a young man in formation. Let me quickly reveal that I also love to steal into Olympia Cinema, which used to be very famous in Sapele at the time. It was at the very end of Okpe Road, the most commercial road in Sapele, to watch Indian movies and other popular American movies. I also had a once-in-a-lifetime experience of watching the epic by Hubert Tugunde titled Jayesimi. This was in the early 80s. How does the 12-year-old finance this rich taste in books, music, and culture? I started by helping myself to leftover coins on the table, by the bedside, in the pockets. I became bolder in my desperation to finance my addiction. I would pop into Dad's room and rummage through his jacket. Sometimes I would watch Mommy's use milk tin, where she used to keep money from sales. Many times I was caught in the act, and then my parents, both of them, would unleash hell. I would get an insane flogging with the used fan belt of my father's car. It was terrible. But my mother could see that the beatings were not working, that the stone in my heart was gradually becoming a diamond, and that if nothing was done, this boy could go over the edge. One day she caught me red-handed, then walked into the carton room, looked straight into my eyes and asked, "My son, Aki, should I kneel down for you?" This struck me as very odd and I stiffened. I could see the tears well up in her eyes and almost broke my heart in two. How can I cause her so much pain? This woman that I love so much. It was this time a different kind of fear. born of love and admiration. She continued, "Don't you know it is very wrong to steal? That's why I want to kneel down to beg you to stop. It will destroy your life if you don't stop. Pause and touch me. That's why I want to kneel and beg you to stop. Let me kneel." I was alarmed that she would do it. It suddenly occurred to me that this wasn't a game between me and my parents, that there was something much bigger at stake. It was my very first attempt to grasp the eternal conflict between utility and morality. Until this day, I can still hear the clanging as the coins dropped. "You must promise me never to do this again." And that was it. One amazing thing about her was she never doubted my word. And also, I never lied to her. Lessons learned. If your child lies to you, that means you must have been overreacting to his past errors. Take it easy, parents. Now, let's leave those childhood fantasies and talk about the reading culture. How many of our children these days crave for reading books and stories that can enrich their knowledge and broaden their views on global matters? Do we even have mentors who are willing to ignite the youth's passion for reading? Just like my mother did, I once read a sad commentary that if you want to hide an item from an African, you don't want him to find it, hide it inside the book, because he will never open to read it. So sad. That was not the norm in those good old days. How did we get here? How or when did that passion and quest for knowledge take flight in our lives as a nation? What do we need to do to bring back those cherished good old days when we compete with the number of books read and not with the number of social outings attended? Is it too late to change the narrative? No. We can bring back that reading culture. Our children must not only be told these stories, they must be made to read them. The will to make the difference is all we need. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I therefore join Sir Shemore Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
The real estate market in Nigeria has been growing at an exponential rate. In the year 2017, the Nigerian economy grew by 3.2%, which was far higher than the average 2% growth rate of other African countries. Now, this is expected to continue over the next 10 years as well, with projections showing that Nigeria will be among the top 10 economies by 2030. How possible is that? Well, this growth can be attributed to many factors such as real estate development across the country, innovations and increased demand for housing due to population growth, among others. But one thing remains shocking. There are more people looking at buying homes or landed property than ever before, therefore causing the prices of properties to continue to rise exponentially as well. We will be looking at the ways the real estate market will change in 2023 and the opportunities thereof. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. To tackle the spate of youth unemployment, a group, Enterprise Growth and Opportunities, Eagle Foundation, has trained university students on requisite skills they need to be employable. Rising from its project work skills at the University of Lagos, the organizer, Toluwase Olaniyan, says the program will prepare participants for the world of entrepreneurship. The details in this report. Nigerian higher educational institutions equip graduates with hard skills while neglecting the development of employability skills, which are core for the transitioning into the labor market, as well as for workplace productivity. The lack of these skills in the profile of graduates keeps them in the pool of the unemployed, no matter the degree of certification.
You into the reality of the market. You can't just keep calling numbers.
These students of the University of Lagos have converged on this hall to get well equipped. Toluwase Olaniyan is the convener of this work skill project. He speaks more on the essence alongside others.
Work skill is a project that tends to bridge the gap, the labor market and the academic space. A lot of young people lack the ability, like basic knowledge on what the industry or what the market wants, right? But then we then set up work skill to be able to help bridge that gap and help create an enabling environment for people to be able to transition easily into the workspace.
In a changing world, we really do not need to come to a university environment and start talking to them about how to get jobs. That will interpret to be that universities are being proposed to produce people to work. And if you look at the Nigeria economy, currently we have 53.4% of you that are unemployed. And out of that number, 34% have got advanced degree. That is a minimum of a bachelor's degree. That means something is wrong.
Another way to address the challenge of employability skill in this graduate employment is to incorporate the learning of these skills in the curriculum of higher education. The excited students are enlightened on several sessions, including problem solving and critical thinking, one thing employers want.
We need to introduce more entrepreneurship classes, more employability classes into the curriculum. Because a lot of times, they don't even know the business aspect of what it is they're studying. Maybe until final year and then you start rushing it up. And that is really important because if you're studying something and you can't monetize it or you can't make a living out of it, then I think the aim has been defeated.
The ability of employees to actually solve problems in organization is of great importance and great need. And many employers of labor, we agree that sometimes it's actually becoming a scarce commodity.
And I think it has also helped me to shape the mentality that I shouldn't just keep my ideas to myself. I need to share it with people that can help me, actualize it.
I'll try, because innovation is what will change is what changes everything. So I will try to innovate. If I can innovate and people see what I have at hand, they see what I can do, I think I'll be employable.
The unemployment trend among youth in Nigeria is startling, and the trajectory is not likely to change soon unless a drastic and holistic approach is adopted. My guest is Simon Adozie of Adozilian Homes. He is a highly skilled real estate investment coach, trainer, investor, and a marketing and sales strategist, passionate about making every Nigerian a home owner without stress and employing the best possible flexible payment option available. Well, Simon is known in the real estate industry for his integrity and excellence in service delivery. He has over the years earned a reputation of being someone in whom his clientele can put their trust on because of his customer-oriented approach to business and superb service delivery. Many thanks for joining us, Simon, on Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. Okay. Yeah, it is our pleasure. Let's start this way. 2023, the first quarter just went by. This is the start of the second quarter. So how would you say, let's start with the first quarter. How did it really do in Nigeria, considering the fact that we had elections and issues before the election, after election? How did the first quarter thrive in the real estate business?
Well, just like every other sector, the real estate sector had its own downs, let me use that word, because tension was high. Mm-hmm. Investors were not willing to drop money. Everybody wanted to be liquid. Cash crunch, everything affected the real estate industry. For us in the construction too, the cash crunch was a big challenge because you pay people their daily wages and you don't have cash to pay them their daily wages. So everything was, it was on the low, I must tell you. That's what happened in the first quarter. But just after the election, things are beginning to pick up, and we're grateful for that.
Okay, so fine now. Let's slide on to Q2 2023. The elections are over, and there are prospects for this year. So how would you, let's just try to extrapolate and see how the year 2023 would be for the real estate sector. Do you see great opportunities? Do you see a boom, or how exactly do you think the rest of the quarters would actually be like?
Real estate is one thing. Housing demand is on the high. So what we expect or what we project in 2023 is that some new owners are going to come into the industry, and which is making the market more, expanding the market more. The economy of Lagos on its own, as long as it is growing, the real estate demand is also going to be growing. So we're envisaging that the real estate market would actually grow. There are a lot of investors that are now willing to come in, because if you have stability in government, you will have more foreign direct investment, then you have more people. When the people are prosperous, I mean, shelter is a basic necessity of life, so they would naturally or literally go for it. So good projection for the rest of the year.
Okay, for experts are saying that in Lagos between 2021 to 2023, that there is supposed to be like a 50% in sales of commercial and residential real estate in this state. How true
50% increase? Yeah, because every day in Lagos, you see people trooping in. Now, because Lagos is a more secured and more stable economy, so you expect that people would literally migrate into this urban lifestyle. So people migrate to Lagos on a daily basis, so the demand for accommodation is going high. Now for commercial properties, because people are actually, they don't just want to live in their houses for 24 hours. They need to go, they need to work somewhere, they need to have fun somewhere, they need to unwind and do all that. So it is actually increasing the cost of commercial property. And when people are prosperous, they start businesses. So it has given a 50% increase on commercial and residential properties since Lagos has a stable economy. I just keep using that word.
Okay, Lagos economy is stable, and last year the Lagos state government talked about its economic outlook for the next 30 years with a prospect of an international airport at the Lekki zone, and of course the fourth mainland bridge and all of that. So what are the opportunities thereof when all of these projects come in full swing? Okay,
I'll give you a practical example, right? Before they signed off on the international airport, the fourth mainland bridge, a plot of land around that area was selling for way below 5 million naira. But as we speak, it's going for between 25 to 35 to 40 million naira. That's what
that's over 500%.
That's over 500%. That's how to bring economic gain to the people. So that's why most times you see, if you want to advise someone to invest in real estate, you say invest when nobody is going there, because when they start coming there, they're already there reaping the fruit. In short, if you are the one welcoming people to that place, you become the landlord of that certain area. So that's what we have advised people. I've been in real estate for over 9 years now, and we've been doing that advice. Hey, come and buy this area, because we envisage that proper economic planning had been done for Lagos State, looking at the Lagos State master plan, and we know that something good, something huge like this is going to come here. And I want to commend the effort of the government for seeing it through, because that is another thing. It is good to promise, and it is you need a government that is courageous enough to now see the plan through. That is what this administration has been able to do, and they have brought wealth to people that actually invested in that part of town. So that is what the fourth mainland bridge and the international airport have done to people that own property there. And they are also moving a lot of people to getting commercial and residential properties over those places. Okay,
let's talk about residential properties or maybe just rentals and everything, because it seems to be skyrocketing by the day, because a lot of people tell me that they are looking for just maybe a small apartment, and it goes as much as the least they could get is about over 600. Depends on the location in Lagos. So what could be attributed for the rise in cost of rented apartments?
Okay, good. So I'm on the field, so I literally understand what you're talking about, right? So I have a project in Ekpe which I had to now get accommodation for my staffs, and it will be surprising to know that a 2-bedroom flat in Ekpe that it's just average. We got it for 700,000
for a 2-bedroom flat
in Ekpe, Lagos State. So this is it. When I try to talk to the landlord and say, why is it this expensive? The landlord asks me, is bag of cement is even more expensive in Ekpe than it is in main Lagos, because it might give you up to 100 or 200 naira difference, because they'll tell you it's cost of transportation. So everything in the economy is connected. So it is not even about location right now. It is about everybody is buying building material at an expensive rate. Now, and you do not expect me not to get at least between 8 to 10% of the value of my house per annum. Yeah, that's how it's calculated for me to know that I have done a good real estate investment. So if I buy a house for 60 million, I should be able to rent it out for at least 4 million, if not 6 million. You understand? So that's basic mathematics. So cost of building materials are increasing, rent most definitely would increase. Cost of land is increasing too. Rent most definitely would increase. So that's how it works in the economics of things. So it is not until government steps in with a form of regulation, but before government can regulate, they will have to regulate what the cost of building material is. But hey, as long as the people are prosperous, I don't think paying rent is the issue. It's me getting where to put in my time and energy, work, get that rent to get that money to pay my rent. So everybody in the economy prospers. That's how to build an economic state.
Okay, so let's talk about affordable housing in Nigeria, because over time different administrations come and go. They talk about building houses that will cater to the needs of those who don't really earn well. But at the end of the day, there's people cannot even afford them over time. But back in the day, there were mortgage banks and mortgage financing, and people actually had their own houses. But it has though taken a back seat in the country these days. No one talks about mortgage financing, and even when you tell people about mortgage, they seem to get discouraged when they talk about the cost of it and everything. So why can't we look in that direction? Maybe fronting or founding mortgage banks in the country, so that people can actually apply. So long as they meet the conditions, they can actually own their own houses and pay over time.
It's interesting to know that real estate itself, or providing housing, is actually a product of the bank. That's where it started. The bank actually brought out this product called housing or real estate to cater to individuals that work. While they are working, they take a certain percentage of their money for a long period of time, and everybody is good. So that's how real estate actually is. Real estate is a banking product, right? But we do not operate it like that here. I'll put it this way. So I, as a real estate developer, I'm supposed to be a contractor to the banks, which means if I have a project, I'm supposed to get funding from the banks, put that project in place. The bank goes to sell to clients that project, and the bank arranges with them to say, okay, pay within 12, within 13 years, within 14 years, as long as they have done due diligence on them and all that. I do not even have a business as a real estate construction person or as a real estate developer dealing with clients. I'm supposed to deal directly with banks and focus on pure construction. But that's not how we do it here. So I'm the one chasing my markets. I'm the one funding myself. I'm the one looking for money. I'm the one doing literally everything for myself. So that leaves, it makes housing expensive. It makes the end product expensive. But how it works in other climes is that I want a house, I look for an initial deposit, I approach a bank, the bank gives me this house and says, okay, you pay within
15 years.
15 years. That's how it's supposed to work. You, as someone employed, you are not supposed to worry yourself too much about how you can save up to 60 million to buy a house. You do not have a business with that kind of amount. What you just need is, okay, I have saved up, or I have done business and I have saved up 6 million naira as an initial deposit, 10%, and the bank gives you a house. So everything, they put it in a mortgage plan, so you're like paying the bank rent over a period of time. And that's how financial institution is supposed to work. So I was talking to my friends and I said, real estate is purely a financial product, not even, so we are focusing on construction. No. We do pure finance in real estate. So we have products that in my company, we give people up to 18 months to spread payment for if they are subscribing to a unit. But I do not have a business doing that. But that's where
just because we're not doing the right way, we're just putting square holes
exactly.
in square pegs in round holes.
Not
really worked in the country.
Working.
All right.
Yeah.
It is still Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. We still have Simon Adozie with us. We'll take a quick break, and there are more to expect when we return. To join us again. All right, welcome back to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa as we look at the opportunities in real estate and how we can make housing better in Lagos and Nigeria, in general. My guest is Simon Adozie. Simon, there's been this talk about smart homes, and lots of Nigerians are really trying to appreciate it. Can you really explain it to us, and if it's something that can be affordable by a regular white-collar worker?
So let me start from this statement. Any country that does not embrace technology would soon be obsolete. So we use smartphones, we use smart devices. Why can't our houses be smart? So, and it's just a subject of putting smart devices in the house that, as I'm here, that will make life convenient for me and for anyone that decide to buy into it. I want to be here, just stepping out of my office, and no one is at home. I want to be able to come from my device and I'm able to switch on my air conditioners because I don't want to get sweaty when I enter the house. I should be able to control my space and say light goes off and it goes off, curtain parts. Those are the kind of things that come with smart houses. But is it cheap? Is it affordable? For now, no. Because those things, we are still
They're
struggling.
not like luxury right now.
Yes, we're still struggling with internet, spread. We're still struggling with how to use smart devices. That's the that's the educational part of it and all that. So smart devices, all our houses are, the one I developed, they are semi-smart. Semi-smart is that you can operate basic facilities from the comfort of your office anywhere, but they are not, they come as a luxury part of the real estate development. But we'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there, absolutely, because, see, we would embrace this technology and we'll get there.
Okay, so aside from the issue of mortgage and technology and all of that, what are some other critical areas that need to be addressed so that we can reposition the housing and real estate sector?
We need to define our urban spaces. We need to open up more urban places. Yeah, so that the concentration won't be in a certain city called Lagos, or won't be in a certain location called Aja, or won't be in a certain location called Lekki or something like that. That is when you gather people in a lot of places, there's a lot of competition. And listen, Nigeria is blessed with vast amount of land. So create cities out of the cities. Create cities that are a bit far from the cities. I want to walk, live, and play somewhere else. I do not even want the noise and everything that comes with the Lagos stress. So leave me in Ekpe. Develop Ekpe as a city. What do you even need to develop a city? Give us good roads, give us access to good electricity, and I think we are done. We would literally do the whole thing by ourselves. So open up new places for people to be able to go. Open up Badagry. There's a train, there's a blue line that runs there now, so it's easy for me to commute. So open up Badagry, open up Ekpe, Ikorodu, open up new places, so you can be able to, that's the problem. People urbanization is the problem. Everybody wants to live in Lekki.
Okay, so what you're saying is that as Lagos is also growing, states like Kebbi, Adamawa should also be moving in that direction, so it will not be too concentrated in one spot.
Straight up. If now Ogun State, Abeokuta, Ibadan, they are benefiting from this already.
But they're close to Lagos.
Yes, they are plugging into the master plan. What's Lagos master plan? Let's do the same. Let's replicate. You can replicate this all over the country. And I don't need to live in Lagos before I can earn a decent living. People just feel that Lagos, people in Lagos, they pay them higher than they pay them in Edo State. So everybody wants to move to Lagos. I mean, you want to move to where they pay you higher. So that's one thing we need to address. Urbanization, let's develop at a good
But still talking about this urbanization that you've talked about, is it just the role of the government that is needed, or what about the place of private-public partnership?
So private partnership works when government provides infrastructure like ports.
Okay.
So if the port is concentrated only in Lagos, I can't locate my business headquarters in Edo State, because that would mean
extra cost moving from Lagos to Edo State.
So, but if I have a port in Warri, it's just an hour. Instead of coming to Lagos, that is about 5 hours to get to Benin. So those are the things. For urbanization, government needs to provide the basic infrastructure. And most of these infrastructures, they are mostly in the hands of the federal government. They're in the exclusive list. Provide ports, provide good cargo airports, provide this, provide that.
But that is changing right now. For instance, for power distribution and generation, it has actually been devolved so that state government can actually generate and distribute your own.
Yes, but there are no controls.
That's a topic for another day. Okay, as we round off now, Simon, let's talk about people who would actually want to be homeowners, but they feel that because of what they do, it could be like a Herculean task to get that done. They're looking at what they earn, but is it possible for the average Nigerian to be a homeowner? And if it is possible, how can he go about that in closing?
Good. So my people will say it is he who doesn't ask a question that gets missing. Yeah. If you do not ask questions, you will always get lost. So there are ways that people have been able to own homes without doling out 50, 60 million at once, right? So you can do some form of initial deposit. Now, people actually want to start from owning a house in probably Central Lekki, which is way above your league. So look for where there are houses that are, I know some bungalows that still sell for between 25 to 30 million naira, and you can pay that within 18 months. You know, you can have 18-month spread. That's for if you want to buy a house outrightly. Now, some people will start from buying plot of land. So plot of land ranges from 2.5 million, and you do not even have to pay once. So it is when you ask questions, when you ask the expert, that you now know the step-by-step measures that you can get to own ownership. For us at the Zillion Home, which I represent, we have certain landed properties that people can invest in within 12 to 18 months.
All right, so that,
you know?
Okay. Yeah, before we start taking adverts.
All
right, Simon, we must say a very big thank you to you for all of the useful insight that you have shared, and to know that actually these things are possible. It's just like you said, asking the right questions and getting knowledge, and before you know it, with proper planning, you can actually be a landlord of your own.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Simon Adozi of Adozilian Homes, and he's also a certified realtor. Thanks for joining us on Business Insight.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate that.
All right, that's the size of the show for this week. I am Justin Kadonye. Let's do it again next time. Bye for now.
Hello, good evening. I am Kimberly Obiabo. This is the news update. A former deputy governor of Nasarawa State, Professor Anje Gai Wado, who was recently kidnapped, has regained his freedom. His release was confirmed by the state's Commissioner for Information, Mr. Dogo Shama. The abductors had reportedly placed a call to family members demanding for a 70 million naira ransom, which was eventually negotiated to 4 million naira before he was freed. Professor Gai Wado served under the administration of the current national chairman of the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, as deputy governor between 1999 and 2003. Officers of the Nasarawa State Police Command have arrested one of the inmates who escaped during last year's attack on the Kuje Correctional Center in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. In a statement, the State Police Public Relations Officer, DSP Ramhan Nasel, identified the escapee inmate as Salisu Buhari, a 24-year-old indigene of the state. Nasel said operatives also arrested one Zubairu Ali, who conspired with Buhari to steal motorcycles from residents of the Nasarawa local government area of the state. Commissioner of Police Mayaki Baba had ordered the transfer of the case to the State Criminal Investigation Department in Lafia for a thorough investigation. The bandits who kidnapped 85 people in Wanzamai village in the Safi local government area of Zamfara state have finally agreed to collect 20,000 naira ransom on each of the victims. They also asked the authorities to withdraw soldiers from the village as part of the conditions for the release of the abductees. The bandits gave 12 midnight of Sunday as the deadline, threatening to kill any victim who failed to pay the money on or before the stipulated time. The State's Commissioner for Security, Maman Safi, says the government would not succumb to the pressure by the bandits to evaluate the military personnel deployed in Wanzamai village. Meanwhile, the Zamfara State Police Command says its operatives have repelled an attack by suspected bandits on Safi local government area of the state. Spokesperson of the command, Mohammed Shehu, in a statement on Sunday, said 2 suspected bandits were killed while others escaped with bullet wounds. Shehu said Kolo Yusuf, Zamfara Commissioner of Police, commended the officers of the command for their resilience and called on residents of the state to partner with security agencies in an effort to restore security in the state. The United Kingdom has placed Nigeria on the red list of countries that should not be actively targeted for recruitment by health and social care employers. This was disclosed in an information obtained from the website of the United Kingdom government titled Code of Practice for the International Recruitment of Health and Social Care Personnel in England. This is coming 1 month after the World Health Organization listed 55 countries, including Nigeria, facing the most pressing health workforce challenges related to universal health coverage. The amber countries where international recruitment is only permitted in compliance with the terms of government-to-government agreements are Kenya and Nepal. The Labour Party candidate for the presidential election, Peter Obi, has claimed that there had been ongoing organized efforts to demarcate and delegitimize the obedient movement. This was contained in a statement released on Monday and personally signed by Peter Obi. He lamented attacks on his supporters since the completion of the elections. Obi urged his supporters to see such attacks as the sacrifices that are required to be made in order to create a new Nigeria where justice, equity, fairness, love, and prosperity shall reign. He assured that in the fullness of time, his mission to rescue Nigeria from those engaged in state capture will come to fruition. In Anambra State, the state governor, Chukwuma Soludo, has tasked the newly inaugurated members of the Anambra State Internal Revenue Service to increase the state's internally generated revenue, describing the agency as the lifeblood of every government. Soludo disclosed this on Monday during the inauguration of members of the board at the Governor's Lodge, Amobia. The board, chaired by former Deputy Governor of Anambra, Emeka Subedu, was also mandated to develop housing structures that would suit the desires of the people.
We should be doing performance evaluation every 3 months. Every 3 months we're going to meet with this board. If it doesn't work, this is one board that might have high mortality rate. So this board has a life of the next 3 months. After 3 months, we'll review. If it doesn't work, we'll disband you and set up a new one. It has to. We must keep on until this thing works. Anambra, as members of the Anambra State Housing Development Corporation, and you are hereby inaugurated.
We don't need to talk much, but on behalf of the board members, we will put them towards that disruptive word we used. We're going to be disruptive in discharging this duty.
This is the time to disrupt what we have done or what it has done. I'm not asking you to just go and let them what is. I'm asking you to go and disrupt the system. Disrupt it in a manner that is consistent with the transformation agenda of this administration.
The governor of Taraba State, Darius Dixon Ishaku, is seeking forgiveness from the people of Taraba State on areas he may have offended them. Ishaku, at a special Easter Thanksgiving service at the Anglican Church Mayodata Jalingo, stated that as a leader who had led the state for almost 8 years, it was likely that he might have offended so many people in the course of discharging his duty. He added that it was biblical for him to openly apologize and seek forgiveness from such people. The governor lauded the people of Taraba State for their relentless support to his administration and urged them to extend the love shown to him to the governor-elect, Dantala Kefas Agbu, to enable him succeed.
Any leader who have led a state for 8 years must have offended so many people, and I thought I should, in my thank well service, to openly apologize for those I might have offended, either deliberately or in the course of my duty, to forgive me. I think biblically we're taught to forgive those who have offended or those who offend us. In this case, I'm asking for those I have offended to forgive me. And for those who think they will make my retirement an impossible thing, God should take charge and deal accordingly with them. Because all the decisions I've taken in this state, I've taken them in good faith, I've taken it in the fear of God, I've taken it to reduce casualties of citizens, and I have no regret. So all the jobs I do and they say it's a good job, it's a good job, is because of the imbibe, the inner teachings of the faith, Christian faith, in us, to be fair, to do justice, and to fear God in all manner. And this is why I have to publicly apologize for those I have offended knowingly or unknowingly, to forgive.
To other parts of Africa, Egypt's annual urban consumer inflation rate in March rose to 32.7% year-on-year from 31.9% in February, according to data from the country's statistics agency. Month-on-month, urban inflation slowed to 2.7% in March from 6.5% in February. The increase was driven by a rise in food prices linked to Ramadan-related high seasonal demand, the impact of currency devaluation, particularly in the informal market, and the effect of a raw material shortage. Egypt has seen a surge in inflation since 2022, precipitated by currency devaluations, a dollar shortage, and difficulties getting imports into the country. The North African country has devalued its currency since March 2022 as a condition set by the International Monetary Fund before granting Cairo a $3 billion bailout loan. Outside Africa, thousands of Israelis, including government ministers, marched towards the evacuated outpost of Aviator in the occupied West Bank on Monday in support of settlement expansion and in protest against recent Palestinian attacks. Men, women, and children marched the winding road leading to the illegal outpost, some carrying flags. Palestinians want an independent state in the West Bank and Gaza, with East Jerusalem as its capital, territories Israel captured in a 1967 war. Israeli-Palestinian violence has surged this year, with frequent military raids in the occupied West Bank amid a spate of Palestinian attacks. Tensions have been especially high following Israeli police raids on Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque compound last week, which triggered rocket attacks on Israel that were met with Israeli strikes in Gaza, South Lebanon, and Syria. In business news, Nigeria's apex capital market regulator, Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has warned the public against patronizing firms blacklisted by Italy's Consob. Consob had blacklisted 5 additional e-commerce websites for offering unauthorized and fraudulent financial services. The blacklisted websites included CMS, Bidsterzio, Invest Alas, Ether Arena Limited, and Ether Arena Limited, operating written on the vneb.co. Investors are advised too that common sense behaviors are essential to safeguarding one's savings, including checking the registration status or otherwise of such e-commerce websites. SEC, however, cautioned the Nigerian investing public that the e-commerce websites were not registered by Nigeria and the financial services offered by these e-commerce websites were also not authorized by SEC. In entertainment news, Nigerian singer Joeboy has shared May 2023 as the release date for his highly anticipated next album. The album, titled Body and Soul, is set to offer listeners a delightful experience of Joeboy's loverboy personality. The singer stated that he aims to correct the idea of toxic love that now dominates Afrobeat's soundscape. The album is coming off the back of two lead singles, Body and Soul, which was released in January, and Duffel Bag. In sports, Tiger Woods has withdrawn from the Masters due to injury after completing 7 holes of his third round, tournament organizers said on Sunday. Woods, who was the last of 54 players to make the cut, was limping down the 17th fairway on 6 over par through 7 holes when the play was called off on Saturday due to bad weather. The 47-year-old American has won the Masters 5 times, most recently in 2019, but he has struggled since a car crash in 2021 in which he sustained multiple leg injuries that required major surgery. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex TV and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Obiebo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good evening.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Tita woke up with a start. She was experiencing intense cramping in her stomach, a sign that her menstrual period was here. The severe pain made her wish sometimes she was a man. When she was still married, her period felt like a curse, showing up every month without fail, meaning that she failed at conceiving yet again that month. The singular act that would truly make her a woman kept evading her, and her potential children came out as blood clots. Thankfully, she is in a better headspace now. She carefully got out of bed, grabbed a change of underwear and a sanitary pad, and went to have a bath. She felt some relief after the bath. She reached for some ibuprofen in the drawer by her bed. As she swallowed the pills, she prayed silently, a practice that she had rediscovered recently. Dear God, you know my desire to have children. I know you're the one who placed the desire inside of me. You have formed my body in my mother's womb. Take control of my body. As she drifted back to sleep, she thought of only the future, a future she so badly wanted Ifunanya to be a part of. Bright and early the next morning, she was off to the market. She needed to get some foodstuffs for the week for both her and Ifunanya. Thank God it was the weekend. Even though she was in pain, she still had a lot of things to do that will help take her mind off it. Halfway through the market runs, the cramping became unbearable, that she had to find a place to sit. She always carried water and painkillers with her, so she quickly took some and waited for the pain to subside. An hour later, she was back home and in bed. To help with the pain, she held her trusted hot water bottle against her stomach as tightly as she was wrapped in her blanket. It hadn't always been like this. When Tito had first gotten her periods at 13 and throughout her teenage years, she hardly had any problems. By the time she reached her 20s, her periods had stopped being regular, and when she managed to get them, they came with excruciating pain. Her insides usually felt like someone was wringing a wet piece of cloth. However, in her youthful naivety, she had not worried about it because she thought it was just a phase. She soon found out the hard way that it wasn't a phase. The first miscarriage after she got married marked the start of her journey in the fight against infertility. She soon realized how much culture and tradition were stacked against her. Hi, my name is Shay Amao. I'm a brand business consultant and author and founder of PCOS Conquerors. Yeah, so with PCOS, I think every experience is different for women. For me, I kind of fell on the scale where what triggered my interest in my hormonal health was really I was having prolonged periods, which then I didn't know it was also a side effect of PCOS. I wasn't even aware I had PCOS. But the more I look back at when I started having these issues, I realized the first time I had issues in my period was like when I was 18. And at 18, what happened was I didn't see my period 1 month. I went to see a doctor. She was a female doctor. She's an Indian woman with my mom. And basically, she all but, I don't even know, accused me of having premarital sex. And I was like, okay, first of all, I'm a young girl, fine. I know people are active and stuff, but I said I'm not active. But she didn't believe me, just basically gaslighted my experience. And then my period came the next day. So I just thought, you know, I'll never ever do that again. And once I didn't, so that for me was almost like, oh, it's like my body is now giving me a break from periods and stuff. So when it started becoming regular, like every year, because it was after 18, I started noticing I would miss my periods. I didn't pay any attention to it. And it didn't, and that was until maybe I was like 26 or so, when I started noticing my body was changing and everything. So I went to see a doctor. That was when the doctor, they didn't call up PCOS, but he was just like, okay, you're getting married soon. You know, just let's watch and see. It was always let's watch and see, nothing definitive. And even when one doctor said, okay, he was going to put me on birth control, he didn't really address my concern. I was concerned I was gaining weight. He was telling me I'll put on more weight. So obviously I was like, yeah, I don't think I need birth control. And when I finally got diagnosed, and this was like 2017, I remember the experience just being a bit horrid because the doctor, who happened to also be a childhood doctor for me, it was more like an experiment where he was, you know, just checking my stomach and then calling his nurse, or I don't even know, maybe resident doctor, to like, oh wow, like this is a classic case of PCOS. And I'm then like going crazy because I'm like, okay, I've read the things online, it looks scary, and there was nothing done to elevate, what I knew or what to do next. So the same thing was let's watch and see. So it was always let's watch and see, no active solution. To be honest, it was until I started taking some interest in my own body that I started finding out things I could do to help myself get better. People judge books by its cover. Yes, I mean, I think that was one of my biggest lessons because I just spoke about it because I knew when I picked the cover, I knew what I was trying to depict. And because I'm the kind of, when I read, I'm quite cerebral. I like when people like hide things in like covers and stuff. So when I'm reading a book, I like going back. So I wanted to give my readers that experience, but I realized not everyone would see. And especially if people don't know. Some people are like, oh, they see a book, they read the back and they want to get to know it. But most people would literally judge, okay, is this something I want to read? And especially if people don't know your name, your book cover does a lot more for you. I'll say, maybe building your team early on, yes, write the book, but then having a full team. It's not just the publishers. You need a publicist, you need a marketing strategy, really, really counting the costs because it's expensive, y'all. Well, it happened during lockdown, so I think, we're stuck at home. So that was, I don't know if I'll call it, okay, I'll call the challenge, kind of getting discovered because I've never written a book before. People don't know me. So it was almost like coming into like a whole market and trying to get the message and not really knowing the process. There was nowhere I could go to be like, and I'm sure maybe there was, but I couldn't really find anything. And then I did try reaching out to certain authors that, had the experience because you think, oh, let me reach out to this woman. She might be candid enough. But yeah, I didn't really get that much feedback. Although my publishers, they did help me a great deal. I had this story. I had this story since 2018. And it wasn't until 2020 that I was able to just sit down and write it. So I think if I had a lot of guidance at the start, I would have done a lot of things different. I mean, one of the things I had to do was change my book cover. So having that kind of guidance, at least it would have known, oh, this might not work, the people might misinterpret it, that kind of thing. But I just said, you know what, I'm just going to go for it and then learn from my mistakes and just see how as I go. And that's how it's been for me. I've been figuring things as I go. I feel like I have an authentic story and, hopefully it sells itself and gains the traction. I think it's amazing. I think it's a thriving, right now, I feel like it's such a thriving market. Like, I've seen a couple of books come out recently and I've been seeing more female authors. So initially, it seemed like something that only select people could be a part of, and then you have to, have that name before you even get to sell. But I'm seeing more people kind of break the glass ceilings with their books, like once they understand the market. So it's something like I want to get into even more. Like I just wrote a book and I'm like, okay, cool. I wasn't thinking I was going to really delve into it. But the more I started connecting with more authors, the more people seeing their books, Dami Adetu, she has a beautiful book called Home. The more I'm like, okay, this is actually something I really want to be a part of. I started a conversation, I think during lockdown about Publish Her, just like an initiative, just encouraging more women authors from this space. So I think it's be good to see more people. I mean, we're already seeing it. So it's just, let's create more forums for people to dialogue and even learn more, because it's something that can take us to the world, especially if we have a great story that can be produced internationally.
Star Police switch on, light on. Switching command for internal. Expectedly back, DW. Fuel tank pressure 6155. Your nav state with back and it's perfect.
what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Welcome to